What's going on, everybody? Happy Saturday to you all. Hope you are doing well out there. These Knicks, man. I don't know. I know it's tough. It's tough. But we here. We're gonna talk about some stuff, and hopefully we feel a little bit better about ourselves as the day goes. Because yeah, no. Nope. Nope. It's not looking good. It's not looking good. Um There is a Knicks game tonight at 8 p.m. Knicks against the Washington Wizards. Oh, boy. Anyway, let's get into the regularly scheduled programming. Excuse me. New York, New York. Ooh-wee, looking good today, folks. It's a little bit of overcast, but for the most part, it's mostly sunny. Currently 56 degrees in New York area, going up to a high of 60. Very nice. We like it. We like it. You guys can see. Drinking my cup of Joe or Joanne, whatever, however you want to call it, in my Know the Ledge mug. Appreciate you guys. Man. Oh, boy. What can you really say? These New York Knicks have definitely, they know how to give us headaches and drive us crazy. You just can't make this stuff up, man. You can't. It's just it's hard to understand, right? Because this Knicks team is what it is with Jalen Brunson. This year they introduced Karl Anthony Towns and Mikal Bridges to the mix, and we had a learning curve of figuring out how to incorporate everybody. Took some time, but we had some really nice moments. I mean, some special moments with all these guys. Then you get to the point where you ask that question, or I ask that question: can the Knicks win without either one of their big two? Like, can they win without Cat? Can they win without Brunson? Cat has missed a couple games here and there, like one game here, maybe two games there, but never really a long extended period of time. And so we never really had to see what it looks like without Cat for a good amount of time. But unfortunately, Jalen Brunson gets hurt, and now we are without him for quite some time when you think about it. And, the concern is, how can this Knicks team, find the scoring that they're lacking? Talking about 26 points per game, talking about 7 assists per game, leadership, clutchness, and, whatever other intangibles that Jalen Brunson has as the captain of this team. So you think, like, how can they make up for that? And then they struggle out the gate. You can see, like, they don't necessarily know where to be with the ball. They don't know how to move around. They don't necessarily know who to go to outside of Cat. Like, and then when Cat gets bogged down because the defense expects everybody to go to Cat, who steps up? Right? So we ran into that. But then all of a sudden, OG got aggressive, right? Mikal got aggressive. Guys stepped up and went out there and gave their best effort. And then we started to see the ball movement, the belief in each other again. And then the offense started to catch up with the defense, because we all know that since Mitch has been back, the defense has been better. So you go from those games where you're seeing them believe in each other again, step up, create some offense where it is not such a Brunson-centric offense. And then you play these last two games where they looked horrible. Like, not only did they look, and this is why I don't understand it, not only did they look bad on offense, but in this last game in particular, they gave up 120 points to the Charlotte Hornets. that are, for the most part, an undermanned team, right? I mean, they don't have the full complement of all their players. I mean, I don't know how many guys they got that are out, but I know Brandon Miller's definitely out. And, he's a big part of their offense. Not that LaMelo isn't, a beast in his own right. We know what LaMelo can do, but we just talked about how good the New York Knicks defense has been over the last 4 or 5 games prior to Charlotte. And you telling me that you come into a Charlotte game and give up 120 points to Charlotte? I don't know. Hold on, this is for me.
Let's see if I know the ledge.
Because I don't know if I know the ledge. Because I'm like, what I every time I think I know what this team is, and when I don't know what the team is, I expect them to rebound and do something by the end of the season that's going to make me look at myself and say, you know what? Same old Knicks. Every time you count them out, they're right there. But I just don't understand what I'm looking at. I don't get it. Like, I can't go from watching the team to be so reliant on Jalen Brunson and not know what to do, to have this moment to finally, kind of work their own, internal confidence into it and start believing in one another. So that way, whatever, when Brunson comes back, they can say, listen, we know we can do the job out there with him. We don't have to just watch him. To go from that feeling of, hey, they're starting to figure it out, to watching them I don't know. I don't know. I'm like the lost for words. I don't know. I don't get it. They let whatever his name is, the dude with all the syllables in San Antonio, light them up. Now, look, there's some issues here. There's definitely some issues here with this team, right? It's not stuff that can't be fixed, but I don't know if the Knicks are putting enough into the answers. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like they can't fix this stuff. I just don't know if they're doing enough to do it. I don't know if collectively front office, coaching staff, and the players are doing enough to fix the problems and the issues that are currently impacting this New York Knicks basketball team. I don't see it. I'm searching for it to see if they see what we see and have an answer for why this is happening or how they can do things. It's like there's like little problems, right? You may not be able to fix everything in one game, but you can fix one thing or you can fix 2 things, right? First off, Karl Anthony Towns' defense is atrocious. Okay. I'm sorry. I've been holding back because I like the guy and I like his offensive game. I think it's phenomenal. I think he is a superstar player in this league. Some people don't want to throw the superstar title around that easily because guys haven't won anything, or how much better do you make the rest of your teammates? They look at those metrics. Karl Anthony Towns is a superstar in my eyes. The way he plays offensively, anybody who can rebound at the clip that he can rebound when he wants to, shoot the way he shoots from 3 with that efficiency. His layup package, I told you the guy looks like a guard. His free throw shooting, his mid-range game, like he's got everything in the offensive package. He's a superstar in my eyes. The defensive side, can a guy be a superstar without playing defense? I guess yes, because there's so many players in this league that have come and gone that don't play defense that well and are Hall of Famers. So I guess the answer is yes. But I gotta say, man, there is nights when you go out there and look at what he's doing and he is killing the team because there's just not enough effort in figuring out how to actually stop the opposing player from scoring without fouling him. So rather than foul and pick up something unnecessary, you just don't make the effort to stay out of the trouble because the ref is going to call you on it. You can't play that way. You have to give off some type of resistance. You cannot just let a guy get a wide open look. It's not going to work. You can't have 4 guys out there playing defense, figuring out a scheme to lock a team down, and they know that they rotate the ball to the one guy Cat is guarding, so he gets the open look. That's not how you can't do that. You can't win basketball games consistently like that if there's always that one hole, that one. And like I said, it's not that Cat can't play any defense. It's that for whatever reason, he doesn't feel confident in himself that he can play defense without fouling. And so he just doesn't, he gives guys too much space and they're knocking down open shots. I don't care what anybody says. That's hurting the team. You can't tell me otherwise. I'm not saying that's the only reason. Get what I'm saying here. I'm talking about a bunch of different things. That's just one thing, but it's a problem. It is an issue, especially if he's guarding guys on the perimeter, because that means they're getting wide open 3-point shots, which you already know the Knicks struggle at defending the 3. So we don't need that. I just want Cat to make the effort, right? Make the smart effort to stay in front of his man. He is a center, a 7-foot, not so fast. I don't want to say he's really slow-footed. He's just not fast-footed, right? Because when he drives to the lane, when he's going on the offense, he looked like he's moving with some good speed. He's not slow-footed. He's just not fast-footed, right? So he's not one of them agile, versatile centers. I just want Cat to stay in front of his man. That's it. Stick your hands up. Don't move. You're 7 feet. Like, not everybody can shoot over a 7-footer. Even if they jump, you are somewhat in their path of their eyesight. All you got to do is stand straight up with your hands up. That's it. And when he has to guard somebody on the perimeter, listen, Cat, I'd rather you push up on the guy, let the guy go past you, and see if somebody else can help you with help defense, because it's much better to give up a layup or a mid-range floater than a wide open 3-point shot. Wide open 3-point shots are like practice shots, guys. These are NBA players. They knock these down all the time. So you could say that a 3-point shot is harder to get than not when it's wide open. It's like shooting a practice shot. So I'd rather Cat push up and make the guy drive, because you never know. Maybe Cat can get back. Maybe the guy gets in front of Cat. Maybe Cat can block the shot from behind, or maybe somebody else on the Knicks can step up and close off the path. I don't know. I still think that's a better option than just giving up a wide open 3, in my opinion. I don't know. I could be wrong. So, that's one thing. Right. But outside of that, everything else, well, there's another thing with Cat too. For whatever reason, Cat is not rebounding the same way he was rebounding before. Nobody expects Karl-Anthony Towns to get 15 to 20 rebounds. His usage is a little bit different as far as his time out there. Plus, Mitchell Robinson is out there. And if Mitchell Robinson is out there with him, that's going to impede him getting to certain spots, and which also allows Cat not to have to come in to get the rebounds. He can kind of roam a little bit, right? Especially on the offensive side. He can stay around the 3-point line, all right, which creates the spacing so that Mitchell Robinson can stay down low. So I understand that's going to take away from Cat's rebounding. But I still think your starting center should get you around 10 rebounds a night. And lately he's been getting around 7, 8, in some cases 6. That's not doing it for the Knicks. Because the Knicks are going up against, different teams. Some teams are bigger than others. Josh Hart is struggling to get his normal rebounds sometimes. So, and up until the last 2 games, Mitchell Robinson was struggling to get rebounds, but it looks like he's starting to lock in. So that's good. That's fine. But he was struggling too. So you got him struggling to get rebounds. Josh Hart sometimes going up against matchups that don't allow him to go fly in there and get them. And if Cat's not getting the rebounds he was getting before, that hurts the team. Like, we're getting out rebounded more than we were before. So that's the only things that I could look at in regards to Cat that I would hope he can do better at. Staying in front of his man, sticking his hands up, staying stationary, going from there and pressing up, right? Doesn't matter. I'd rather him press up, like I said, and let the guy go past him. I'd rather give up a possibly contested 2 than a wide open 3. And then just, a little bit more effort on the rebounding, especially with this Knicks team that you guys already know. We struggle at getting rebounds. We're not the best at it, and we're never going to be the best with, these guys just don't do it. Certain guys just struggle. Outside of that, what else? I think I can't get too too crazy about OG because I think OG has been playing as best as he can, but I think OG goes into funks himself when the shot is just not falling for him. He goes into funks, and then he starts to limit how many shots he takes because he's missing, so he doesn't want to just keep throwing up bricks. But when the team doesn't have their top scorer, you can't just do that. You need to score. We got to find ways to score points. He's got to find ways. And Mikal Bridges has been, for the most part, very good, but it's just something that's never going to go away from Mikal. He's just an inconsistent offensive player. He just has moments where that happens, and it's just nothing we can do about it. As Knicks fans, we have to respect it. That sometimes he can be on, sometimes he can be hot, and then sometimes he can be cold. Okay, and consistently cold. But right now is not a good time because if you notice, he was cold in the San Antonio game, and he was cold in the Charlotte Hornet game. And it, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't know how it happens, but it is what it is. So, like, for example, OG didn't play that great in the San Antonio game. He played much better in the Charlotte game. That's why I say I can't really say too much about OG. I know fans like to point fingers because he makes a lot of money. OG's playing well, man. OG is playing above his expectations for what he used to do with Toronto. Toronto, he averaged around 15 to 17 points per game, and he played stellar defense. With the Knicks, he is still playing that same type of defense, but he is trying to add more to the scoring table. And sometimes, as Knicks fans, we get a little spoiled because we know, especially now that we don't have Brunson, we want him around 20 to 25 points. It's not really OG's game, but he's trying. So I'm not mad at OG. But we got to figure out something, man, because the bench is not giving us enough. Like the bench, when you think about it, if we say that Jalen Brunson gives you on average around 26 points per game, in the last game against Charlotte, Miles McBride had 9 points. Precious had 2. That's 11. Cameron Payne had 5. That's 17. Wait, no, 16. Sorry. Anton. No, I'm not even talking about Anton Watson and Beauchamp. They came in the last minutes. Garbage time when we were blown out. So, in essence, we had 16 points off the bench. Right? If Jalen Brunson gives you 26 on average, and you got 16 from the bench, which means they basically just made up for a little bit more than half of Brunson, which you already get. So in essence, what did you guys get from the bench, guys? Nothing. Nada. Negative, actually, because they didn't even make up for what Brunson gives you. So how do you win games in this case? Because I don't know. Maybe I'm bugging. Maybe all the 50 coaches that are behind Thibodeau don't have these same answers. They don't think about this stuff. I'm tripping. Like, what are we doing here? You can't win like this, folks. You cannot win like this. Your bench does not give you enough scoring. And when they do give you scoring, it's supposed to be in complement of the players you already have. But if you don't have your main scorer out there giving you 26 points and your bench can't even make up for what he's giving you, what are you doing? Like, how can you win these games? I don't know. I don't know. I'm at a loss. I'm at a loss when it comes to this. All right. So you got that. I think I pretty much named everything. I can't talk about Brunson because he's not playing. So who else can I talk? Precious Achiuwa has been very spotty in his play lately, right? Very spotty. I don't know what happened to Precious. You could say that maybe the minute usage changed him a little bit. He doesn't have the same rhythm that he had, but as of late, he's starting to get a little bit more minutes. Like he got about 17 minutes in that last game. 17 minutes. He had 6 rebounds, which is not bad. 2 turnovers. He had 2 points, 1 steal. I mean, I guess he looked a little better than he's been looking because lately he's been looking really bad. Not precious or true, or precious atrocious. It's been looking little reckless out there, a little bad. Landry Shamet played 19 minutes, 0 points, 1 steal. Now he only took 3 shots. I don't know what the point of Landry Shamet is anymore. Honestly, at this point, I don't like to feel like some Knicks fans is like Shamet's a bum or what is he doing for? I don't like to feel like that because Shamet's got some talent. He's not a key cog. He's just someone who's a complimentary player, but has some talent to be a good complimentary player. I don't know if it's the way the Knicks are using him. I don't know, but right now this ain't it. This is not doing it, bro. This ain't. You were supposed to be, in essence, the replacement for Dante DiVincenzo, and you played 19 minutes and give us 0 points. That ain't it. That is not it. Against the Charlotte Hornets defense? Nope. Not doing it. Nope. No. Okay. So I think that's pretty much it. Cameron Payne gave his usual 5 to whatever points he gives in his 16 minutes of play, which is pretty good because he usually gets around 12 minutes. He got 3 assists, 3 rebounds. I can't be mad at Cameron Payne. I mean, there's moments where he looks a little crazy, a little herky-jerky. Sometimes his shot selection is wild. This game, I can't be extremely mad at him. It was what it was. So I think that's it, right, guys? Oh, sorry. My fault. Josh Hart. Honestly, I know people want to get on Josh Hart for certain things. The only thing I can get on Josh Hart for, he had 13 points, he had 6 assists, he had 4 rebounds, he was 5 of 8 shooting, 3 of 3 from 3. That's not bad for Josh. You guys know about Josh. So I can't be mad at him for that. The only thing that I can be upset with Josh Hart about is that Josh has shown in some cases, and a little bit more than others, because I guess maybe he's being used more because Brunson's not there, his lack of focus in his decision making. Some of his passes are wild. Some of his gambles are bad as far as fouls, like trying to do certain things, whereas he cannot do that and let somebody help him. He's a gunslinger, you know what I mean? He's out there, he takes chances. And sometimes you need that because he gives you the fire, the spark that some guys just don't give. But we're getting closer to the playoffs, and you have to play smart basketball in the playoffs. So I would hope that Josh starts making better decisions. He throws some passes sometimes, those jump passes, full court passes, cross court passes. We got to calm down. Like, he got to calm down with that. Cat's got to calm down with that. Even though Cat has a good vision, sometimes Cat thinks he can, get a pass in there when, it's tough. Like, if you throw on a pass the length of the court, there's a lot of time for a defender to get in front of that. So it's just better decision making with regards to that. I don't question Josh's effort. I think he gives effort every single night. I do think that when the team is not playing well, though, it affects everybody. It affects Josh too, and his effort. He gets a little down. He doesn't get as pumped up and give you that same level of effort that he would normally give. Okay, and so I think that's it. And if I missed anybody that you guys think I really should, you guys might want me to talk about Miles McBride. Yeah, okay. I'm sorry, guys. I forgot about Miles because I'm really just trying to get to Thibs. Miles definitely needs to play better, but I also feel the same thing that I've said before. I like Miles McBride. I think he's a nice complementary piece on this team. I don't think he's more than that, guys. Some people get a little too caught up in the Kool-Aid, right? Some people, do this.
Let's see if I know the ledge.
They think that because Miles McBride shows you on a given night he can drop 20 points, 24 points, 25 points, whatever it is, have a good, good amount of assists, 5 or 6 assists, that he's a starting player in the league. He's a starting point guard in the league. He's all this stuff. Miles is right now a very good complementary piece, good role player, and that's all I can say he is until he could consistently put up those type of numbers day in and day out in these moments where he's starting, guys. He's starting right now. So it's not like you can't say he's not getting the opportunity. He is. He is. You know what I mean? 35 minutes, almost 36 minutes, 9 points, 4 of 10 shooting, 1 of 6 from 3. 6 assists is not bad. 3 rebounds, whatever. But like, he's replacing Jalen Brunson. It's just not enough. And I'm not saying he has to be Jalen Brunson, but those 9 points got to be more like 15 points, right? Easy. When you're playing 35 minutes and you can shoot, don't get it twisted. Miles McBride has a good shot. He can shoot from 3. Sometimes he can be a little off, but his mid-range game, I'm going to say this until I'm blue in the face. Miles McBride has a very good mid-range jump shot. No reason why he can't score 15 points playing 35 minutes. No reason. So, it's part of the things that I look at that I get really frustrated with and upset about. The game against San Antonio, he played 30 minutes. That's still 30 minutes. He was 4 of 14, 3 of 8 from 3. It's not horrible from 3, but 4 of 14 from the field. He finished with 11 points. Still not 15, like I said. You played 30 minutes and you're in a scoring capacity and you have the ability to score, you should give me 15 points, not 11, especially when you're replacing someone like Jalen Brunson, who we need those points, and the bench doesn't give us any points. Like, it's just you're forced to do a little bit more. It's heavy lifting, but guys got to do it, right? All right. Now to Thibs. And I'm sorry, chat. I know I haven't really got to you guys yet, but I got to get all this out. Let me take a sip of coffee and get myself all congested. Tom Thibodeau. I am not a Tom Thibodeau apologist. I'm a person who understands that he is a coach that has helped turn around this culture. He is a winning coach, especially in the regular season. He is a coach that understands defense pretty damn well. And I think he's a coach that players who play for him can flourish under, right? He does give you guys he does give players opportunities to succeed and be great in certain situations. As long as you buy into what he's trying to do, he'll make you look good. But he is a creature of habit. He is a dinosaur in an ever-changing game. And unfortunately, he's so set in his ways that he will not bend even when it's necessary. And that is a problem for this New York Knicks basketball team. This team, as I already mentioned earlier, has a bench that is just not doing enough for them to win games consistently, because they can beat up, like when the starters are playing well and things are clicking, they'll win games. But when the starters are struggling or having kind of so-so nights, you need full effort from the whole team, your bench included. And if the bench is not giving you enough, especially scoring wise, I don't want to say defensively, because I think these guys are playing defense, but scoring wise, you're not getting enough points. You just can't beat these teams. I don't care how good defensively you are. You're not holding teams to 80 points a night. It's hard to hold them to 90 points a night. People just happy to hold them to under 100. So you got to score points. Tom Thibodeau has to understand that, right? Tom Thibodeau is the coach. He's been in this league so many years. He's been on multiple different teams. He's been on a championship team. He saw the victory. Yet he doesn't look for other answers. He refuses to point to somebody else on that bench. He refuses to make that gesture to somebody further down the line. I don't know what it is. The San Antonio game was a slap in the face to Tom Thibodeau's structure, his defensive structure. It was a slap in the face. The San Antonio Spurs kept doing pick and rolls on whoever was guarding the multiple syllable dude who was shooting all the big man who was shooting all the threes. Cat guarded him a lot, but not all the time. Cat, was also guarding other people. So it's not like he was the victim all the time. He was a victim a good amount of times, but he wasn't the victim all the time. There was moments where they kept running these pick and rolls, and each time that they did the pick and roll, he flashed and got wide open, and nobody was there to cover him. One time they did a pick and roll on the left side and then threw the ball to him all the way on the right, and he was by himself, a guy who had been knocking down threes all game. That's an indictment on Tom Thibodeau and his defense, right? And that's what you're supposed to be good at, Thibs. So you got Mitchell Robinson back. You're playing a unit that has no defensive weakness in some cases. You're out there throwing McCall out there, Deuce out there, OG out there, Mitchell Robinson out there, and Josh Hart out there. And you're still getting taken to school defensively. That is surprising. That's the most surprising thing I've seen with a Tom Thibodeau team. One thing I never question about Tom Thibodeau is if his team can play defense. The only issue that I've ever noticed with Tom Thibs is that he doesn't have the players to execute, right? Oh, these guys are hurt, or this guy can't do it, so you don't have the defensive weapon. He's got the defensive weapons. So what's going on? I don't know. That I'm confused about, right? Still giving up threes. That doesn't change. We've been a little better as a squad defensively stopping people from threes, but we still give them up, right? The Charlotte Hornets shot 15 of 32 from three. 46.9%, 47% from three, with a Knicks team that has all their defensive pieces. The San Antonio Spurs shot 16 of 35 from three, 45.7%, with all the Knicks defensive pieces available. Tom Thibodeau decides that in a back-to-back where OG Anunoby played 37 minutes against the Spurs, Josh Hart played 35 minutes against the Spurs. Karl Anthony Towns played 35 minutes against the Spurs. Mikal Bridges played 32 minutes against the Spurs. Miles McBride played 30 minutes against the Spurs. In a back-to-back against the Charlotte Hornets, OG Anunoby played 37 minutes. Josh Hart played 39 minutes. Karl Anthony Towns played 35 minutes. Mikal Bridges played 32 minutes. And Miles McBride played 35 minutes. And you wonder why this team got smacked by a Charlotte Hornet team that really should have no business doing what they did. You pick up Marjon Beauchamp, who is a two-way player, can play pretty good defense. He's not eligible to play in the playoffs, right? Unless the Knicks were to change his contract, he's not eligible to be on the playoff roster. So all he can do is play in what's left of this regular season. You don't use him. He plays 2 minutes in garbage time. Tyler Kolek, who, as much as you want to say, doesn't play defense, is a little lost out there. Understands how to move the ball, understands how to get guys open shots. And if his jump shot is falling, he will get even better opportunities to get guys because the defense has to press up on him. He can dribble, drive, and dish, the 3 Ds that we struggle at right now, especially with Jalen Brunson not being there. You give him 2 minutes in garbage time. Anton Watson, who is apparently a pretty damn good 3-point shooter from all intents and purposes. He doesn't shoot a lot of shots, but from when the shots he does take, he knocks them down at a good clip. And he's 6'8", good size, right? You play him 2 minutes because obviously he can't be played more than that. And let's not even get into Pacom Dadier, who has definitely fallen out of grace in the Thibs hive. I don't know what happened with him. He doesn't get any burn in this game specifically. DeLon Wright, we know he's just there for defensive purposes. So in this particular game, he wouldn't have helped much because we couldn't score. But, you know, we also couldn't stop anybody. So, I mean, there's that. All of this that I'm saying right now is to say that the Knicks have a lot of problems. And quite honestly, I keep hoping that Tom Thibodeau is going to make adjustments or change or do certain things that make more sense considering the current state of events with the Knicks. And he's not. He's actually doing the opposite. He's double downing on whatever the hell he does. Oh, you know, I play you guys a lot of minutes. Well, guess what? In a back-to-back, I'm going to play you a lot of minutes again. Sometimes I use a 9-man rotation. Well, guess what? I'm going to use 8 in the back-to-back game. So you know what I say? I'm here, guys. I'm finally here again. I was here before, but I got off of that because I got to go with the times. And I got to see what's in front of me, and you got to respect what it is. But I'm back. I'm back, and Tom Thibodeau's got to go. Sorry. I know some of y'all were like, no, Ron. Yeah, no, I'm here. Tom Thibodeau's got to go. He's not going this year because one is that is ridiculous. He's not going anywhere right now. We're about to be in a playoff push. He's not going anywhere. But this offseason should be it for Tom Thibodeau. It's time. It's time. I think he right now has become more of a hindrance to their success than positive. I don't like what I'm seeing. I don't like the fact that he's so stubborn and rigid, and I kind of think that he has lost his perspective on what's best for this New York Knicks team currently. People complain a lot, and I try to tell people that, you know, Brunson is not the main cause. Yes, he does a lot of ISO ball. He calls his number a lot and sometimes does certain things. I try to tell people Tom Thibodeau has a lot to do with this. This is what Tom Thibodeau wants to do. This is how he's running the team. But the only way for me to really prove that, right, would be for another coach to come in so we could see it. Another thing from that would be we would actually have a chance to win games consistently and possibly grow and develop some young talent along the way. So we are not at a position of weakness rather than maybe a position of strength, right? So, all right, that is my long monologue for today. I had to get a lot of that out because I am, I don't get a chance to talk too much. We got the Monday show and the Saturday show. So during the week, when I got something to say, I just have to hold it. So, yeah. All right, everybody. Hope everybody's doing well. Salute to you all. I'm going to put this invite out there just in case for anybody. Hope you guys are having a good Saturday. I know this Knicks team has been very frustrating lately, but I'm hoping for the best, man, going forward. We are still going to be stuck with Tom Thibodeau for right now. And unless he changes something, with the way he coaches this team, he's got to go. Sorry, Thibs, you got to go, buddy. Not. This ain't the way. This ain't how you do it. This ain't it. Because not only do you not believe in your young players that maybe they're not quite there, but you got to give them a chance to see what you can do and how we can benefit from their usage right now. You are alienating your starting lineup by tiring them out and forcing them to be less productive. And eventually it's going to backfire. It's already backfiring in our eyes, but for you, it's going to backfire. All right, let's see what's going on in the chat. Shout out to Crib's dad. He said, did we win? We did not. Shout out to you, my brother. Thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. Salute to you as always. Walter Blackman in the building said, good morning, Ron and my Knicks family. I hope all is well with you and your families. Thank you, my brother. Same to you and yours. He said, I believe we should make changes to our bench because we are not getting any help from Payne or Shamet. Mm-hmm. He also said, and Precious doesn't look like he wants to be here since his role has changed. Interesting. Crim's dad says, special announcement. I wonder, will Ron take over the Knicks coaching job? Not me, but someone needs to. This is tough. Shout out to Andios in the building. He said, Knicks Nation, if you're enjoying the content, don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, sit back and enjoy the show. Appreciate you, my guy. Also, I want to say thank you to everybody tuned in, people on Facebook, people on X, people on YouTube, as always. Shout out to Lena Franklin with the Facebook like. I appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. I hope everything went well with your Special Olympics. I know you said basketball was a part of your one of the events you had to be a part of, so I hope that went well. Salute to you. M. Gene is in the building. Salute. What's going on? Thank you for being a member of the SKF Army, as always. Shout out to my brother Shah Powers in the building. Shah, what's going on? Salute, salute, salute. What's going on? Shout out to Shah and my guy Divine. Please show them love. As always, guys, Knicks Real Talk. If you're not with Knicks Real Talk, what are you doing? Come on, man. Parrish Doug is in the building. What up, Parrish? Said Thibs is trash for not playing and developing Hugporty, Kolick, and Daddier. If it wasn't for Brunson, Thibs would have been fired long ago. You might be right about that. Considering how everything is Brunson centric, you might be right about that. JJ is in the building, a member of the SKF Army. Salute to you, JJ. They said, salute, Ron. Happy Saturday, bro. The time is now to sit our key players. Thibs got to stop being stubborn. If we fall to 4th seed, it makes no difference. Get these guys fresh. Unless this is the plan. I never know. I'm a conspiracy theorist. Unless the plan is to get the Knicks to the 4th seed because they don't think they're going to last in the 3rd seed because of their matchup. I don't know. I never underestimate these teams, man. I don't know. The NBA is a wild place. I don't know. Shout out to HRM the Great. It's about time, fellas. What's going on? Appreciate you. I'm breezing through. I got a couple people backstage. Just want to give the chat a little love because I know I went on my little tirade. Joey Rip 'em Up Sports is in the building. What up, Joey? You guys can see what I see. It's funny, man. My guy. Shout out to Gideon Amankwa in the building. What up, G Money? Said we will be fishing in Lake Erie if we don't revitalize the bench. You ain't lying. David Smith is in the building. What's going on, David? Salute to Ron in the chat. David Smith says, with Brunson out, why does Thibs still refuse to run the offense through Cat? Why does Thibs still refuse to run the offense through Cat? Why not let Cat go for 50 or 60 points if the Knicks offense is struggling, especially with Brunson out? Well, I don't know. Maybe easier said than done. I mean, I also think that they should play through the Cat, but Cat has to make the right choices. Cat has been stifled at some points when the team knows what to expect. I don't know. So easier said than done. Shout out to Louisiana Knicks in the building. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Says salute Ron in the chat. Shout out to NYC B-Ball in the building. What up, NYC? Said Ron Chat, Knicks are flipping and flopping. That's what they do. Jekyll and Hyde Knicks, baby. Shout out to my guy, Uncle Freezy. What up? Lawrence Tears in the building. Salute to you, my brother. I appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. M. Jean said, I can't figure out whether we're worse or better this season. Or this is a better season than last season. Yeah, I know it's tough. I don't know. Shout out to my 2 cents in the building. Said Gut says we will pull it together. Second round exit. We don't bounced 6th round. What? Oh, I see what you're trying to say. Okay, second round exit, or we get bounced in round 1. In like a 6th game or something, I guess what you're trying to say. Shout out to Allah Wise in the building. What up, Allah? Hope you're doing well, my brother. Tori B is in the building. Let's go, Notorious. We are. She is. Okay, I'm done. Duran Wayne is in the building. What up, Duran? Hope you're doing well. A member of the SKF Army. And also, my 2 cents is a member of the SKF Army. Salute to you as well for that. Good morning, Ron. The Cowboys in the building. Said Ron. What a disappointment this starting lineup has become. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. This is rough right now. This is rough. Shout out to you and thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. And you know, I once again I want to thank people like 713 Gamer, Space Ghost, and Crim's Dad for allowing me to say this and give people kudos for being members, because I do know a lot of it has to do with your gift membership. So I just want to thank you guys once again. Okay. D Grant is in the building. Says, what's going on? Said Thibs keeps playing 8-man rotation on back-to-back. They were running on tired legs. I knew the Knicks were going to lose the Hornets game. Thibs so stubborn he won't play the full bench. Shout out to Prezi the boss. Salute to Ron the Don. What's going on, Prezi? Hope you're doing well, my guy. All right, guys, don't mind me. I'm breezing through. I know I got a bunch of people waiting backstage that want to talk. Shout out to L, damn it, in the building. What's going on, L? Hope you are doing well. Let's go. Shout out to you. Thank you for being a member of the SKF Army and also everything else you do. And we'll talk about something else that L has helped with in a little bit. Okay. Let me see. Shout out to Chris Gotti in the building. Yes, I'm still a Knicks fan. That's what I'm talking about, Chris. It's tough, but I appreciate that because that's what I am too, man. Boogie Down BX is here. Salute. Says salute. I was at the game. 60. Wow. That loss hurt. Thibs' number is done. Man, 60 deep. Man. See, the Knicks fans be coming out, man. And that's the thing. Like, the Knicks have gotten to the point where we talked about this before. Knicks fans are traveling, right? Knicks fans are coming out to these visiting arenas and showing and proving. And you go out there and you put on this type of display for the love that you're getting in visiting arenas. Nah, B, we can't do that, man. We got to play better. We got to be better. Oh, Animal X is in the building. Salute everyone. Ron, there's so many problems. Can't name just one. We are done. It doesn't matter if we in the playoffs. We know the outcome. Wow. Animal's feeling really bad about this team. I understand, Animal. Shout out to Jay Chosen in the chat. He said, good day, my brother. Ron, blessings to the chat. And he is a member of the SKF Army. Salute to you, Jay Chosen. Keith Turner's in the building. What up, Keith? So what up, Ron? Good to see you, Keith. I always like to see you in the chat, man. I know you be busy working and doing a lot of stuff, man. So whenever I see you in the chat, I feel good. I feel good about it. Okay. Of course. Who would have guessed that David Smith would say, Ron, you are definitely wrong? I mean, I find it like you must have blinders on when you watch Karl Anthony Towns out there. When Karl Anthony Towns does the little matador thing. So I know you can't see it because the red thing that the Bulls, the matadors have, it's a cape that, ole, it's invisible, right? It's a metaphor. He doesn't really have one when he's playing that type of defense, but it's happening. I just want you to know, David. Just want to put that out there. Okay. Let's see what else we got going on here. All right, I'm breezing through, guys. I'll be right with you guys probably in like 2 minutes. Oh, horrible take. I never would have guessed that you would have said that I said anything about Cat that would be horrible. I mean, listen, I don't know if Cat knows who you are, but Cat should definitely put you on payroll, bro. You deserve to be in the Cat camp for real. Like meow meow, buddy. I can't with you. You so closed off to your thought process when it comes to Cat, man. I don't know what it is. Listen, we Knicks fans, all right? And more as this season has gone on, I am getting away from the individual guys and getting back into my, it's the name on the front. Everybody got to get it. Sorry. If Brunson was playing right now and he was playing terrible, I would be calling him out too. But the bottom line is, even with Cat, not only do I mention what he's doing bad, I mention how good he is. I also tell you he's a superstar. But I'm not going to excuse the fact that he doesn't know how to play defense. I'm not going to excuse the fact that he can't just stick his hands up and stay in front of somebody. I'm not going to excuse the fact that he likes to put his hand in the cookie jar and get those ticky-tack fouls all the time. I'm not going to excuse the fact that his rebounding has been poor lately. I understand attempts and opportunities may not be as big as they were before because Mitchell Robinson is out there commanding space too. Still, Cat has to do whatever he can to help the team, especially when you are down a player like Jalen Brunson. I'm not saying because Brunson's not there, Cat's now expected to do stuff that he never did before. No, I'm just expecting him to do some of the stuff he was doing. I don't want him to give me 15 or 20 rebounds. Give me 10. Don't give me 6 or 7. Give me 10. 3 rebounds makes a difference, especially if they're big rebounds in big situations. I'm just saying. But anyway, all right, next. Let me move on. Can't get caught up in the you sunk my battleship with David Smith. Randu in the building. What up, Randu? What's going on? Thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. Appreciate you as always. Shout out to Knicks Real Talk, my brother Divine in the building. What up, Divine? Good to see you. Hidalgo, because you know I got Soul is in the building. What's going on? He said back to back and only use 8-man rotation. Thibs is lost, especially when you play Precious and Hart at the same time. What are you going to do? No, I didn't. I hope I didn't. Okay. Annie K is in the building. What up, Annie? Let's go. Happy Saturday. All seems like you are targeting Cat. Unbalanced opinion. I don't understand how you can do that with all of the issues with this team. Annie, did David Smith slip you something? Did I not say Josh Hart's decision making? Did I not bring up Miles McBride not scoring enough, especially when he was replacing Jalen Brunson? Did I not talk about Landry Shamet playing 19 minutes and giving us nothing? Did I not talk about Precious Achiuwa not playing well? And even in the last game, not playing well enough because we need more, right? Did I not talk about Mikal Bridges remaining to be inconsistent, right? Did I not talk about Tom Thibodeau not making adjustments, refusing to play his bench? Also, continuing to play a small rotation, 8-man, playing these guys all these minutes. Did I not mention Thibs' lack of defense, giving up 120 points to the Charlotte Hornets, still not playing better closeout defense on threes? They shot 47% from 3 in Charlotte. They shot 45% in San Antonio. Where is all this? All I'm talking about and targeting is Cat. What? Did I not just say a little while ago that the Knicks should fire Tom Thibodeau? I have not said that. I'm saying it now. What? I mean, I'm like, I don't have the thingy. If I had the Twilight Zone thingy, I would play it right now because that's where I feel like I don't know what happened, guys. Come on. Don't be sipping that David Smith Kool-Aid, Annie. I'm targeting everybody. Everybody's got an issue. Thibs is the biggest issue. Everybody's got an issue. But we cannot say that Karl Anthony Towns is not doing anything wrong. He is, guys. Just look at the games. The defense is horrible. It's bad. I'm sorry. It's bad. I've even said, I try not to say as much about, because the thing with Knicks fans and Philadelphia fans do this too. Once you figure out what a person's weakness is or their issue that they don't, like they have a problem with, we hone in on it, we target it, and we never let it go. You forget about the good. That's why I have always tried to talk about Karl-Anthony Towns in the way that, hey, you know, he could play better on defense, but, you know, hey, offensively, look at what he does do. I just wish he would stick his hands up and stay stationary, stop reaching so much. That's how I've been talking about him. Today, I'm not saying it in the same way because it's still happening, and sometimes it gets worse. So I can't keep doing that, man. I can't. Karl-Anthony Towns' defense is a problem. So I already, Ron, who is not an NBA player, who's just watching the games just like the rest of you, already gave him the answer. Stand straight up with your hands straight up. Close out on the three-point shooter. Even if he goes by you, it's better to give up a contested, possibly contested 2 than a wide open 3. That's all I said. And we also need him to do more on the rebounding because he's kind of gotten away from what he was doing before. That's it. That's all I'm asking for. All this other stuff, the way he plays, I got no problem with. That is it. That's it. That's all I'm hoping for, man. I just need him to do a little bit more on that end. Shout out to Stacks Different Timing, a member of the SKF Army. Appreciate you, my guy. Yo. Salute everyone. Okay. Mikel Wells, where's Precious? He's supposed to contribute some way, somehow. Get mad at that. I am mad at that. Didn't I not just mention that? Did you guys watch the whole, or maybe you guys, now listen, I could be wrong, so you guys can let me know. You guys might have been commenting while I was talking specifically about Cat. So maybe this is before I got to the whole end of everything I was saying. So I want to say, if I'm flipping out a little bit because this is premature, I apologize. Okay. So Annie, you know what I mean? And Macau, same thing. But if you heard me say everything about the team and get to Thibs and you're still saying this, then I disagree. So yeah. Okay. I'm breezing through. We're almost at the end of the chat. Yeah, so I get it. Yeah, Annie, by this comment, it tells me that you were commenting only when I was talking about Cat. So if you waited to see everything I said, then you know I talked about everybody and I got to Thibs. So I'm just going to assume that you were talking about what I was saying at that time when I was talking specifically about Cat. But as you know, when it comes to me talking about stuff with this Knicks team, you got to give me some time because I got to get it all out. I can be long-winded sometimes too, but I gotta let it happen. Shout out to Word. He said, "What up, Ron? What's going on, brother? Hope you're doing well." Okay. All right. Okay. That's fair. I agree with that too. But you know what? The thing about Josh Hart, and the reason why I didn't bring that up is because what did he do the next game, Annie? A triple-double and tied Clyde Frazier's single-season record for triple-doubles in a season. So I love to point out when Josh is not doing something well, but I respect the fact that Josh usually, when he has a bad game, the next game he comes out and tries to do even better than what you expect. Like, that's what I really respect about Josh. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but Josh is pretty much the only guy on this team that I know does that and does it consistently. Josh has a bad game. The next game he comes out and tries to get busy. Like, his effort is on 10. Just look at his bad games. And I'm not saying he does it every single time, but 9 times out of 10, look at Josh's bad game and then look at the results of the game he has the next game out. And it's usually much better. Not a little bit better, much better. So that's why I didn't bring that up about Josh. I point to the fact of Josh's, sometimes he be thinking some wild stuff, and then he be complaining about fouls too, but they all do that. Okay. All right. I can see there's a super chat there. I see double A's in the chat, but I also see he's backstage. Okay. D-Ras is in the building. What up, D-Ras? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. JJ47K in the building. All the Knicks offense is handoffs and passing the ball around 3-point line. Game after game, they start off slow. Yeah, that's a problem. They do start off slow. We know that. That's a problem with this team. Shout out to B. Willis. We've been getting no points from our 5 for 5 years except Hart, and now we're getting it with no defense. Okay. Drip more in the building, the preferred bar of the Still Knicks Fans channel, as well as the Knicks community. Let's go, Drip more. What's going on? All right. Silk Sutton is in the building. What up, Silk? I understand you don't want to play the rookies, but Beauchamp, Tucker, Watson have NBA. That's what I was saying earlier. I mean, I'm getting into their playing time, but it just doesn't make any sense. I get what you're saying, Silk. Okay. All right. All right. I'm breezing through, guys. Sorry. I think that could be the biggest issue, Annie. You might be right. I could agree with that. That might be the biggest issue. I love how, I don't know. Like, I wish, I don't know. I don't tell anybody how to fan, but I wish you would just look at, how can you still talk about a guy who's not even playing like he's the issue right now? He's not even playing. But whatever. The Predicate is in the building. That name is phenomenal. Should be a movie. 7-man rotation is something that he really can't do. He's just not coaching right. I broke my color TV, so I can't see the Knicks play back. Wow. You talk about
See if I know the ledge.
Man, I hear you, brother. I hear you. It's real. That's some serious stuff right there. Shout out to Margaret Edwards in the building. What up, Margaret? Let's go. Robert Woodard. We got, LGK. Let's go, Knicks. I'm with you, man. Facts. Shout out to Glamour Knicks in the building. What up, Glamour? Let's go. Thibs method. Rest your starters for 2 minutes, then throw them into 40 minutes of chaotic coaching decisions. Yeah, that sounds about right. I wish it was different, but he's definitely, I don't know, some things don't make sense. Shout out to Cardiac Knicks in the building. Appreciate you. And a member of the SKF Army. If Bridges doesn't sign an extension this summer, the Knicks must trade him. We got to have a long talk about Bridges, but I want this season to finish first. I want to see what the full Bridges package is before I say my opinion about what I think they should do with him, because I don't want to shortchange the man. I think when he's out there doing his thing, he's incredible. He has had, outside of Jalen Brunson, Bridges has had the biggest moments on this team. So I can't take that away from him. Brooklyn Butch is in the building. Salute. What's going on, Brooklyn? American Man is here. Says Ron has finally seen who Thibs is. Glad you now understand he needs to go. Well, I mean, he just put that in front of me, bro. After a while, I'm just gonna be like, if this is who you're gonna be, then I'm not gonna hold back anymore. I'm with you guys. Let's get rid of Thibs. Anna Grill is in the building. Said Cat has zero motor on defense. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to say he doesn't have the motor. I just want to say that, I just feel like he is scared to pick up fouls. He knows how important he is, especially with Jalen Brunson not there. He has to be out there, but he doesn't trust himself defensively to get close to a player because he gets caught. But I'm sure someone out there won't agree with that because they watch a different basketball game. Apparently, they don't see when he picks up fouls. I see. Oh, I'm talking to you, David Smith. Herman Hurtado in the building. Katie is a great Katie? Oh, Cat is a great rebounder, and that is defense. Yeah, Cat is a great rebounder, but if I am okay, yeah, okay. I know what I gotta do. Give me a second. Ron, you're reading old comments. Yeah, no, I figured. Thank you to Cowboys. I appreciate you. No, I'm just going through, but I'm saying at the time, I figured that they're commenting at certain points. So, like I said, I don't want anybody to feel a certain way. I'm just defending what I'm saying so you understand. I'm going to talk about everybody. It's not just Cat. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. That's enough. I think shout out to Travel Vibes in the building. Salute to you. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you, as always. I wish David, I wish you had a mic and a camera, because I think you are someone that I would love to have a good conversation with live on screen. I think it's about time, David. You should think about it. I see you pop into a lot of different people's channels, and you show a lot of love and support. You give your opinion about Cat and other things. I think it's time, man. I mean, unless you can't control yourself. I mean, if you can't control yourself, I can understand, because I don't want to deal with that, because then you just that'll be a whole nother problem. But I think you could get up here, man. I think we could do some good conversation, bro. Think about it. I mean, you're gonna piss people off, but hey, my whole thing, once again, it's part of my new mantra. Come up to Still Knick fans. We might have difference of opinions, but you will always be treated with respect, and that's all I want. Everybody to respect each other. All right, so let me get to this. You know what it is. Shout out to my guy Crim's dad. He said, Ron, pick a number from 1 to 100. Chance of a victory tonight. Damn. What is going on? How do we drop so low, guys? What is happening? Oh my God. Okay. All right, couple more things. So right before I bring all the guys up here, you guys know we did a giveaway last week. Before I continue, let me just double check. All right. So we did a giveaway last week. We gave away 7 prizes. And so that means there was 7 winners. And only 3 people have actually gotten back to me in regards to their contact information. So I'm under the impression that you guys don't want your prizes, which, I mean, listen, I respect you guys for being members of the channel. Even if some of you got gifted the memberships and maybe that's not your intent, I still appreciate you guys. I thank you for always supporting. If you don't want the gifts, that's fine, because I am going to re-gift them and give them to someone else. But I'm not going to, it's been a week, so I'm not going to go give anybody any more time. I've already decided I'm just going to re-gift them and run another raffle. So that's it. You guys had a week. So, and I've already sent out notices multiple times. And I've talked about it on different shows. So that's it. Now, the only one that I'm a little surprised at is Stacks, because Stacks, you're in the chat. And I've told you, you've got a prize waiting for you. So I'm just going to assume that you don't want it. So, and that's it. So unless I see something otherwise, it's going to someone else. So shout out to you, Stacks. I appreciate you, though. We always have good Nick talk, but we re-gifted. So there we go. Yeah, but I'm not just gonna give it away. You know what I mean? I'm gonna do another raffle with those 4 gifts again and just run it 4 times for somebody else to get. Because that's the whole point, man, to make sure that, we show love. Oh, all right. Crims did. All right, you seriously want me to pick a number? I don't know. All right. I'm going to pick the number I always pick, is my favorite number, 18. There you go. 18, baby. There you go. 18 is the number. Appreciate you for the generous super chat. Okay. So that's that, and that is it. Now, the other thing that I wanted to announce today is that finally we have joined the ranks. Now, we came up with an idea to do this 2 years ago, and quite frankly, life happens. So we have finally come up with a Discord channel. So guys, you are going to have a one-stop shop place to communicate and talk Knick basketball outside of these shows with Still Knick fans, as well as other Still Knick fans, users, people, clan, army, the whole shebang, right? We'll talk about different things. We'll use that as a place to announce giveaways and different things before they happen. We might even use that as a place to talk about different show ideas, different, what do you call it? Different ideas for merch. You know what I mean? Might show that might be also something that I think we do for the members, right? Members, you guys might get looks at exclusive ideas for merch, and you guys can pick, what do you think works best? What do you think looks good that we should start selling and putting out there before we do it? So that way we get guys a little bit more involved with everything that's going on, because we're all in this together, man. And like I say all the time, I enjoy doing this show. But if you guys weren't here, I'd be doing this show with nobody. So I appreciate you guys, and I want to include you guys the best we can, and show love, and hopefully we continue to grow with your support together. So thank you guys once again. Still Nick Fans Discord channel is up and running, and is be launched today. So I will put up the information and you guys can join. And then, once you're in, you're going to get constant updates about stuff that's happening. So, but it's not going to be spammed, right? It's not going to be like a group chat that you don't want to be in. You can have it on if you like finding out about different things, or you can turn it off. Either way, you could just go in and check on stuff. So you don't have to get a whole bunch of messages if you don't like that. And you could also set it up to get messages from a certain chat that you're a part of. So, if one chat is really a little too active, you could decide to cut that off. And I'm going to get into it a little bit later. I'm going to break it down for you guys as to what the channel consists of and what you can expect. But right now I want to get into this Nick talk because I've had guys waiting backstage. So let's do that right after this super chat. Shout out to Crim's dad. Thank you for the I see what you did there. What if I would have said 99? Appreciate you, Crim's dad. That's dope. Only 18% chance of beating the Wizards. Shake my head. Man, you tricked me there. You got me. I see what you did there. Appreciate you, bro. Shout out to Mets 21-28. Okay. There we go. All right, let's bring these guys in here. And also I want to say shout out to L Dammit, because L Dammit has worked really hard in putting the Discord together for us here so that we can, have a place where we can all congregate together. Once again, I don't know. Some people may not know how Discord works and how to use it. Like I said, I'm going to get into it in a little bit. So stay tuned for that if you're interested. All right. Let me bring these guys up. Oh, hell no. Come on, B. No, don't do. Come on, Crim's dad. Like, first off, I hate calling you Crim's dad because I don't know who you are. Like, come on, man. I don't want, don't, when I say stuff, I'm just talking. Don't, come on, man. Jesus. My God, bro. Hold on one second. Let me bring these guys in here. There they go.
Look, fellas.
What's up, guys?
A lot of blaspheming.
Blasphemers.
Peace.
What's up, Jay? Mets. What's going on, Mets? Ja.
Look,
Wow. I'm here with the downtrodden.
There it is. That's dope. I knew that was coming. I didn't want to say nothing. I couldn't wait to see you do that. I knew I saw it.
Shout out to Chris. Oh my God.
I'm gonna clap that.
Man,
I'm gonna clap that one.
Jeez.
Crims come through and represent for real.
Jeez,
Always.
Man.
So, who wants to start the panel?
He got some corny dad jokes, but he is.
Aren't you glad that Crims can hit you with some of them dad jokes?
I'm a single dad. I'll be dropping the worst ones too, Crims. Don't worry.
Oh man, you guys don't get me started. I don't want y'all to look at me bad, but I got some bad jokes. But anyway, okay.
Yeah, me too.
So
can I just say one thing really quick?
Go ahead, Jay.
Talk about sports. Listen, to the people that I rock with on here, please don't text me anything negative that anybody says about me. I'm not interested. I'm a positive dude. I came here to talk about Knicks. I got a real life. I take care of 4 kids by myself. All right? I work, run 2 companies, and I had spine fusion and cancer. I don't need to hear any of this stuff. I'm here for the sports and to support Ron. And Knicks Real Talk, which you need to come and watch the pre-game and the post-game with Divine and Shah. That's it. So please do me a favor. Don't text me it. I appreciate it. That's it. God bless everybody.
Appreciate you saying that. I mean, once again,
I said some things back on the chat that I am disappointed in myself. To be honest.
I hear you. Okay. I just wanted to say once again, and I'm going to say this because what I try to do is I'm not somebody who likes to start confrontations and engage in stuff, right? I defend myself. People already know, if you've been watching me, I've been doing this show for 4 years. Shout out to my brother John and my brother Jose. There's moments where certain people have pushed the wrong button up here, and I've lost my way. Look, I know we're getting off track, but I got to say all this because we're all human people, and sometimes we take things the wrong way. So everything that I see that has happened here since running this show, not only have I seen it from other people, I've done it myself. So I understand it. So don't think because you feel a certain way that I don't get it. I get it. I have gone and had to retract and feel like trash because I did it. I've gone to other shows, and my peoples know who they are, and I have said stuff in the chat, flipping out on people because they were talking about me. I was like, "Are you serious? You trying to talk bad about me?" And I was like, "Why am I in somebody else's show talking about something to this dude when that's not the purpose of that person's show?" So, like I said, I've been there. I've done it. That's why I respect you guys. There's a time and place, and this ain't it. So the other thing
I felt
is,
you know what? When I disrespected whatever it was, I felt like I disrespected you, and that's why I felt bad.
But no. I hear you.
But the truth is, I'm not here to disrespect nobody.
I hear you.
I
just want you to know, Jay, I'm not talking about you when I say this. I'm not even talking about that incident. I'm talking in general. When I said it earlier, I meant it. You're going to hear me say it more. Like it's going to become a mantra. Still Knicks Fans is a place you can come to enjoy yourself, to have talks about the Knicks and get your opinions out. We may not all agree, but we will respect each other. That is the key thing. I want everybody to know that we're going to start respecting each other up here because things have got a little loose.
Men first, you know what I'm saying?
Go ahead, Double A.
Men first. And one thing I wanted to say is, it was a week and a half, 2 shows ago, where I lost my cool, you know what I mean? Because I felt a certain way, because like that, I feel that we all can come up here and say how we feel because it's how we feel, what you're supposed to say, how somebody else feels or how you feel. You know what I mean? And then when you say what you feel, you shouldn't be attacked. Your intelligence shouldn't be attacked. Nobody knows, maybe there's a few people that know each other personally, but we don't know each other personally. We don't know what each other deal with. People don't know what Jay Chosen deals with, man, what kind of life he has to deal with. Taking care of 4 kids and going. So he don't need to hear no garbage. You know what I mean? He's here for basketball. Like he said, he ain't here for nothing else. And the same with me. And unfortunately, I got into it with Corey because I felt Corey attacked us all, our opinions, and I felt that way. And, I don't want to, I got disconnected. My battery died and stuff. So I didn't get a chance to apologize. But I did text you, Ron, and apologize to you because I felt bad about it, because that made the show go a certain direction. You know what I mean? We all here just to have fun, man. Talk about the Knicks, have fun. Ain't none of us experts. Ain't none of us comments going to change the team. Ain't nothing we say going to change the way Thibs coaches, what the Knicks do, who they trade, who they sign. Nothing, right? It's all opinion. You know what I mean? So the only thing we're here for is respect each other. You know what I mean? And I got nothing but respect and love for everybody here. You know what I mean?
100%.
I respect their opinion 100%.
I
know?
agree. And I appreciate you. And I know we already talked about it. You apologize. And I said, I understand. Like I said, once again, I've been there. I've made the mistake on somebody else's show when I didn't even have, we had just started my show. So I wasn't even really in it yet. I couldn't see myself and how I was looking to others. I let somebody call, and this person called me out of my name. So this little stuff to me is little. Somebody actually called me out of my name. And so I was hot. So,
that just happened now, and that's why I got hot. But
I hear you. I hear you. So all I'm gonna say is, once again, this is about respect. This is about respect, and we have to respect each other. If you can't respect each other, then you don't gotta be here. You can go to somebody else's show. There is plenty of shows in this Knicks community where you can. There's some shows where you can do whatever the hell you want. They don't care. Nah, fine. That's them. You can do that over there. I'm asking for everybody to start respecting each other. I'm done with the whole thing. I'm done with the back and forth. I let it go on a little too much, and people get they put a battery in their back, and you're not going to do it over here. So that goes to other people that are in the chat that may be complaining, saying how this person's getting on me. You can't say that when you're doing the same thing. And I said that this week was going to be the last week I let it go. So if I see it and it went too far, that it was going to be a problem. There's already somebody who's banned from this show. He don't care. I see him all the time in other shows. He definitely ignores me because he knows I banned him, and that's it. Like, once you get banned, you banned. I'm not gonna lose any sleep. But what I want is for us to have that same place where we could all get our stuff off, enjoy each other, enjoy watching these games, enjoy being a Knicks fan, and hopefully we can all celebrate one day together. That's the whole point of this. But we'll see. Anyway,
I'm looking forward to, man. All being together.
I just want to say this, man. I know what's going on and all that stuff. Knock on wood, I haven't had it, but I'm just happy to be on the show to see you do the ole thing with Cat. That ole thing with Cat, that had me dying in the background. I was dying. So all that irrelevant stuff don't mean nothing. I ain't saying I'm Teflon, but I know how to bob and weave.
I hear you, brother. I hear you.
I try anyway. I try.
I love the fact that Ron finally realized Thibs must go.
Myself, man. That's all it is. Look, first, now we saw Shot do it. Number one, and two, me too. I bob and weave. So when I say that out loud, and Shy and I, that's my brother, man.
We get it, Jay. Don't even sweat it, man.
All I'm saying is I'm more disappointed in me than I am.
Man, we got it.
No, we good.
We got that.
We don't even got to harp on it no more. That's it.
We got it.
I'm done.
You good. No, you good. We are good. Let's look at it like clean slate. We are starting again. Still Knicks Fans Saturday show. We here. Know the ledge, baby. No more of the back and forth without respecting each other. We can have difference of opinions. We can go back and plead our cases, but let's respect that. All that means, once again, for those who may not get it, you don't have to say your comment or say your difference of opinion and throw in a name. Oh, this person's this or this person's that. That's not necessary. Just say what you got to say and let's move on. All right. Go ahead, Mets.
In regards to the whole, if we can combine two of the topics into one, Knicks having lost 2 embarrassing games straight and Thibs losing his grip on reality, they go hand in hand. I've been saying for years that the Tin Man has got to go. And games like this, where the team is sluggish, stagnant, and his inability to adapt, or in the case of the game against Charlotte, where players he lets go because he doesn't use them, get a chance to thrive on crappy teams, and then take their vengeance out on us out of spite, as the big flaming middle finger this to Thibodeau, like Daquan Jeffries did on Thursday, really show that Tin Man is stuck in a time loop, not willing to change or understand that the game has shifted from toughness to finesse.
I mean, that's true. That's fair. I mean, you're not wrong in that. Oh, sorry. I know I said let's move on. There was one last thing I did have to say because he's not here, and I just wanted to say Corey Lee also apologized to me off air. And he also wanted me to apologize to you, AA. And I thought
that's my man, man.
I thought I did. I might have forgotten. So I just wanted to do that.
It was forgotten, bro.
All right. So Mets
is right.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, like, it can't be. Look, at this point, I'm with you. Usually, I'm not always, but in this case, I'm with you. Yeah. Go ahead, Double A. What were you gonna say?
Do anybody realize that Thibs defense predicates on guarding the rim as a priority?
Mm-hmm.
We're in a 3-point lead. Is it a coincidence that we lost by 15 points to the Spurs and they hit 5 more threes than us? Count it. 5
Nope.
times 3 is 15,
Mm-hmm.
right? Why is it that we added from when was it when we acquired OG last season to now where we acquired Bridges? We've added 2 of the top wing defenders in the NBA, yet we only utilize one of them on a perimeter because he insists on playing a 6'4" power forward. Now, there's people that have fallen in love with Hart's triple doubles and his rebounds and whatever, but you don't see is when he gets posted up. You don't see when he gets missed assignments. You don't get see when he gets mismatched with a 6'8", 6'9", 6'10" guy and he gives up the offensive rebounds. You don't see that, right? And what's happening is you're making your players bad. You can have all the talent in the world, but if you misused, if you're not put in position to succeed, and that's the coach's job, right, fellas? To take advantage of what your strengths are. Yeah, a lot of our guys, like Colett, may have a defensive challenge or whatever, but we really don't know, right? Because they haven't played. We can only speculate on what we've seen, but to me, players get better with experience, right? You get experience and you play. Those of us who've played ball can attest to that. The more you play, the more you get comfortable, the more you take chances, the more you know the coach ain't going to pull you on the first mistake you make. You take chances, right? Then we can really see what a player's attributes are or not. But, the consensus is that the Knicks got a lousy bench. But the truth is, bro, you don't play, you can't score. You don't play, you don't get experience. And under Tom Thibodeau,
you never do.
You don't. You just don't. All right. So that puts us in a hole. That puts us in a hole when it comes to trading for valuing players. Look, one of our top picks, bro. He's shining in Indiana. You don't think we can use 6'9" Obi Toppin off the bench right now, providing the offense he's giving Indiana, playing the game that he's playing in Indiana, right? But we had no use for him, right? We had no use for him. Thibs had no use for him. The thing is, fellas, Thibs needs to move Josh Hart to the bench and utilize Mikal Bridges like he used to use R.J. Barrett. Take him out 4 or 5 minutes before the half and bring him back in with the second unit. Now, if you bring McBride, Hart, Bridges, and you got Mitchell Robinson coming in, now you should be playing defense, okay? You don't have to play the same way with both your bench and your thing. We already know our starters are not defensive stalwarts. They're never going to be. Not the way they're playing. Not with Towns at center, okay? So we're going to score. Chances are we're going to outscore people, right? So if you play that way and you bring Hart off the bench with Bridges and Mitchell and Precious, you got a defensive team, even with Deuce. And now they don't have to outscore the other bench. They hold them down, right? Now you got balance. But we don't have that. And fellas, man, I'm just so sick and tired of these networks, BSPN now. This dude from Miami, the dude that wore the tight sweatsuits for 2 years. Now he's Mr. Basketball. Yeah. He knows everything, right? Now he's got Detroit whooping us. We supposed to be afraid of Kate Cunningham and Michael Beasley, right? What happened to Karl Anthony Towns, OG Anunoby, Josh Hart, Mikal Bridges, and Jalen Brunson? 2 of our players, we got the starting center and the starting point guard in the Eastern Conference on our team. Yet we got no respect. But is it earned? I feel like I want to argue the fact, bro, but when you turn around, you lose 2 games, one to San Antonio, who's without their franchise player, and playing a bunch of rooks and young fellas, and you lose against Charlotte. What am I going to say, Ryan? Thank you.
It's bad.
I think that's a big part. I'm sorry, Ron. Go ahead.
Oh no, I just want you're good. I just wanted to acknowledge the super chat real quick, and then you can cook, Jay.
Yeah.
And then I want to get to Shah and to Dom P. But hold on. Shout out to my brother, the Objective Knicks fan in the building. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said, I just tapped in, family salute, and let's keep it peaceful. As far as the 2 losses, it's bad, but it isn't the end of the world. We will be fine. And that is the key. You know, as much as I said what I had to say, because like I said, I'm usually super positive, not as positive as Shaw and Divine. They are like, but I try to be as positive as I can. But I just had to get off my negative frustrations. And then, of course, as the show's going to go, you're going to hear me progressively start to say, okay, things are going to be better. I still think that we'll find a way to turn it around.
That's why I came on, Ron.
You're going to hear me say that. You're going to hear me say that. So I'm just telling you, going forward, I am with a lot of people. I do think that Thibs has starting to wear out his welcome. I think it might be time to move on once the off season hits. I think it might be time to go. But I just want to throw that out there. All right. Go ahead, Jay. Go ahead, Jay.
Real quick, so Shaka Cook. I'm gonna just say this because it's kind of like we talked about this last night a bit. Look, I think the word right now is frustrated because we're supposed to beat those teams. No Wemby, no Fox, no Fox on the team, right? And I hate the on paper thing, but on paper and the way we played, our record, where we are, been in the 3rd slot all year. We've been cooking all year. 2 people started the All-Star game for us this year. First time in not my lifetime. So you know what? I think that we're frustrated, right? And that's the word, right? Like we're not like if you rock with a team, you're emotionally tied to a team, and you don't even know how deep sometimes that is. You know, my father raised me on these teams, this, that. I remember sitting with these people. So right now, should we have beaten those teams? We should have put our foot on their necks. But you know what? The NBA teams, and right now we're not playing our best b-ball.
Nope.
So it's frustrating to watch the 3rd best team record-wise in the East lose to teams that are going to be in the lottery pick. It's hard to watch. But you got to remember, we're also the team that dusted
I know where you're going with it.
Dusted off Denver and dusted off everybody. And we don't got
2, 3, and 5. We beat them in a row too. 2, 3, and 5 in the West.
In the West, in a row. And not slightly. Beat the hell out of them. So look, man, it's frustrating to watch, and you know what? We're a fandom that is thirsty as heck to get a chip. We're looking to go to the dance, and as it goes, like last year when OG pulled up on that breakaway layup and everybody else is getting hurt, and it's frustrating. That's all it really is, right? So that's what it is. But you know what? This team is capable of more than it's given, and I don't know. I'm tired right now of the Thibs talk. Because he ain't going nowhere right now.
This is true.
So we have to work with what we got right now. Now, I'm going to say this last thing in chat. When you look down the bench, maybe, right? Maybe, just maybe, and it could be partially his fault because he didn't play some of them some minutes. When I looked down that bench, I bet he was not looking at his players. He was looking at Walt Frazier. You think you can play 5 minutes? You know what I'm saying?
Walt, you get out there.
Yeah, right. I ran that again. Right, yo. You think you can bring that back just a couple times? You could keep on that suit and everything. Just you can. So like, it's tough, man. Having the worst bench in the league, and now you don't have your captain on there, and Cat, who I gotta be honest. We all gotta be honest about it. This man is second in rebounding, and at one point was dropping ridiculous double doubles, like 35 and 18, like ridiculous. I think they're tired and it's frustrating.
Mm-hmm.
So that's it.
And let me just say what I gotta say before I get over. I another thing I want to say, because everybody keeps bringing it up here and there, and I want to give him credit if that's still the case, which it probably still is, because I mean, he's gotten banged up. Cat is playing hurt.
Oh, definitely.
I get it. He's banged up and he's got the knee issues. Looks like something, the hand issue. I get it, and I know that may affect him a little bit. So maybe I'm being too harsh on him on the offensive side. When I say I want to say I look at rebounds like offensive, but they could be defensive, obviously. Maybe I'm being too hard on him for trying to get rebounds when he's ailing and he's got to run around to try to jump and leap and get to the spots. Maybe I'm being a little too hard on him for that. And that's fair. I can eat those words. I can say, okay, cool.
And he's got to make up for a poor rebounder playing power forward.
No, I get it.
We took one of the best defensive wings in the NBA, and we're playing him at power forward, right? We got one of the best top wing defenders in the NBA playing power forward, out of position, right? And then we got Bridges guarding two guards, chasing him around all around the court. As good as he is, bro, you look at some of these two guards, he's fast, bro, fast as hell. So, yeah, you're going to look bad. All right. So this is what I'm saying, bro. You look at people out of position. You bring Mitchell Robinson into the starting lineup, whether he can play 20 minutes or not, you can still start him. And you move Cat to power forward. Now we have an advantage, right? We take a disadvantage. We got advantage. OG can move to small forward. Bridges can move to shooting guard. Our top wing defender can guard wings, okay? And we're better. Our bench is better. Our bench is stronger. We add Josh Hart to our bench. But it's going to take our coach making changes. And I don't see where you guys see that, where he's going to make – it's like he played 8 guys, piss us off. Come on, back to back, bro.
It's like
you played 8 guys.
He could play 8 guys, and there's nothing we can do about it.
So I gotta be honest with you.
I'm just gonna say this because there's some valid points that's being spread around here, and I can't disagree with none of them. I do wish Thibs could change a little bit. I would like to see those two-way players that we got on the roster right now, especially with our guys looking tired, because that's how I feel too. I think in some of these games they are looking tired. To put this Beauchamp and I can't even remember those two guys' name, to put them in for a couple of minutes. And I mean, and the move in for Mitch is a great move for the starting unit, I believe, and putting Josh Hart on the bench. The only downside to that is they're not playing Precious at center no more. We don't have a backup center if we move those guys, if we move Mitch and Cat on this court together, which we can substitute and let Precious get 3, 4, 5 minutes of one of them to come back in. Of course, I know what that's going to, I know that's what I'm hoping for, because right now we don't have a center. We don't have a small forward in the second unit. And I mean, so moving Josh Hart back into the second unit really helps, because we needed that all year long. All year long, we needed someone in the second unit to be a small forward, and Josh Hart could fill that out. Shaman is not doing it for me right now. And I mean, and if there was a way that we could have started using Tyler a little earlier when Shaman was out, maybe we wouldn't all be talking about that. So that could be on Thibs. But also with Thibs, Thibs sees that guy. He's like, Let me look down my bench. That's the thing. Look down my bench. Am I gonna put Tyler Kohler in here, or am I gonna put Payne in the lineup right now? Who am I gonna put in right now? Payne, let's go, buddy. I need you out there. Let's go. Get out there, slap on the butt, get your butt out there, because he ain't looking at Kohler. Look down the bench, and he looking at Kohler. He looking at Deuce McBride. Who he putting in? Come on, Deuce. Let's get it there. Come on, baby. Let's get in there. Get them points in there. That's why Tyler's not getting no minutes right now, because of Payne and Deuce. Not so much Shaman, but Payne and Deuce is the reason why. Plus Brunson. You know what I mean? So that's why Tyler didn't get no real burn this year, and I wish he could have. We don't have nobody else on the bench other than these two-way players that really can fill in some of these positions that we have to substitute. It's the bench, and I've been saying that for a long time, since November, December. You know what I mean? And the bench is where I devise all our problems, because the starters are still averaging 95 points a game. And I mean, these guys are still averaging 95 points a game. It's the second unit, man. Yeah. Precious right now. Precious is falling out of his role since Mitch's got back. And I understand why, but was he really that great? He did do some good things in some game. He got some powerful dunks and put the emphasis on the dunking and putting bodies on people. But shooting the jump shot the other night that he was like eight feet away. I mean, about 8 feet away and airballing it. And he was by himself, all coming down the court and not giving the ball up when he did that. Is that really what we want from our power forward? Is he really hitting enough 3-point shots that we looking for? 35%. He's at like 24% from 3-point land right now. Is that what we really want from our power forward in the second unit?
Yeah.
We take Mitch out of the second unit. Where's our interior defense? Who's making up our interior defense in the second unit if we take Mitch out of the second unit? Precious?
No.
So these are the things that going down the stretch, we all know this, man. We just talk about it, but the problem lays, in my opinion, in that second unit. The starting unit is doing what they do. Cat has big games. Brunson had big games. McKeldon had big games. Johnson had big games. All the guys in the starting unit had big games individually this whole season. When we had a second a bench player have a big game, like a real big game, 35 points. You know what I mean? Somebody phenomenal number or something like that. Like this guy, the dude the other night that hit 6-7 3-pointers. When we had that from the bench, when we have had a Jeremy Lin experience from our bench this year, and that could be
a Steve Novak moment.
And we can put that on Thibs too for not playing the guys. That is a fact. You know what I mean? Because I would like to see now.
We had Ryan, bro. We had an established NBA 3-point marksman, and he didn't get 1 minute of playing time.
Yeah, but Ryan,
he wasn't it. He
wasn't it. We don't know. He didn't play. But let me ask you a question, Shah. Why didn't Moses Brown ever get a chance? You talk about we don't have a shot blocker or anything.
If we move my opinion, if we move Mitchell Robinson to the starting unit, we need a center in the second unit. Why not go get Brown? That's what I want. Because if we're still looking at this man that we could let go, he ain't getting no minutes and he ain't getting no time on top of once Jalen Brunson come back and Deuce and Payne, the same thing rolls for DeLon Wright. That's why he ain't getting no real minutes. He's a point guard, right? He ain't getting in front of those. No, you look down your bench, you're going to go to DeLon Wright or you're going to go to Deuce. You're going to go to Payne, someone that you know, or you someone that you don't know. Everybody knows his name. Deuce, let's go, baby. Let's get out there. So that's the dilemma right now. It's the bench and who Tom Thibodeau, and I hate to say it, but who Tom Thibodeau trusts. When he looks down that bench and he get ready to call somebody in, who he calling in?
Yeah.
He ain't got another option. Everybody talks about Tom Thibodeau and playing rookies and stuff like that. The rookies that he played was all first round picks. Obi Toppin, IQ, the dude that's killing it in Philly right now, RJ, Grimes. All those guys was for these guys that we got now are not first round picks. These guys are second round picks.
Kolek was first round.
No, Kolek wasn't first round. Kolek was a second round, right?
Wasn't he late first round? Kolek was late first round, wasn't he?
No, he was early second.
Daddy was late first.
Maybe Daddy 8, right? Maybe Daddy 8, but he wasn't high. He was like 26, wasn't he? Wasn't he 24 or 26? He wasn't high.
No,
he wasn't a high pick. He wasn't top 30. He wasn't top 15, and he's 20, and he has no experience. I mean, I'm not making no excuses. He could have, and he's been hurt. He's been hurt all year too. He's been hurt all year too.
We give Thibs an out though with that.
I'm not giving him an out.
When you say he ain't playing these guys because he ain't got Thibs guys, guess what, bro? This is your team. Leon Rose is the president and GM. He put this 15-man roster together, right? With the idea that if you're on the Knicks roster, you get on the Knicks roster for the season, you can contribute in some kind of way. You may not be a defensive demon. You may not be an offensive demon, but Leon Rose figured he put you on the Knicks roster. He figured you could help this team. All right? So, Tom Thibodeau, your job is, guess what? Is not to fucking overplay your players into the ground because you decide that these guys are not your thing, okay? This is your team.
And
so how does your team feel, man? How do your rookies feel? How can they ever gain confidence when you don't play? You don't play. Give me a young player that wants to come to the Knicks.
I'm with you with that, AA, no question. But who we gonna play? Who we gonna play? Who's on the bench that's dependable?
We don't know.
Well, we don't know, but who is?
Hold on.
My bad.
We don't know.
Hold on 1 second, because we
can only speculate what they can and can't do because they haven't gotten the chance to do it.
That's fair. What Shaw says is fair, and what AA says is fair as well. They're both right. They're not wrong. They're both right. And go ahead, Mets. I was gonna. I want to see.
This is why I view the combo of Thibs and Rose, two sides of the same coin, and that coin is greed.
I like that.
And Rose is a waster, not real wasting.
I like that. I like the way you did that.
And the guys he does get, he's not even aware that Thibs isn't going to play these damn guys because Thibs loves to hoard the players he feels he can trust. Enough is enough.
That's fair.
Mets, I do go back and forth with you sometimes. Like I said, once again, I talked about this whole thing about respect. I go back and forth with Mets, but he knows I tease him because Mets always seems negative sometimes. But Mets is cooking right now. No, but you cooking. Today you cooking, Mets. Today you cooking. Not you ain't cooking every day, but today you cooking. So, Don P, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm with y'all. What's the word? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Crystal.
Talking, man. I want to get some words from you, my brother.
Hey, yo, you see my name on there, boycott Knicks fan. You feel me? You see that? You did? You already know what time it is. Hey, shout out to the panel. Shout out to the chat. Listen, some of what everybody's saying on the panel is correct. You know what I mean? Like you can't change. You can't change the Tiger Stripes. Thibs is Thibs. He's gonna be who he's gonna be. And I hear this term, somebody's not a Thibs guy. Like I'm gonna ask the panel, like, what is a Thibs guy?
A Thibs guy is someone who can be tough, ultra durable, and basically play small ball in the paint style defense, sacrificing perimeter defense at any and all costs. At least that's how I've seen it.
I'll give you my answer, Dumpy. This is how I look at it. Thibodeau has, I'm going to use Shah's word real quick. He has a circle of trust. He rolls with the people that he believes in. That's a Thibs thing. Now, not being a Thibs guy, I don't go with that saying. Like the coach rolls with who he has on his roster. But Thibs did do one thing that I disagree with the whole for that. That's why we are now. A Thibs guy, a Thibs move is not all the minutes they played, but the consecutive minutes that they played all year is starting to show themselves. So I'm a Knicks guy. So Thibs is the coach. I'm rooting for I'm rooting for him to do the best thing. I'm a Knicks guy. So would you rather, this is my question to like back to that. You want Thibs or you want a handful of those coaches that we had right before Thibs when we had them for 3 months, 4 months, 7 months, 1 year? I think Thibs we're in the third seed still. So I don't know if that answers the question. Thibs guy, he has a circle of trust. He only really rocks with the people he truly believes is going to get his style of defense down.
So, all right. So let me ask you this to Jay, and I want you to discount anything that happened after he was on the Knicks. Let's just remember when he was on the Knicks. Why did Thibs keep Cam Reddish in the doghouse?
It wasn't a Thibs guy.
Why?
He wasn't in his circle. He wasn't, and that's a good question. But
what? Because was it his defense?
Happened to Reddish after he went to the Lakers. He shined for a little time, and then he got put in the doghouse. It's got to be something with Reddish.
The reason why I said let's discount everything that happened after the Knicks, did he play bad for the Knicks when he got booted out?
No.
Was he trash?
Matter of fact, they were talking about extension for him. We were talking about whether he was going to get the bag.
Let me help a little bit with the Cam Reddish thing. If you go back and you remember, because I don't remember, my memory is very selective. I don't remember a lot of things, but I remember this. When Cam came here, it wasn't that necessarily Cam wasn't a Thibs guy. Is that Thibs had no plans for Cam on this team. Thibs was already trying to figure out how to find minutes for the guys he had, and they threw Cam at him, and now he had to figure out a way to put Cam in the mix, and he was like, I don't have minutes. And we saw that because he did the press conference, and he said, I mean, listen, I got this team, I don't, I got to find minutes for all these guys. So, yeah. I don't know. I forgot exactly what he said, but he basically said, I didn't ask for Cam in a way because he had to figure out how to play Cam. So, but it wasn't it wasn't necessarily that Cam wasn't the fit, because the reason why I say that is because if you guys remember at that time, we were kind of shorthanded for what we were doing out there. And it was one point where Cam looked like our best defender, which is pretty sad because Cam is okay, but he ain't that great of a defender. But it was one point he looked like our best defender. He was getting busy on the defensive side, and people were like, man, Cam is playing great on defense, and Thibs really likes that. The problem is, if you guys remember, I can't remember everything totally, but if you guys remember, there was a point towards the end before he got benched where Cam started to kind of feel himself a little bit, right? And then Thibs was trusting Cam, and they were giving him the ball, and they put him in a moment where he was a part of the offense. And he went to Dallas, and he sucked. Right. It was a terrible game for him. And then he had nerve to say something to Thibs after the game about the play. This was behind the scenes. And when Thibs, you know how Thibs is. We already know that, guys. Thibs is petty. And if you talk to Thibs, especially when you're not playing up to your potential, he does not like it. And Cam said some stuff to Thibs, and that was it.
Yeah.
That was Cam.
Yeah.
Well, see, I remember all right, so you told most of the story. But when I remember that game when Cam was playing horribly, he came back from an injury. You know why he came back from an injury? Cam was playing so good on defense, perimeter-wise, that Thibs put him on Steph Curry. And he got injured. He literally got injured to finish Steph Curry, running through them screens. Got injured doing that. When he came back from the Mavs after injury, after fighting and tearing for minutes, and Thibs benched him after he had one bad game. Now remember, during that time, RJ Barrett, the people's champ, he was stinking it up. He was stinking it up. He had the green light. He had like 8 straight games where he literally shot us out the ball game, but he still had the green light. Cam played one bad game off of an injury and Thibs sat him. And now this is just not about Cam. It just shows that what somebody said about somebody being Thibs guy in a circle of trust.
Be a Thibs guy, and it still doesn't matter. I get what you're getting at.
It doesn't matter. And that's
right.
That's
and how it hurt us, right? You know how it hurt us? It hurt us because of trade value. we had to attach a number 1 pick to Cam Reddish, and instead of being able to flip him 1-on-1 for Josh Hart, we had to attach a number 1 pick because he wasn't worth shit. We weren't playing him, so Portland looked at us like, "What? You need to give us something. You ain't even playing that dude." All right, so we ended up giving up a number 1 pick plus Cam Reddish, and what did we do? We gave up a number 1 pick plus a player. We picked number 1 for Cam Reddish. Remember, we traded Knox plus a number 1 to get Cam Reddish on the Knicks. Then we had to add another number 1 to Cam Reddish to get Josh Hart. So if you want to look at the truth Friday, we traded three number 1 picks plus Cam Reddish for Josh Hart because of Tom Thibodeau's petty ways.
So that adds more.
Josh Hart is probably worth that.
That adds more to why I'm boycotting the team, right? So I can handle the losing. I can handle the losing. For me, it's always, if I can see the light at the end of the tunnel, then everything is going to be okay. That light at the end of the tunnel for me is draft picks, right? That's the light at the end of the tunnel for me. When you start trading away our draft picks to get subpar talent, then that to me tells me, okay, like you just care about winning now. So when I hear terms like, oh, okay, you know, they made a trade for 5 picks just to get Mikal Bridges, well, why don't we just wait until next year for things to pop off? No, these dudes is 29, 30 years old. All of our core team members, 30, 29, 30, 29. Like they're competing with dudes like Jalen Brown and what's his name, Jason Tatum. They 26 years old. So our Knicks, we have a low window for winning. We have to win now. I'm not accepting losing in the second round. That's unacceptable. For how much we gave up to get this team, that's unacceptable. It's unacceptable. You see what I mean? It's completely unacceptable. So like, and just to know that it's a general consensus that we cannot beat the Cleveland Cavaliers or we can't beat the Celtics for how much we paid, we should be able to. It has to justify us at least going to the finals. It has to. We lost 5 picks. So people's talking about we got to retool the team. How? With what money? What draft picks? What assets? Any move that we make from this point forward is going to make the team even worse.
And that's why I kept calling Rose a waster. There is no point in giving away that much draft capital like it's candy. I don't care how low in the first round pecking order it is, but you do not do something this short-sighted and stupid without realizing the long-term consequences.
I mean, you're right, and I will say that we don't have a lot of cachet anymore. We've used it, right? This team is it, and James Dolan even told you this is going to be the team for a minute, right? But
next year,
for a minute. But if we needed to, we don't have a lot of time, but if we needed to, this offseason, even next year, if we needed to, we could make a choice and move a player or two and bring back more capital. We could. We do have good players on this team. OG Anunoby would command some capital. Karl Anthony Towns, for whatever you want to say about him defensively, he's a monster. He's going to get you 3 picks. He's getting you 3 first-round picks, eady. So it's not like if we had to, if things don't look good right now, and they had to say, we don't need to retool, like we don't need to scrap everything. We just need to pivot. They could trade Karl Anthony Towns, get picks back, get a couple serviceable players, and have some money available. You can get expiring contracts, get some draft picks, and then next offseason, obviously not this offseason, you might be able to use some money and go pay for somebody free agent wise that might be a better fit. I'm just giving you an idea because Cat is our biggest asset. I'm not throwing Jalen Brunson in. Jalen Brunson's not going anywhere. I don't care how you feel about him. He's the one guy I don't think would go anywhere. Okay,
this is what I think, man.
Let me ask you this though: like, if we was to trade Cat, who can we get to make the team better?
Well, that's the thing. Like, you can't It's like if you decide to trade Cat, it's not always about who can you get to make the team better.
It's about it could be breaking it down. It could be breaking it down
and getting assets, right? Like if I say that right now this doesn't look like it's going to work. I thought it would work, but there's a couple problems that we have to address, and we need more help. I could trade Cat. This guy's once again. This is just hypothetical. I'm not saying trade Cat. If I could trade Cat, get at least 3 first-round picks back, right? Get a couple serviceable players, maybe a player that we got to eat a little money and have it under contract for like 2 or 3 years, whatever. I could get an expiring contract in there, whatever it is. But at the end of the season, the next offseason, I'd have some money to play with. Because remember, Cat's making close to 60 million, 50 something, and he's gonna command more. I would have a little money to then go out and go, get a free agent player that might help. You might not be able to get him back in the trade for Cat, and you may not want him. You probably want the assets more because we talk about we gave up all our assets. That's how you get the assets back. You lose a season of getting a good player at that point, but then the next season, the next off season, you have free agent money that you could bring somebody else in. Maybe not on the level of Cat, but somebody serviceable that could be a 30 million a year type player. And there's a lot of good 30 million a year type players out there. So I'm just saying, like, you could do something like that if you had to. I'm not saying that's what they would do. I'm just saying Cat, to me, gets you the most return. I think Cat even gets you more return than Jalen Brunson, to be honest, because he's a 7-footer, who could do so much offensively, and he's very efficient. So that's what I was thinking.
So two questions, and I'm gonna pass the mic. Two questions, I'm gonna pass the mic. So this the elephant in the room.
Hold on, Don P. Don't forget. Hold on. Go ahead, Double A. I don't want you to forget.
Right. You guys have to think about this, okay? The Cleveland Cavaliers, they basically have the same starting 5 that lost to us, that we dominated in the playoffs, right? And what did they do? Where are they now? What change did they make? Sometimes it ain't the players, bro. Sometimes it's the voice.
Yeah, I
Sometimes
agree.
it's the cook, the person that can mix it up and put the players in the right position, run the right schemes. And then, I hear a lot of this, bro. Oh, if Thibs goes, who we going to get? Thibs is like, Thibs is, he's the only coach. The coach, the only coach that ever won with us. That's not a reason to keep him, bro. The Toronto Raptors were in the playoffs year after year after year after year. The same year, their coach won Coach of the Year. They fired him, and they hired somebody that never coached in the NBA ever in their life. And he won the NBA championship the following year. The Boston Celtics hired a coach, never coached in the NBA in his life. He took them to the NBA Finals. Couldn't keep it in his pants. He got fired. So they ended up having to hire another guy, never coached a game in the NBA in his life. He won the championship. Okay? And the story goes on and on, bro. Cleveland Cavaliers can't get it together. They didn't blow up their team. They hired Johnny Bryant. They hired Kenny Atkinson, somebody who barely had NBA coaching experience. So what I'm saying is, just because there is somebody not out there that's not a Hall of Fame coach that we can bring here that's a proven winner, that doesn't mean that Thibs should stay. That doesn't mean they ain't somebody to come here and take us to the next level. Fellas, if somebody told me at the beginning of the season, we're going to have Cat, OG, Brunson, Bridges, Hart, eventually Mitchell Robinson, you can't tell me we'd be playing like this. You couldn't tell me by adding 2 defensive players like Bridges and OG that we'd be bad on defense as we are. Right?
Yeah, no, I agree with you, but I seem to think that there's selective memories. Like we did 9 in a row, 7 in a row, 6 in a row. There was a point we were 2 games right behind Boston. Like it's subjectively thinking. Like
I'm looking at the whole picture.
Right. So what I'm saying, and I agree with you on that. I always say this, on Knicks Real Talk when when I get a chance to sit on the panel with them. two things can be right at the same time. And that's just the truth. More than two things can be right at the same time. People could be tired. Thibs' voice could be now blocked out of their head. Maybe they're tired of him. You know, it could be a mixture of so many different things. Who could we get for Cat? I am sure we could get not only whatever, but I don't think it's going to be a Cat move. Like you got to see this. Like when you make a big move, a lot of teams have this I gotta save face feeling. They traded a guy who was special to Randall, who chose us, the guy who started the whole thing for me, and Debo, who was obviously our second best player in the playoffs last. And finished the season strong. But don't forget, he didn't begin the season that way. And, you know, so, like, I think they're trying to build around Brunson and Cat. I don't think those are the people who are, I think they're the safest people here, to be honest with you.
Well, Jay chose it.
I think where we blew it was, even though we were strapped, and I hate to use this word because I've been in them before, we were handcuffed because of the cap and you know all the stuff that comes with the CBA and all that whatever. The fact of the matter is that I think we should have went out and got a second big man. We have a ton. You know, we're talking about Shaman. Shaman's like 6'3" playing the three.
Yeah.
That's why when Mitch comes back, and waiting on Mitch was look, I'm a Mitch fan, but waiting on him, not making moves, not, you know, shaking it up a little bit. You know, and I say this every night, you know, and no matter what, you know, the moment that Mark Williams got, you know, poo-pooed by the Lakers, that's the second I would have scooped him up.
Right.
You know, for OG and, you know, and Sims if we waited, however it worked out.
But the only thing I wanted to say to your point,
the
only thing I wanted to say to your point, Jay, is because I know, and you have been harping on the big man thing, and I know how important it is to the team. You're right. But the only thing I wanted to say is I want us to be able to continue to focus on the issues that happen with the team, but also acknowledge how things are starting to work out in certain ways, because the last two games, Mitch has showed that he's Mitching. Like, Mitch is looking like, okay, this is why you wait. Because of what he's given. The last two games, he's starting to look again like Mitchell Robinson of old, getting the rebounds, even adding points, which really is an indictment on the.
To Jay's point, Jay is saying, yeah, wait on Mitch, no doubt. We know what he can do. But if I'm reading Jay right, you know, I'm the person that I thought we'd have added somebody like Kessler.
Right.
I think Jay wanted to keep Mitch away from Mitch, but he's under the impression we need more than Mitch.
I agree. But I mean, I'm just saying, I'm talking like, I'm more of, you know what it is? I'm kind of like more saying that like about the team now and going forward, because we can't go backwards. They didn't do it. They messed up. they messed up there.
I'm just talking about where we meant. Like,
yeah, no, I hear you. You're right. You're right. They should have had a better plan to have a backup big in this case, not wait 5 months almost to get Mitch here. Like, I mean, it's kind of crazy when you think about it. I just want to say one quick thing. Once again, listen, as much as I try to downplay this kid, because, you know, it's the G League, and this guy's dropping 28 points and 27 rebounds. I mean, how much more does Moses Brown got to do to get on this damn team? I'm very confused. But go ahead, Sha. And I want to down because I know you had two questions.
I'm just gonna say this real quick, kind of, sort of. You know, if we would, you know, if here we go with the if, but Mitchell Robinson starting this year would have changed a whole lot of things. And I mean, Mitchell Robinson coming back has changed a whole lot of things. So maybe we will see something soon because we all talk about it. So if we all talk about it, I'm pretty sure the office is talking about it too because it makes the Knicks a better team. As one thing that I see with Josh Hart recently, they like to lack off of Josh Hart and play the double team on whoever the big is, more so on Cat now, especially that Jalen Brunson's not there. But when Jalen Brunson's there, they do the double team on Jalen Brunson from Josh Hart, man, or from Cat's man. So it's always a small and a big on our bigger players. If we put Mitch down there, that will leave Mitch in the dunker spot, which will open up Mikal Bridges because you have to play defense on Mitch because why? He will dunk it on you. Mm-hmm. I mean, we ain't looking for
get the offensive rebound.
Or one or the other, and he won't be the one that you have to, someone that will have to pay on him, not off the Mitch. Nobody going to double. Mitch, man, is not going to double team anybody. You know what I mean? Unless they in the paint and they turn around to it. But overall, that man ain't running out to the 3-point line, unless he gets a blown coverage to go defend him. With that being said, that's where it starts. We move him in and move Josh Hart into the second unit. And I'm going to say this again. I still believe or still think that they do have a plan for Brown. It has to be about the money. I'm not exactly sure why they haven't brought him up, but it has to be about the money. Just like TJ, it has to be about the money. When they relinquish this guy and let him go and maybe even let PJ go so they could bring up Brown, it has to be about the money. I mean, he must be his paid thing over $5 million may have to be $200 and something thousand for the duration of the year. You know what I mean? And they don't have that right now. That's why they using the money so when they get down to the point, they won't have no money at the end of the year. Go in here and go get somebody at the prorated rate. So with that being said, I hope that they can do that because if Mitch goes into the starting unit, we're going to really have a problem in the secondary unit if both of those guys are starting. Even if you put Precious in there for 4 minutes or so and switch one of them out, and then he comes back in the at the 4-minute mark to take away the minutes that Precious put in for both Mitch and Robinson being on the court in the starting unit. So that's what I had to say about that.
And I hear you, Shaw, and I think you're right. But my opinion is even part of that and worse. I feel like Moses Brown is never going to be a part of this New York Knicks team. I'm telling you.
No, I don't think so. I think Hunter Party had the better shot at it because he was starting.
Right. And he's already on. He's already on the contract on the roster.
And it's a shame because it would have cost us nothing. It would have solved the problem of him overplaying people.
You
bring him up and you put him in for a few minutes a game. You can see what he can do.
No, but that's the problem, Double A. I think it's to what Shaw was saying. I think it will cost us something. The Knicks just don't have enough money to put him on this team
right now.
And so I think what they're doing is they think they're slick, and I ain't mad at them. What they keep doing is they keep holding on to him and bringing him back. Because if Mitchell Robinson goes down and gets hurt and can't play for an extended period of time, maybe they got to shut him down for the season. I don't know how much longer you can get away with this, but at some point, if you lose a player that makes a certain amount of money, you can get a little bit of a injury exception, right? And I think that's what the Knicks are trying to do. I'm not sure. This is my theory. I'm a conspiracy theorist that the Knicks are holding on to him because if, God forbid, if Mitch went down and they needed to help replace somebody, they couldn't go nowhere else. They got Moses Brown there. They can get an injury exception, at least a partial injury exception from the league. They could use that money to sign Moses, and therefore you fill the spot. I think that's why they keep bringing him back to the G League because they can't just put him on the team right now. He would have been there because we need him.
But he's a free agent, so he doesn't have a set contract.
Right.
But it doesn't matter. They can't. They got to offer him a certain amount of money. And if I'm not mistaken, I don't know what it is now, but I thought it was somewhere around 300 to 400,000. The Knicks were away from the cap. That's an average player. That's like an average bench player. And Moses Brown might command more than that because of his, even though he's not like an official player on anybody's.
He is in the league.
In the league a little bit. So
why didn't they just waive that player that they got from the Bucks for Sims? That
they still have to pay that money.
They still got to pay that money.
It comes off at the end of the year.
Yeah,
they still gonna have to pay that money, but it doesn't hit your cap. If I'm not mistaken, it doesn't hit your cap if you waive this year.
Buyout,
I don't think it hits your cap.
I meant buyout. That's what I meant.
Don't let this distract y'all from the fact that we had Duran. and we traded him away
You know,
so we could
but
resign
don't
Mitchell
do that,
Robinson.
Dom P. Don't
Don't
do
let
that.
that respect out from the fact. See, this is why I'm boycotting the Knicks.
You know,
This is
Duran
why I'm boycotting the
That was
Knicks,
a
baby.
move. I don't know what it was for.
Can we not talk about this? It gives me heartache. That's one of my favorite centers in the league, bro.
we turned Duran into Jalen Brunson, bro.
Yeah, but we could have gave him a different pick.
But you know what's crazy?
We
You
could
know
have
what's
gave him a
crazy about that,
different
Ron?
pick.
You know
We
what's
could have
crazy
gave him
about
a
that, Ron?
different pick.
Well, hold on one second, Double A. Don't forget. Hold on. Go ahead, Dom P.
What's crazy about that, Ron, is everybody and their mama knew Jalen Brunson wanted to come to the Knicks. It felt like a Melo situation all over again. That's exactly what it felt like. Did you really have to do all of that to get Jalen Brunson? Really?
Yeah.
Remember, everything was based off of nepotism.
No, I get it. But remember, you guys, look, I know we get upset about the Duran thing. Duran was a really good young player, better than Mitch at that point and when he came out of the college or whatever. But the point is, they had to do it. The Duran thing wasn't about us freeing up anything to get Jalen Brunson. The Duran thing was us giving Detroit what they wanted for taking Kemba off our hands and giving us cash back.
Yes.
That is what it's about. The Duran thing really had nothing to do with us getting Jalen Brunson as far as we needed to free something up. No, Duran was a favor to Detroit because they took Kemba Walker off our hands. That's who they wanted.
But they wanted a pick. They wanted a pick. They wanted a pick, and we gave them that pick instead of a future pick.
Hey, that's another strike against Leon. Who signed Kemba? It was Leon, right? That's another.
But hey, that was his first offseason, though. In fairness, that was his first. You know,
and that was the last little bit of money.
And I was among many that thought that was a good move. I was around many that thought it was a good move.
It was definitely a move. Him and Fournier was definitely a move to have that money that we had to spend it. You know what I mean? We didn't have nobody else to big. So, all right, let's get Fournier and
No.
let's get
I ain't going to let you get away, Shaw. DeRozan, in fact, they didn't even give DeRozan a look. DeRozan wanted to come to the Knicks. And we signed for Fournier instead of DeRozan. But DeRozan wanted to come to the Knicks.
I think we would have got him. I think,
lot better. We'd have been a lot better.
We sure would have. I think we would have got him. I don't think he wanted to come.
You know what? I think that you're right.
And I just wanted to say, I know JJ, I know what you're saying, but what you're missing is the behind the scenes stuff. This is just like we all of us have a feeling about what took place with Dallas and the Lakers, right? That's behind the scenes stuff. The Knicks and Detroit had behind the scenes stuff going on. Notice how there was a point where the Knicks couldn't move anybody, they couldn't trade nobody nowhere, and we kept dealing with Detroit. We had behind the scenes stuff going on, is what I'm trying to tell you. That's how one hand scratches the other. Yes, take this player off my hands now. In the future, I got something for you. We'll work something out. This is how it all culminates. That's how we were able. That's why they took Kemba off our hands. That's why we made that trade, gave them that pick, and drafted who they wanted because they wanted Duran, and we did that for them. Listen, no one in their right mind is going to say, I would rather have Jalen Duran on this team than Jalen Brunson. No one. I don't care how much you hate him, David Smith. I don't care. You are going to want Jalen Brunson over Jalen Duran. So that's what they did.
You know what? If you put it that way, I would agree with that. But what I will say is this. There's legs to the notion that a young Detroit Pistons team might give us some trouble in the playoffs.
That's fair. I'm not going to be one to lie about that. That's true. They look good.
I just said that.
But here's the effed up part about it. My bad. The effed up part about that is we gave up so much to get the type of team that we have. So again, is that acceptable?
It's not about is it acceptable, but what I want you to do is look at who we got. I know what we gave up to get these players, but look at who they are. There's no reason why these Knicks teams shouldn't be successful right now. I mean, technically they are successful. I was
about to say that. We are third in the East.
They just have a lot of moments. They have a lot of moments that make us question who they are going forward. That's what it is. Because no one can talk about that the Knicks are definitely a third seed still. They have 43 wins, right? So, and they did that. They hit that 43 mark early. Like, you know what? We were on the road to 50. So it's not about them not being a good team. It's about, are they good enough to get to the next level? And that is what's driving Knicks fans crazy. These players are good. You can't tell me that if I told you 2 years ago the Knicks are going to wind up with Mikal Bridges, Josh Hart, Jalen Brunson, OG Anunoby, Carl Anthony. We would all be like, this is a video game. Ain't no way in hell. Come on, y'all. Like, team.
So here's my two questions. And I'm going to pass the mic. Knicks against the Pacers. How you think they're going to clear the Pacers out? You think they're going to sweep them?
No. But Detroit has too much fight in them that we've seen, not just against the Knicks, against all teams, against the Clevelands, the Bostons. The Detroit comes to play, and Detroit's got some good talent on the team. They also got
special.
Cunningham is special. They also got some fight. They got a dog over there who's a little dirty. You know, when you got certain things like that, you can come to play, because that dude, the power forward that the Knicks always wanted on the team, he got some pit bull in him. So, yeah, Stewart. When you got stuff like that in your team, they got some good 3-point shooting. They got some guys that are bought into defense. Listen, once again, guys, we could talk about a team being bad for however long they want to be, but Detroit has been bad for a while, and eventually you're going to get some good talent. You can't be bad forever. So they've been bad long enough, and now they've got some good talent. So I definitely expect Detroit to come out and make it a fight. I would say
they've been together for a while as well.
True. I think Detroit could take it to 6 games. I'll be honest, like 4-2, and 4-2 is very respectable, because Detroit has enough that they can make things very interesting, especially on this Knicks team. But that doesn't mean that I think Detroit will beat them in a 7-game series. This Knicks team is the type that gets you so frustrated, right? But when they start to get down into the playoffs, when you know this is do or die, and they got to play the same team over and over, as long as guys are healthy, they can win. It's just like Indiana. Indiana played the Knicks better than the Knicks played Indiana, but it was also because we didn't have enough of the pieces. Guys got hurt. You know, a full healthy team was going to beat Indiana.
Yep.
So I just that's all I'm saying. This Knicks team, as much as we have issues with them, as much as we get mad at Tom Thibodeau, this whole using 8 guys, using 9 guys, playing them the way they're playing them, when it hits the playoffs, now it looks like he's okay, because everybody's doing the same thing. Is it right? No. But I'm just telling you, when the playoffs hit, everybody's going to be playing 8 or 9 guys for the most part.
And on top of that, you also have to take into consideration, you're not flying from airport to airport to airport to airport to airport to airport. Right. You know what I mean? The travel time and these singular on the docket games are totally different than what a series could match up to. So now you're only dealing about 2 areas that you got to go to: your home and away. It's not you got to go to LA, then you got to go to Golden State, then the next game you get a day off, then you go to Sacramento, then you go to come back to Houston, then you come back to New York, and then you go right back out to San Antonio, and you go to, like that. You know what I mean? It's not like that. And I'm not making, I don't want to sound like I'm making an excuse, but in my opinion, the Knicks have had the hardest. I've never seen back-to-backs to back-to-backs away. Then we got a nice run at home, and then away, then back, then away. We done had some rough against teams, back-to-back hard teams. And these 2 teams, yes, of course, we should have beat these teams. On paper, we should have shellacked both of these teams. We didn't. But that's 2 games on the docket. That's it. I'm here for the 82 games. I want the Knicks to still get to 52 wins this year. And I mean, I still want us to get all the way back with Jalen Brunson with about 5-6 games left in the regular season, so he can get back acclimated. These guys are going to have to play some minutes down the stretch to keep their drilling going, but playing all these minutes in the playoffs too. So yes, we do have to take a little lack off. I'm hate these 2 last games, because we should have beat these teams. This would have had us at like 46 wins, closer to 50. You know what I mean? 45, 43, the 3 games, the Golden State game 2. We should have been about 46 games right now with those 3 losses. And those were games that we had in the bag. We supposed to beat them, but we didn't. All right. We ain't guaranteed to win every game, but I still believe in the New York Knicks. They could get it together. And this last little stretch of games that they lost, in my opinion, 5 days and 4 nights. 4 nights and 5 days. I mean, they played 4 games and 5 nights away and came back and then went away again. What time did they really have to take a break? What break did they have with no bench?
So
right?
last
and everything
question.
else that throws in, no Jalen Brunson and all this other stuff. I don't want to put hyperbole in there, but these things do factor into what we have to talk about when we watch these Knicks too.
So last question.
Points. I'm not trying to make excuses, but valid points.
Yeah, that's fair. Go ahead, Don P.
Last question. So are we gonna make injuries an excuse if we do lose in the first round? Would that be an excuse to all of us as to why we lost?
No.
I'm hoping we have everybody healthy. I hope everybody healthy.
Let me
at least 80%.
Do you think we would have beat Indiana last year if we didn't have injuries?
You said, do I think they would have beat Indiana last year?
There's a possibility.
We brought them to Game 7 with
I
about
feel like
6 people. I'm just saying.
I feel like
doesn't that matter?
To answer your question, because I was actually rooting against the Knicks during the Pacers series. But to answer your question,
yo, you're killing me, man.
He was going through it last year, bro. But go ahead, Don P.
Yo, to answer your question, I felt like y'all would have. I feel like the Knicks team would have, because it was people like DiVincenzo that was giving Indiana that work more than anybody. Him and Hart, they was giving them that work. We don't have anybody like Devo anymore. We don't have anybody who can light it up from the who can light it up from the 3-point line, who's tough like that.
Yeah,
never mind what he's doing with the Timberwolves.
Those guys were bench guys first, right? We had a starting unit, and Devo and Hart. The reason why we played so strong, came off the bench to bring that ferocity, and not to mention iHeart.
Right.
Those were the people that came off the bench. We don't have the second big man, and we don't have the bench now.
Here's the caveat. Here's the caveat to your question, though. Here's the caveat to that. How Josh Hart got injured, did it have anything to do with fatigue or him being overplayed?
I mean, it could have been.
Sure, it all does.
We know how he played last year. That was crazy.
Yeah.
He had 2 series that he played.
So Josh Hart has a chronic knee.
Right.
Knee
I was about to thank you, Double A. He had that since
a chronic knee injury. So every year flares up.
You talking about his abdomen?
No, I'm talking about his knee.
No, that was what was injured last year during the playoffs. That's what got him out of it. Yeah, that's what got him out of it. They was talking about the fact that they felt like
he had jumped up and that's right.
Well, I'm saying he shouldn't be playing the minutes he should anyway because of his knee, his chronic knee.
So to answer that question, I said it's a possibility, but here's the difference between Rick Carlisle, and Tom Thibodeau. Rick Carlisle, he don't mind playing nobodies off the bench and letting them get burned. So by the time the playoffs come around, they be eating. The Pacers have one of the best benches in the NBA right now.
Yeah.
Right now.
I believe that.
I told you this last.
Guess who's on there leading the chart?
Obi Toppin. Obi. But
yo, how's the weather in Indiana?
I don't know. I don't live in Indiana.
but look, don't get me wrong, guys. I know I just don't want us to go too crazy with the Obi Toppin, Quentin Grimes stuff. I think we all have had our moment to talk about it. I'm not downplaying those 2 young players. That think they are solid players. I think they can be really good depending on the situation and the usage. But let's not forget that the Knicks are in a situation where we have at least for the points that they've been here, we've had somebody a little better than them, right? If we didn't, then they could have got that opportunity to be that person. but we've never been in that situation where Quentin Grimes is unanimously the starting shooting guard, or Obi Toppin is unanimously the starting power forward. It just hasn't happened for this Knicks team, or even for that Knicks team or this Knicks team. There's always somebody ahead of these guys, so they're never going to be able to. I don't care how developed we develop them. If we put them in all types of scenarios, gave them all the G League usage, they are never going to get the looks that they could get somewhere else in a different situation with this Knicks team. It just doesn't stack up that way. So when you talk about Obi Toppin, I know people were bringing it up last week. He hit the game winner for Indiana. You looked at who played in that game. Not a lot of people. Obi Toppin was one of the leading people out there. That says a lot to me. You get the usage and the looks. We depend on you. Nobody says Obi Toppin can't score. He led his college team in scoring. He was one of the tops in the nation. He can score.
Super athletic.
Definitely. But and then the flip side is the hold on one second, before I forget. The flip side is No, I still want to forget. Quentin Grimes is even worse. And I don't mean like he's worse. I mean his situation is even more beneficial to him. He's playing these last games that he's going nut. Nobody's over there. It's just him. No Paul George, no Maxey, no Embiid. That rookie dude who was going crazy, he's not there either. Everything's going through Quentin Grimes. No one questioned whether Quentin Grimes had talent. It's just when you're in a role on a team, how beneficial can you be to that team in that role? And the Knicks needed role players. They don't need a starting shooting guard in Quentin Grimes. They had somebody. They had RJ. Now it's different. We have a different jack of all trades type of scenario where you can mix and match. You could put Hart there. You could put Macau there. But the point is, don't get me wrong. As much as you might want to say, I don't know. There's an argument to be made. I don't know how many people Knicks fans could be fickle. I don't know how many people would rather have Quentin Grimes on this team over Josh Hart. I'm sure there might be a couple of y'all out there, but the majority of Knicks fans would rather have Josh Hart. And if I say how many of y'all would rather have Quentin Grimes here over Mikal Bridges, you guys who don't really want to look at the game might say I'd rather have Quentin Grimes. But let me tell you something. Just like Mikal Bridges goes quiet, Quentin Grimes goes quiet too. We only see him. This is like 5-6 games you seen him going crazy. It's an 82-game season. Put him in that role and let him be the guy, and let Paul George come back. Let Embiid come back. Let Maxey be out there. And let's see how much Quentin Grimes eats. Let's see if he drops 30 and 40 and all this, hits game winners. Let's see. That's all I'm saying. Put that out there, guys.
But see, Ryan, that I got to do a pushback on that, because here's the thing, I'm gonna name some names: OG Anunoby, Pascal Siakam, Fred VanVleet. All of them have been developed on the Raptors team. Now, if we had somebody like OG Anunoby, if we drafted somebody like him, you think he would have turned out into the player that he is under Tom Thibodeau?
I'm not gonna.
If we had Pascal Siakam. You think he would have developed into the player that he was under Tom Thibodeau?
All I can say to you is I can't give you that answer, but I do have an answer. So I don't know for certain, but what I will tell you is Tom Thibodeau, when he gets a guy who already knows how to play the game, they succeed under Tom Thibodeau. He don't have no issue using a guy who knows what they're doing, who can't miss. Julius Randle, a beast. Jalen Brunson, a beast. Karl Anthony Towns in Minnesota, a beast. Karl Anthony Towns, when he came to the Knicks this year, a beast. It's not about if you know how to play and you got some talent, Thibodeau knows how to use you. It's the problem. I think what and again, I'll let you finish. I think the problem that Tom Thibodeau is having is he's never had this much talent before. I don't know if he knows how to use all of these guys to their best when they're all working together. You know what I mean? Look at Tom Thibodeau's teams. He's never had a team where he's had all of these guys in the starting lineup like this, finding how to keep everybody fresh, finding out how to keep everybody in tuned into the game, get their looks, get their rhythm going. Like, he knows how to do it with one or two players. But when you got all of these guys that need their rhythm, Mikal needs rhythm, as AA has said, as other people have said. You got to get this guy going, bro. And he needs to keep it. That's how you keep him for the rest of the game. He hasn't found the best way to do that. That's why we talked about him going to the bench and all this stuff. So I'm just saying, it's not like he can't do it. I just think that the Knicks have overloaded him with all of these guys in the starting lineup, and we need to figure out a better way to move forward with this team, whether you got to break it up or you just got to get rid of the coach. It's not happening now. We know that already. I'm just saying going forward, because this ain't working. It ain't really working. Go ahead, Don P, and then I'll move on because I know other people.
So I got on somebody else's show, and I asked this question because it's leaning towards this point. Like, is it at all possible that we can start building as if we're a small market team instead of like relying on veterans, instead of relying on overpaying veterans and overpaying for stars for us to get to the promised land?
I'll let other people weigh in on this. I don't think we can because our mentality is a certain way. Technically, we could, because no matter what the Knicks do, MSG is always sold out.
Always.
If the Knicks wanted to, they could definitely do that. But the mentality of what New York is supposed to be and what we have to do, the star power that we have to attract, the way that we keep the headlines in our favor and don't allow the Nets to get the back pages again, is to stay with some type of star power. Plus, it's been years since the Knicks have had this level of relevancy, right? They don't want to give that up. Now that they got a taste of it, we just getting here. They just starting to get all these the Knicks are on every news, sports news markets, on their agenda. They're always coming up in every conversation. All of these shows, the BSPN, now they can't stop mentioning the Knicks. They mention the Knicks almost every day. They mention the Knicks every week. Before, they wouldn't talk about the Knicks at all, and if they did, it was negative. So they don't want to. James Dolan and the powers that be, the MSG marketing people, they love this. They ain't trying to give this up now. So the Knicks gonna have to continue to stay in this level of relevancy. They can't. Go to that small market mentality, even if it would help. If the Knicks adopted the Oklahoma City Thunder mentality, but we can't do it.
Yeah, we would be a juggernaut.
We would, but
because don't my opinion.
And not for nothing, we're talking about a team that for many, many, many years drafted terribly, right?
That's true. That's true. It took them a while to get it right.
Right. So you look at these other teams like OKC and whatever, their drafts are showing what they did. Our drafts aren't. Our drafts, it took a very long time to do it. Like, I'm gonna say one thing. The Coley kid, 4-year college player, could see the court. But he's not in that circle of trust right now. And from what we've seen, the time that he's been on there, his defense is not apparent, and he's small. So, but I thought for a late round pickup, it was a good pickup because the guy was a 4-year player and whatever, and he ended up being the highest paid second rounder ever. So, it's hard to answer these questions because more than one answer could be correct. More than one answer could be wrong too. Like it's tough. I would like the team to be a team that would go out. Back in the days, the Knicks were known to be a team that bought nothing but stars that were just past their prime. But they were nothing but stars. And the whole squad would be filled with named players that you knew from every team. But they were like 36.
Right. Right.
All of them. That whole Pat Ewing era when they could have went to it.
13.
Besides, like Starks, because they found him like unbelievably out of nowhere. That whole thing, there was old squads. They were all older. Right now we're at a good level of people. Personally, I still say this to this day. I did have a rough time with the McHale situation, the trade, not necessarily how many picks. Well, I guess that too, but a lot of those picks, those kids are still in junior high school, man. You know what I'm saying? Like,
facts.
we
They
don't
about to
know
go to
what
college this year.
right. They looking at colleges right now. They just went to the fair at Old Westbury, SUNY Old Westbury, to check out a college. Like, so that part didn't necessarily kill me, though it was a lot of them for a player who I felt was just coming from a team where they had made him the number one. And I didn't see him acclimating to a team where he didn't know, what position he's going to be. You brought over. Wait, I'm number one now. I'm brought over here to be a defender. That's what you want me to be, just a defender. And he couldn't find his position. And last thing is, we picked up Cat super late, and we picked up Matteo and a couple of these guys from the bench, and they were just like a brand new team coming together, learning how to play together. Is that on Thibs, some of it? Yes, 100%. Is that on the fact that they're just coming together? Yes, 100%. Like there's like this is all of it goes into that. So that's how I look at it. At least.
Hey Jay, you know how old all of them are? 29 through 31.
No, now they're I agree with you. That's what I'm saying. Like I'm good with that. But like you mentioned the Mikhail thing earlier with the trades and the picks and stuff.
Right.
I had an issue at that moment. At that very moment, I did. I won't lie to you. I really did. Then I sat back and I looked at it because the truth is, we had an opportunity to pick up Walker Kessler. We didn't want to give up a whole bunch of picks for him. I thought Kessler personally was a better fit for our squad at the moment because we had scorers. We just got Cat, we got Brunson, right? OG could score. Kessler would get down there and do all the window cleaning, the blocking, all that other stuff, and he's young. But you can't deal with Danny Ainge. So you give up all these picks for a guy who's going to get you 16 and 5 and 3, but he's supposed to lock down the other team's best guard. And he has a nice little mid-range. He has a nice little shot. He can hit three. He's gone up a couple times. And I'm still getting used to the trade still to this day. But he's a Knick, so I root for him. And I know their age range. I'm just talking about the changes that the teams has made all the way to the point to where we are now. And we are definitely a good age team. But we have no bench, and there are injuries. And yes, I to answer that question, I do believe that injuries are an excuse for sometimes losing. Not for like the whole year necessarily. You got to make moves. Yeah. And not making moves at that trade deadline was a big problem.
Yeah.
So that's true. That's I look at
it. Let me just say a couple things real quick. Shout out to the chat. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for being here and rocking. I know there's a bunch of people that may have come in. Can't get to everybody, but say some love to some people. Shout out to Andrew N in the building. CC's in the building. Sydney Dean is here. Shout out to Jimmy Henry, a member of the SKF Army. Shout out to State of the New York Knicks podcast. What up, State? Hope you're doing well, my brother. Shout out to Darlene Bryant. Let's go, Darlene. Shout out to Looking Good Doing It. Shoquan in the building. What's going on? Shout out to Keyshawn. What's going on, my brother? Nostalgic Nick in the building. What's happening? Mets, Knick fans, let's go. The Sporting Page, RIP George Foreman. Yeah, we lost a good one, a legend, not just for his basketball prowess, his business prowess. Them George Feasy grills was almost in everybody's home, man. So shout out to George Foreman, man. He definitely left a lasting impact in the entertainment world, his style of sport and what he did as a boxer, as well as his business acumen. Shout out to George Foreman, led a great life. Definitely appreciate that, man. Shout out to E. Gibson. Shout out to Anthony Gale. King Ribby RM in the building. Corey Scott, appreciate you. Lonnie Meeks, appreciate you. Thank you guys. We've got a super chat. You know what it is.
You know what it is.
Shout out to my guy, Paris Duggar. He said, what do these guys all have in common? Peyton Pritchard, Vince Will, Jr., Ty Jerome, Dean Wade, Isaiah Joe, Wiggins. OKC is the answer. Thibs wouldn't play them. You ain't lying. You ain't lying. These are all not retreads, guys that are considered, super role players that, made the best of their opportunities, and they probably would not have gotten those opportunities with Tom Thibodeau unless he was doing part of a rebuilding team, which he hasn't been a part of in quite some time. So that take is very fair. You're right. I mean, most likely these guys wouldn't play. Although Peyton Pritchard is such a good 3-point shooter that I could see
Pritchard
him.
and Wiggins would be playing. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I gotta agree with
Isaiah
that.
Joe,
Pritchard and
if Tibbs had him, I don't know if he wouldn't be playing.
I don't know. And we talk about Wiggins was a starter. Like, he got drafted. I don't know about Wiggins. Okay.
Or Pritchard, because he can shoot. He
Pritchard
really
is a gunslinger. Pritchard is a smaller version of Steve Novak. He really is. He's a lethal shooter. So I think
a couple of those guys be playing.
Vince Will Jr. and Ty Jerome
over Shamus and Payne. Man, hell yeah.
Hell yeah over them.
Over Shamus and Payne, I could pick two guys out of this thing. I'd play over them. Just saying.
Right. 100%. Oh, also shout out to I forgot. Where was it? I think I lost it. Man, I don't know. There was somebody that just popped in and shout out to Harlem World 2020. Shout out to you. There you go. That's one thing that I was, I just wanted to bring up, show a little love to everybody. But I also wanted to say one more thing. And correct me if I'm wrong if you guys don't agree with this. This is something I've been thinking about while you guys have been talking. If I told you that instead of a bench of Precious Achua, Campaign, Landry Shamet, I would instead go with Tyler Kolek, Pacom Dadier, Kevin McCullough Jr. Do you think this Knicks team would be that much worse?
Not really.
I think that's the idea for next year. I would have loved to see those guys earlier this season. At least two of them. And I mean, especially somebody in that small forward position for Shamus. And I mean, especially in that position. If I couldn't have nobody else, someone Patier, but his foot been hurt. He had a big toe injury, an ankle injury, so that's why he hasn't really got those minutes. If we could have got, playing sometimes Payne gets hot and he plays good defense. I mean, he draws, he gets assists. Payne he may not can score the ball much, but Payne gets about 4, 5, 6 assists a night. I mean, he gets you 3, 4 rebounds a night. And I mean, what we miss with him is his shooting. Could Tyler Kolek do that? Could he get out there every night, the same minutes that Payne's having? Possibly, and get you 7 assists, 6 points, and 3 rebounds? It's possible. I don't know. When Thibs looks down that bench and he looks at those guys, come on, Payne, get out there, baby. Get on.
I would take Moody over Payne.
He like this.
I would take Moody over Payne.
Of course.
I would bring Moody from overseas.
Especially the way they've been playing recently. And I mean, and their defense is not bad. It's not that their defense is bad. It's they're not scoring the ball. And I mean, they're not scoring baskets. They defense that second unit, the defense is not that bad. And I mean, Sham is really up in your face. Payne is really up in your face. You know what I mean? And we got the missing of Deuce McBride because he's in the starting unit, but he's always up in your face in that second unit. But it is not scoring the basketball. You know what that is?
It's super unfortunate because
you're on mute, Ron.
No, I'm back.
Oh yeah, Ron.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, there. I'm gonna mute up.
No, I was going to say shout out to Stream Elements. Thank you for letting us know. Thanks for subscribing, Rasul Thomas. Appreciate you. Thank you for the love. Hold on one second. I know I got a super chat, but I'm trying to just let me find this other one real quick. If you guys bear with me.
No, agree. The NBA is on a steep decline the last decade.
Come on, Ron. Is it that far up? I saw it. Jesus, where is it?
And just to throw in there, Hugger Purdy would have been he would have been playing a little bit more if he didn't hurt himself as well, I believe.
I agree with that.
How long is he out till? The rest of the year?
I think his evaluation comes up this week. It's been about 4 weeks now. I think it's 4 to 6 weeks. 4 weeks they might evaluate him. Let's see what happens. Sometime this week. It's
and
that is 5 weeks now.
That's another thing, right? Because even though I'm under the impression that Huck Party probably should be done for the season, but if the Knicks are not, right, and the Knicks may not be, right, and if they're not, then Moses Brown is definitely not somebody on their mind. They're like, well, Huck Party's coming back, and that's a guy we already have on the contract. So that's your big coming off the bench, especially if they decide to throw Mitchell Robinson in the starting lineup, like going forward in the playoffs or something. That's good. He's going to be the backup. But
let me tell you, if we play Cleveland,
we'll see.
I'm sorry, Ron, but we play Cleveland and they don't start Mitch and
You're gonna see that lineup this week, man. This week coming up is gonna start now.
They and then you know how much that helps the bench too, with Hart coming off the bench. Or I know they'll never do it because you need Mikhail's defense. But Hart coming off the bench. Now what you bring to the bench is electricity, rebounds, a guy who could run the rock up with you, doesn't just have to be on pain, you know what I mean? Or colleagues, whatever. He could do a little of all that, and he'll get the same amount of minutes because he's the type of guy who's gonna run with both A and B. You know what I'm saying? The first squad and the second squad. So I look forward to that. I actually think that's what's going to happen. I think that right now, this next game, they should start Mitch the first and the third quarter. Just start the game that way. I don't care. I don't give a damn. I said it last night with Sean. I don't give a damn if it's 5 to 7 minutes. Just 3 minutes. Just start them and let's see what happens.
I think they're definitely going to try it. I don't know when it's going to start, but it's coming. I think you're right. I think it's going to happen sooner than later where they start to introduce it more because, I think that's what Thibs envisions. That's why he kept saying when he talks about Mitchell Robinson, our starting center.
The Brunson issue is really the problem, to be honest. To me, in my eyes, is that the reason why a lot of this stuff isn't happening is because our main guy is not here. So
right. Because it definitely
in the lineup.
You're bringing up a point, Jay. It also changes things around, and like you start messing with the lineup and introducing it. Then you kind of got to acclimate it again when Brunson comes back, and just got to figure out how to make it all work. But yeah, you're right. Also, shout out to Micaiah and Michaela. Thank you for subscribing. Shout out to Stream Elements for letting us know. I was looking for that for a minute. It's so hard to kind of go through all the chat to find that one, but I found it. So I appreciate that. Thank you for subscribing. Also, real quick, just want to say what's up to my guy Juan Rivera. Appreciate you, Juan, as always. Shout out to Wesley Robinson in the building. Clavins Duris in the building. Original Mindset said Thibs has got to go. No coaching scheme or in-game adjustments at all. Nobody wants to play for Thibs anymore. I mean, I don't know if that solely is true, but I will say that the in-game adjustments and the scheme, the mindset is starting to get a little old. The only issue is nobody has a problem with the way a person is. It's about how it produces. And if you're not getting the same production as you used to, then there might be time for a change. Shout out to Craig in the building. What's going on, Craig? Good to see you. JM3 in the building. Salute. Hey, my guy Stacks, re-up. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Thank you for being a member for 4 months. Appreciate you, Stacks. I still don't know why you don't want your shirt, bro. I autographed it, man. I don't know what's going on, bro. But I salute to you, my brother. And let me get to that Where's that super chat? There it is. Paris, thank you for the generous super chat. He said he wouldn't play them. Issa Joe was cut and available. I mean, I hear you. I mean, but look, we're talking about Wiggins was a high draft pick who was a starter. Wiggins would have, right? Are we talking about the same Wiggins or are we talking about a different Wiggins? We could be talking about a different Wiggins.
It's the brother.
Oh, okay. Then you're right. No. That's a different Wiggins. Maybe not. But Peyton Pritchard would be playing for the Knicks. Don't get it twisted. Once Peyton Pritchard starts to light them dudes up in practice, goes in the game, and he gets his opportunities and hits them 2 threes, Thibodeau's playing that Peyton Pritchard dude. Let me tell you.
And he talks some ish. He's
got a little something going on with him.
Yeah, 100%.
I don't know. I don't know. It was one point where we had the best bench in the NBA. Well, arguably the best bench in the NBA. I think it was like 3 years.
No. Last year.
Was it last year?
One of the best benches in the NBA. It trailed off a little bit. It was still a good bench, though. No, last year we had one of the best benches in the NBA. To start the season, they were number 1 at one point, but it trailed off a little bit.
All right, I went.
Yeah, last year's bench was unbelievable.
But I would say 3 years ago, we still having the conversations of, and it was at one point to where they was impacting the game at one point, like during the season, more so than the starters. So it's like, again, like I know it becomes repetitive to talk about Thibs' faults, but this lends to like our severe limitations as opposed to other teams. And it's like, what do you do from there? Like, again, like we got to rock with what we have. But at the same time, it's like all of us know that we're just not good enough. We're not good enough.
But I also want to say something to your point, Don P. You also know that the Knicks bench was that good because they focused on that because they couldn't get the star talent to add to the starting unit, right? So they had to say, well, we got to make the bench stronger. I just want to throw that out there.
Right.
Okay, so, agree.
But
agree.
Yeah, no, I mean,
I've said this before. Sorry about that, bro. Don, do you remember when and I'm gonna repeat this because I really hope this moment happens. When Tom Coughlin was with the Giants, and he just was stuck in his ways, and we had a great, like, unbelievable team. And then Strahan sat him down, talked to him, said, "Maybe gotta be a little bit more of this, maybe mix it up, do this. This guy has a really good that. Do you see that?" And then we won the championship that year. It was that same year that they talked to him. So, who knows? I hope he has a aha moment, the Tom Coughlin moment, while he's here. And if not, then he has to go. And that's it. There's, if he doesn't mix it up, but also, I think that Leon Rose's job, obviously it won't be this year. Obviously, everything is too late at this point. Is to give him some extra, figure out how to mix and match. Remember, we were singing his praises with these 9-game winning streaks and all these other stuff. So just if we give him a little more time, I think that we saw this team. We saw how great we were. We did this 9-game winning streak. We're going to the championship. And that's how we felt. And all of a sudden, we started seeing the deficiencies, and the sky started to fall. So.
Yep. No, sure.
Yo, I got a bone to pick with you, man. You're not mad enough, man. Yo, we traded away 5 picks from Mikal Bridges, and you was just chilled when you said it. Like, that doesn't bother you?
But them 5
you got to also consider the money with those first round picks too. Right now, we a strapped team, man. Those picks in a year where we're $2-3 million away from the salary cap will put us over the salary cap. So we will have to trade them anyway. A lot of picks that we have traded away already is because of the cap. All those picks that we were talking about earlier that went with whatchamacallit over to get Josh Hart, all that stuff, it's about the cap money. we use that money that we sent in the pick to get some of the money to give to Josh Hart. Things like that, just a little bit of money. But it's the way that they work out these things to give them. And plus, some of these picks, we already said some of these guys just getting ready to go into college. They're getting ready to graduate high school this year. They get ready to graduate high school. They had a phenomenal year in high school. They're getting ready to go to a college team. And by the end of that season, maybe next year, they'll be ready to come to the NBA. I mean, so, you know,
sit at the end of the bench.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So, and some of these picks, even a 25th pick right now is probably about worth $3.3 million, something like that. The Knicks don't have that right now, especially trying to get the salary cap down to pay Mikal Bridges, which I think they're going to do. And I think they're going to drop these three players, Precious, Shamuth, and Payne, to get some of that money back. We may see, and I don't want to say this early, and I don't want everybody to jump on me by saying this, but the ideal person maybe they might think about letting go this year is Deuce McBride. And I mean, to get his money back so we can get some more players on to the second unit. You know what I mean? That could, you know, and I don't think that I'm crapping on Deuce McBride, but Deuce McBride is a quasi two guard in a small body, long arms and stuff like that. Not saying that we could do better, but if we put $16-17 million together, we might can get 2 or 3 players that can play almost the style of Deuce McBride with some defense that can grab some more rebounds than Deuce McBride, and maybe a small forward that we need in the second unit that could shoot the ball and play some defense at a younger age, somewhere around where these Knicks are right now, 26 to 29, 30, something like that, to fill in the spot, because we're going to need that in next year. You know what I mean? You're going to need that next year. So Haka Purdy's going to fill in next year. Patty fill in next year. Tyler Cole is going to fill in. Peace. Tyler Cole is going to fill in pretty well for us in the and next year, stuff like that, because we won't have Payne, we won't have Shamuth, we won't have Shamuth Payne and Shamuth Payne and who am I missing? Shamuth Payne and Precious. I mean, we won't have those guys. We could fill those positions with better guys, maybe. I mean, I'm not trying to crap on any of those guys, but for me, the second unit is killing us this year. From coming from a stellar year last year of having a bench that our bench turned into our starters and our bench, you know what I mean, to having guys that aren't producing all year long. This is not just the last 2 games. It's been all year long. We've been really predominantly one of the major reasons why the New York Knicks play so much starter minutes is because the starters is keeping us in the games all the time. The starters are the reason why our bench is not. If we had 2 games not too long ago, the Knicks played under 35 minutes. I mean, the whole team. You know, want to know why? Because the bench produced. We can have that effect all the time if the bench produces points. If they're more the cohesion and the camaraderie is better on the second unit, we wouldn't be seeing our starters playing these 43 minutes a night, 39 minutes a night. But our second unit's not. Why Tom Thibodeau plays a lot of minutes. And the guys that's on the extended part of the bench, I'm telling you, man, Tom Thibodeau looks down that line and he looks at those guys. Past them. And it's no one over there that he could say, all right, come on, get out here, get some minutes. Because the perfect game for that was the Hornets game the other night. Instead of playing 8 minutes, I'd have put in a little earlier, the Bachones and the other guys and all those. I'd have put them in there just to see Delon Wrights, Duran, all of those. I'd have put them in 7-8 minutes earlier in the game. All right, we're gonna lose this game. This is going to be a scheduled loss for us. This is already on the back-to-back. Let's put these guys out there and see what they got. But he looked down there. He know them in the. He probably don't even know the 2 guys that he got. He probably even have no real scrimmages with those 2 guys. Delon Wright maybe, but the other 2 guys that we just picked up probably nothing. So I mean, that's how I feel. You know what I mean? I think the Knicks are going to be okay. This season we have to get through putting Mitch in the starting lineup, maybe Josh Hart in the second unit, and maybe picking up another center, because I don't know if the Knicks go how far they go with Precious Achiuwa as being the center to hold down 4 or 5 minutes till either Mitch or Cat comes back into that second unit.
Hey, Shah. So like, I understand like we gotta trade the picks because we strapped for cash. Like that part, I understand. My thing is, if you're gonna trade 5 picks, if you have to trade 5 picks, why would you trade it for a known role player instead of getting a star?
He's a quality role player though. He's not an average role player. Mikal Bridges for me has been one aside from OG and Brunson has been a real consistent. His numbers don't show it every night because we expect for him to be 25, 27 points a night. But when he scored 19 points with 6 assists and 3 rebounds, we think that's a bad game for him. I mean, as a Knicks fan, not everybody, but you know, when we see those numbers from him, from what we expect to see from him, we expected him to do better than what RJ was doing. 19, 20 points a game, 4, 5, 6, 7 rebounds, about 4 or 5 assists and stuff like that. We expect that from him. And when we see it, we address it. Yeah, Mikal Bridges was hot. Oh man, he was wet. Oh, he knocked down that final. We acknowledge it. But when we see him at 19 points with 4 assists and 3 rebounds, we forget about the defense that he put on the other players sometimes. Man, because he is playing 2 players in the starting unit on the opposing team, the small forward and the point guard, or the shooting guard and the point guard, because of who's out there with him. He doesn't have no interior defense behind him to help him like Mitchell Robinson could do. You know what I mean? Stopping that north and south, going towards the basket, and allowing teams to go east and west where OG and Mikal can thrive. That's what they thrive on. Guys on the wings, they thrive on that. They drive you to the hole. They make you go the way they want to go and push you right into Mitchell Robinson or Cat at that point. So that's why I want to see Mitch in the starting lineup. But the double standard to that is who we going to have in the second unit other than Precious Achiuwa. If they don't bring up Brown, it's going to be a little lackluster. And if we talk about the bench can't score now, what are we going to do now? And I'm hoping that Precious can come in and step up like he did prior years, but they don't see it now. You don't see Precious minutes. Am I bugging out? I don't see Precious on the court as much as I used to.
No.
And Mitchell Robinson wasn't in last game. How many minutes did he get last game? 6?
He got 7.
10?
No, he got 17.
17, okay, but you know what I mean. And now that you say he had 17, I didn't even see him out there for 17 minutes. Because what you know what I mean? What did he give us for 17 minutes? You know what I mean? Only play that I remember is him coming down court, and it was him and Hart on the break, and he turned around and kicked it back up to the top guy and let the defense come back and set up on us.
Right.
That's what I remember.
You ain't lying.
That was well said. All that.
Once again,
So you don't think we would have been a great team if they just would have ran it back with the DiVincenzo?
Well, I think. Hold on 1 second, Don P.
My bad.
No, you good. I just want to say shout out to Parrish Duggar. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said Kolek is Peyton Pritchard in 2 years if he was playing. Maybe. We got to see. I will say the good thing about Tyler Kolek is that he may not be a defender, but offensively, he does more than just pass the ball. He shot 39% from 3 in college, and you can see it with the Knicks. You give him the opportunities. He knocks down the shots if you give him, if he gets a rhythm. But if you put him out there for 2-3 minutes and he gets 1 or 2 shots, don't expect him to be like automatic. Like, he needs time like everybody else does. But to your point, Don P, I think a lot of Knicks fans were okay with the Knicks running it back. I think a lot of us had no problem with it. At least another season because we didn't have to pay Julius yet. I had no problem with seeing Julius Randle out there 1 more year and seeing what we could do with him healthy because he got robbed of being able to see what he could do last year. And then we unfairly judge him for when he got hurt his ankle about 2 weeks before the season ended. Then he came back and he didn't quite look the same. And then we judged him for that. And we make it seem like he sucks in the playoffs, which is not fair. When he first made it to the playoffs, they didn't have enough players to help him. And the Atlanta Hawks took him out the game. They said, he's your best player. You guys don't have enough. We're going to take him out the game and you guys ain't going to be able to do anything because you don't have enough. And that's what happened. And now since we've gotten better players, he has either been out hurt or when he comes back, he's playing hurt because he just came back off of a terrible injury, or he didn't play at all last year because he was out. So I had no problem with running it back with the same team. I mean, I would have been happy if we could have just brought it back the same team and have Mikal, like we thought we were going to have. I was fine with that team because then it still gives you some flexibility and you can decide what you want to do later. But the Knicks had their own plan. They had a plan of, we didn't even know this. We found this out later that all off season they was planning on getting Cat. They also looked at Embiid, but they had Cat on their mind the whole off season. They were trying to work it out. We didn't know that. So, I mean, it is what it is, man.
Yeah, I don't mind the Cat trade. I guess my point is this, like, and I don't mind us having great players. My thing is just overpaying for everything that we did. As opposed to
one more set. We've talked about this, and I know you're not always here to see these conversations, Don P. But we talked about this. This is nothing different from what would happen to any sport, to any team with a two-team city. If the Yankees have a really good player, and the Yankees are full, they're stacked with players, and the Mets really need a third baseman. Yankees got two great third basemen. If the Mets want to get one of them third basemen from the Yankees, they're going to have to overpay because the Yankees just ain't going to give their rival in the same city a good player for nothing. So they're going to tell you what the market value for that player is, and then they're going to say, well, this is what we want. This may be what he's worth, but if you want him, this is what we want. And that's the same thing that happened with Mikal Bridges. And I'm going to say one more thing about that, too. We already knew. Do I think some of you guys might not feel that way? I felt this way. I'm going to say it again. I do think that Mikal Bridges, for his overall value, is worth 3 first-round picks. He's a defender, top-notch. He's been a defensive player of the year. He's been one of those teams, second team, I think. He's always a good defender. He's an Iron Man. He hasn't missed a game in his whole career. You can see he plays multiple minutes, right? And he can score in different ways. He's a slasher that has a decent outside game, but he has a great mid-range game. So there's certain things about him that you like. Any team could use a Mikal Bridges. Any team in the NBA, right? So that, to me, warrants 3 first-round picks for him. Then you say you're dealing with the Brooklyn Nets, who we steal from the back pages from all the time. They don't really like the Knicks. We don't really like them. So they're going to add a little bit more. It's going to be a Knicks tax. Maybe it's a little high because I think, 4 picks would have been a little bit more reasonable. But whatever. What happened with that? Maybe,
Sorry. Good.
What happened was not only did we get, because remember, this is the other thing that you're not thinking about. As fans, we don't care about this stuff. But as a Knicks organization that is teeter-tottering very close to the second apron, not only did the Brooklyn Nets give us Mikal Bridges, they took those 5 picks. They also threw in, they could have asked for something else, a player, a good player to have on the team. They didn't take any of our players that are part of our rotation. They took smaller pieces, and they also threw in some cash to help us stay a little further under the cap. So Brooklyn Net fans were real upset. Like, why the hell would you do that? Why are you making their life easy? Because we scratched up both, my hand scratches. That's what we did. We gave them more picks. They helped us out, gave us a little cash to keep us a little further under the cap. So we still had a little flexibility to do something else later if we needed to. Not a lot, but we had a little flexibility. And people forget that. They don't look at that part of the trade. And that's important because that's how these deals get done. That's what the Knicks do. That's what the Leon Rose and his whole wheeling and dealing stuff does. Everybody that he deals with that has usually a relationship with, there's something else attached to it. Don't be surprised if down the line you see us do something else with Toronto because we've had that type of relationship. This is what's been going on, man. I just wanted to throw that out there for you guys because I get it. The picks look like a lot. But I'm always telling you there's a little bit more to this that we're not thinking about. Another thing I wanted to say before we move on. We talked about the Knicks and the flexibility and how they don't have a lot of it. There's other teams that we talk about that aren't necessarily, they're better than the Knicks right now, but they're fortunate that they're better because they're stuck. The Knicks are very close to the second apron, right? But if you look at the list, because I'm looking at the list of teams right now, Denver, they're over the apron.
Right.
They're stuck. Milwaukee, over the apron. Stuck. Golden State, now they're over the apron. They stuck. Boston, They stuck. They over the apron. The Lakers now with the Luka trade stuck. They over the apron. Washington Wizards are currently stuck, but they got so much stuff that's coming off their books. It's doesn't even worth. I'm not even saying them. Phoenix is stuck, and Minnesota is stuck right now. And Minnesota probably won't be because they're probably not going to bring back Julius Randle. But I don't know. I don't think they will. But like stuff like that is going on. So some of these teams are stuck. They lucky they're good. Boston got some great players. They lucky they're good because they stuck. So I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying. So it boils down to like how we rate our players as fans. You know what I mean? So if y'all really think that we can win with a Jalen Brunson, Mikal Bridges, OG Anunoby, what's his name, Cat, and then the bench. If y'all really feel like we could win, then I mean, I'll give it to y'all on that. And that's why I asked the question: will injuries play a factor? Because look at who's our coach, and look at who we got and who's injury prone on the team to begin with, and look at how weak our bench is. So,
right.
like, I guess it boils down to how much faith y'all have in the players.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Well, one more thing, because I know guys might have something they want to say too. But
comment, and that's usually how it rolls down to.
Right. And I just wanted to add one more thing that I keep forgetting to add. Do I think we have enough to win now? No. Okay, I'm being honest with you. The way I've seen this Knicks team, the way they play, no way in hell do we have enough to win a championship right now. The way they're playing. Could they change? Could something change? Could they start playing really good together? And when Brunson comes back, they get new energy and like we go on a run? Yeah, anything could happen. I'm just saying right now, from what I've seen, this team ain't it. They ain't got it. That bench is it doesn't do enough to help us because when we play other teams, they could go to war. The Knicks could even have a lead. They start putting in their bench players, that lead starts to come down. Or if we're losing in a game, that bench can extend the lead against us. And that's where we run into a problem. So I'm just like, I'm not sold yet. But two more things I just want to say. Even though I'm telling you guys this, I'm a weird guy when it comes to this Knicks team. I still think that the Knicks could go to the Eastern Conference Finals. I'm not surprised at all, bro. So I'm just throwing that out there. Now, this is the other thing I wanted to say to you guys. We talk about Tom Thibodeau, right? And we talk about this Knicks team, and every year we talk about the same thing. The Knicks don't defend the three well. And you guys talk about, and I was thinking about this when you were talking, Jay, Walker Kessler and having a big.
Yep. When
you think of what's your necessity, what's your need. If I tell you that I have OG Anunoby, a really good defender, I got Josh Hart, who's so-so. We thought we had Dante, but now we lost Dante, whatever. But we still had an issue defending the three consistently. If I'm looking at this team and I'm like, what would really help this team the most? What's our biggest Achilles heel when it comes to stuff? We can play good defense, but we can't defend the three. Walker Kessler or a good perimeter defender in Mikal Bridges. You see, this is why I'm saying that this was like a no-brainer for the Knicks. They said a 6'7", 6'8" type guy with a long wingspan who could score offensively, and we could get another perimeter defender, which was where we're lacking. In their mind, I think they thought that was going to help solve their problems. Although we know it didn't.
I agree with you 100% on the thought of that.
The thought,
yeah. Exactly, the thought on that, right? And I agree that would be exactly what we need because that's how we're getting cooked. I mean, the other night, we literally got burnt by a guy who's got no vowels in his last name and it don't even fit on his back. I think it was Ligovich that just kicked the crap out of us, and we couldn't do nothing about it. It was ridiculous. On the same term, you take a look at like who's got to get paid, and I'm looking long vision, right? And the draft and what kids can and what your smaller trades, how long Walker Kessler is under control, how much money he's gonna make. You know, when his bag ain't coming for a minute, and you're gonna give up. You're willing to give up these 5 picks, right? For me, even though that I agree with you in the thought process, I'm still going for Kessler, and I'm going to tell you why. The best ability is availability, and that's the one thing that we have not got from Mitch in the entire time. Not the entire time, but the majority of the time, 90 big chunk of the time. And we're going to need somebody because I don't think they're going to keep him. And so what Walker Kessler, especially this year, coming off the bench or starting because Mitch wasn't here at the time. And I don't know if they even make that cat trade at that point. I don't know. Because I know the question was posed, do you think that we'd be doing better? What did you say exactly? Did you say, Don? With Randall and Devo?
Oh yeah, running it back, right?
Yeah. Well, I have an affinity for these dudes, so it's tough for me. But I think that we're all sitting that a lot of times we forget the things that happened. We were 2 games behind Boston with no bench, Cat going 35-18, and Brunson learning to play. Because to me, Brunson really is a combo guard. He can create the shot. Of course, a point guard does this: creates a shot, creates other people's shot, sees the floor. His assist level went up this year, and he's still getting 26.5 points. Right? So I think we would have found a way to get some scoring going, And I'm willing to do all that stuff. People could get on, like what Shaw said earlier, for the money. Deuce McBride wasn't talked about for a while Quickly was here.
Mm-hmm.
The fact of the matter is that there's got to be if this year doesn't pan out to that round that you just said, I think a major shakeup has to happen. So I still would have gave away those. If we're talking, we're giving away those picks, I'm still giving it to Kessler over Bridges, and maybe that's because maybe I've never really been a huge Mikal Bridges fan, or maybe because since he's been here, he has. And I do agree with Shah on this, that you don't see it in the numbers because you got to remember our center falls for the okie doke and gets 2 quick fouls on the pump fake or on the whatever, or he doesn't play great defense. Let's say not no defense, but he doesn't play. He plays subpar defense. Mm-hmm. So all year, OG and Mikal have been doing running from here to there, running from there to here to help JB and Cat all year. They've been running to here to there to there to here to here to there, and they had just got together. Something that we talked that I call the Italian. They had to gel. They had to come together and figure out how to gel together. And all that happened all in one period of time. And if it was anybody but Ainge, let's say it was a different team, let's say Sacramento or whatever it was, whoever it might be, I think we would have made a much different choice, different choice than whatever. And I do think we were fleeced in some sort of way, but not because of the picks. Remember, some of these picks are going to school with some of your kids, man. I'm telling you right now, this is the truth. However, when we pay him, we're gonna find a new problem. It's gonna be a new problem.
No, go ahead, Smart. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say the other problem too, like with a guy with specifically Walker Kessler, is that's what makes it very difficult. Because not only do you know Danny Ainge is going to charge because he loves to hit the Knicks with the Knicks tax, but he would hit any team with that. He gets his money he's worth, right? But he would definitely hit the Knicks with it because him and Leon, once again, guys, we can't ignore this stuff. This is behind the scenes stuff that none of us have anything to do with, but there is a little bit of a contentious atmosphere between Leon Rose and Danny Ainge because of the dealings with Spider, with Donovan Mitchell last year, where Leon didn't play a game of chicken, but he did flex his muscle a little bit. Said that if the deal doesn't get done today or the next 2 days or something like that, that Monday he was going to re-sign RJ Barrett. Deal didn't get done. Monday he re-signed RJ Barrett. The deal was done, and he went straight to the Cavaliers right after that. So they don't have the greatest relationship with as far as going back and forth. That happened. The other thing too is, you trade for Walker Kessler, you're gonna have to give up something to get him. Walker Kessler is no slouch. He's a good player, and he's got some.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, the other day, a couple days ago, he had 6 blocks. 2 games before that, he had 8 blocks. He's a beast.
Yep.
He's a beast. But the other thing is, this is Walker Kessler's last year of his current contract. Now you gotta pay him as well, and there's no guarantee that he's gonna want to stay with the Knicks. I'm not saying he wouldn't. I mean, going from Utah to New York, I think most people will want the opportunity. But if he
we don't know his lifestyle, though. So,
right, we don't know his lifestyle. He could be a country bumpkin, like to go hunting and stuff, and Utah is better for him.
Right.
You know what I mean? You never know. Plus, the other thing is, he might say, "Man, I'm Walker Kessler. I gave you 8 blocks. I can get busy. I'd rather be a starting center. I don't want to be the backup to Cat." We don't know. So then the Knicks wind up trading this guy, renting him, and then losing him like we lost Hart. And Knicks fans would be sick if that happened. So I'm just saying the Walker Kessler thing is a little tougher because even with Mitch, whether Mitch was coming back or not, the Knicks still have Mitch under contract for 1 more year after this year. He's still on the books. So I just want to throw that out there too, because that had to play a factor in their thoughts about trying to trade for this guy. Because you can't.
Do you think his bag was going to be as big as Mikhail's bag is going to be? If he got.
No, but I think what could happen is he could easily point to Hart's contract and say, "That's definitely me." And then what do the Knicks do? He definitely could get Hart money.
Okay, I agree with that. And I also agree we need a perimeter defender, and I also agree with all this stuff. And that's why it makes it so tough. Danny Ainge is not a fair player. He's not a fair, right. It's a game of chess, not checkers. You know, when they're playing war against each other, and Ainge, the old Celtic, has a lot of that fire in him. To be honest, I think that he's really good at what he does. I just don't think that it's do business with him is tough. But I'm still stuck on the fact that we probably could have got, something decent out of what after we got him, and I don't think Mitch is here for the long haul. I really don't. So then that's coming off the books, which means that you have to find a backup center. Right?
Well,
if the Kessler came, that's what I'm saying.
Right, but like I said, it's still the Knicks are going to, I think, put themselves in a better position because as much as we say stuff about, we get frustrated and mad about what the Knicks do. Every year they have a good game plan. They try to address. Last year we saw everybody was hurt. So what do? They tried to get you somebody at everybody's position. So if somebody's hurt, we got somebody to fill in. Just didn't work out. We lost Dante. We lost Hart. Certain things happen, and then you're like, kind of stuck because Shamet is not he's no Dante. Things just don't work out sometimes. You can have a plan, but when you kind of like if the Knicks weren't salary capped, and being in a position where we're strapped and close to the second apron, I'm sure the Knicks would have fielded a good team that we could all have been happy with, and that bench would have been a little bit better than what it is right now. But they just stuck. They can only do so much. And sometimes you think, hey, man, like I said earlier, that team on paper, I tell you this is going to be the Knicks team this year, you're going to be like, that's a damn good Knicks team. And they in their minds is probably thinking, yes, our bench is not great. But we saw campaign, how he's effective against us with Philadelphia. We could see Deuce McBride made strides last year and looked like he's turning into something, but Deuce kind of took a little backseat this year. He also got hurt a lot. So certain things have taken place that the Knicks were not betting on. We were betting the opposite way that things are going to work out. Deuce is going to take that next step. Campaign is going to do exactly what he did with Philadelphia, which for the most part he has. but it's different. I think Philadelphia used him a little differently. He played more on their team, and he doesn't get the same amount of looks with the Knicks. I could be wrong, but I feel like he did play a little bit more with Philadelphia. And we also didn't have a backup center for almost 4 months. So that definitely hurt. Because if you can't tell me if Mitch was here, we would have been a much better team overall. Our defensive numbers would have looked better. We would have probably won some of those games that we lost for no reason, like that game that still makes me pull my hair out, that everybody sucked and he didn't want to go to his bench for anything, and we got embarrassed. That was like 2 months ago. I don't even want to mention it again, but you guys know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? Stuff like that maybe wouldn't have happened. Also, I want to say quick shout out to Leon Mitchell. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Well, I mean, he was a defensive guru. I just don't know if he is the same guru he used to be. I think the league has changed a little bit, and I don't know if his defense is as effective as it used to be.
I think he has to adjust.
No,
yeah, he's trying to replicate what he had with the Bulls with, Jalen Brunson selling Rosa shoes.
Right. Go ahead, Shaw. What were you going to say?
I just think Tom Thibodeau needs someone in his style of basketball, an interior defender. We do not have an interior defense right now. We don't have guys that Mitchell Robinson, point blank, makes guys go east and west. They do not go north and south. Mitchell Robinson haven't been back 10 games yet. And he knew how many blocks he got already? Like 11,000. He's making teams. And when they drive down the lane, what do you see they do when they drive against Mitch? They kick it out. One thing that I like with Mitchell Robinson on there, you see Cap more active on the backside help with Mitch. He got 2 blocks with Mitch being on the court. Right. I mean, he still gets rebounds with Mitch on the court because Mitch boxes out. So it makes it the same way how Randall used to get his rebounds when Mitch used to be on the court with him. He boxes out 1 or 2 guys, then you scoop in from the weak or the strong side, and you grab the rebound. How OG is getting a lot of rebounds now on the weak side, you know what I mean? Especially when Mitchell Robinson's in there. Just saying, and I'm not making it seem like Mitchell Robinson is the cure-all, but for Tom Thibodeau's style of defense, it is. It's part of his defense, and we have been doing this good without his style of defense. I mean, I don't knock anybody for a lot of things that everybody say about how Tom Thibodeau runs his team and how he puts his team out there and they play heavy minutes and stuff like that. They're all valid points, man. And right now we just need help in the second unit. The second unit for me for a long time has been ailing us, and our starters have to really, really pick up and play more minutes. We don't have nobody that we could substitute in for OG Anunoby on the bench. We don't have nobody to substitute in for Mikal Bridges from off the bench that's going to, sustain the lead or hold the defense accountable or score points. We don't have nobody to substitute out for Cat. We don't have nobody to substitute out for Jalen Brunson, even though Deuce does. He can, but he's not he's not a painting picture like we were just talking about. Someone that come in and almost every night guarantee you to get 12, 13 points a night. We don't have that.
We need that.
I mean, so those are the things that I think moving forward we have to address. And one strong thing, and we're all talking about it right now since we're talking about it, Mitch moving into the starting lineup, putting Josh Hart in there with Deuce McBride when Brunson is back. Now you got Josh Hart, Deuce McBride, probably Payne, and then you're gonna have to look for a big man. I don't think they're messing with Precious as being the center anymore. They see that it's not working. In my opinion, it's not working as great as it could be. There's a lot of blow-bys by Precious Achiuwa. He does block shots. He is aggressive with rebounding and stuff like that. But it is also he gets blow-bys. If there was to pick up this dude Brown, it could help a little bit or it could hinder them. The way his style of basketball of defending the rim and grabbing rebounds, if he could bring anything up from the G League and like he played in when he played in the NBA for Dallas, if he could bring any of that to the New York Knicks in the second unit, that is a plus. The big thing that we're missing out right now is the missing of Hakaparty. Purdy in that unit, when Tom Thibodeau started utilizing him, started to look a little better. We missed that, where we wouldn't have to think about Brown right now. And I mean, so it's some things that
he was starting to cook before he got hurt.
But it's some things that can coincide with everything that we swing about. You know what I mean? And yes, man, it's some things like that 8-man rotation the other day. Of course, you said this early in the stream, Ron, about playing those guys on the bench. And I mean, playing those guys on the bench, and we should have, especially in that last game, we should have played them 7-8 minutes and just sat our guys down. They looked tired. We should have sat them down and played those guys. In my opinion, you know what I mean? In your opinion, our opinion, we think we should have played those guys. Tom Thibodeau didn't do it. What can we say? We only could be objective to what he does. We can criticize him, but Tom Thibodeau, and I know a lot of fans don't like to hear this, but Tom Thibodeau has made the New York Knicks relevant again. It's easy for me to get on the stream and talk about the Knicks right now. Top 5 in the league of 30 teams, top 5, top 3 in the East right now. I think our scoring has dropped down, and our rebound, everything has dropped down since Brunson's been out. But anyway, we still are a valid team. We just, hopefully in these next 13 games, we could get it together a little bit better. So when we do go into the playoffs, we won't have these missteps that we have now against teams like San Antonio or the Hornets. You know what I mean? We won't have these miscues. We won't have to worry about traveling this much and moving all around in 5 days. We got 4 games in 5 nights. We won't have to worry about things like that. We have time to sit back, let Tom Thibodeau work some things out, because we need some help. But where Tom Thibodeau is going to be, where we're going to do anything that he can sit down. You come in after you get into Hornets the other night, 3 o'clock, and you get up at 9, 10 o'clock, and you ain't trying to listen to nothing. You like this. Oh man, come on, Ted. Really? That's what we got to do, because you're tired. You just played a hard game last night. You lost. You feel defeated, and you come in early, and you're still tired, but you want to get out there and do something. You don't have no playing time. It ain't no on-court stuff, really. Maybe some shoot-around or something like that, but it's no practice. The actual practice for the second unit is on the court, and they're not performing right now. So let's hope that we can get the second unit a little stronger so we can continue going down this stretch going forward.
I agree. Don P, I know you was going to say something. Let me just say this real quick. Shout out to Quiet Money in the building. What's going on, my brother? Good to see you. It's been a minute. Hope you're doing well. Shout out to APAP. Shout out to Danny Landis. What's going on? Shout out to Mike Marquez. I know I put his message up there earlier. Shout out to Renee Colon. Shout out to Knicks Nation 112, where the players dwell. Appreciate you. Shout out to Old Head. Shout out to David Haas Jr. And shout out to D-Rex in the building. What up, D-Rex? Hope you're doing well, my guy. Appreciate you. Yeah, man. Damn it, Ron. You know, I had it and I lost it that quick. It was right there. I just had it and I just lost it. It had something to do with the Knicks and their this team. Oh, I got it. So I like the whole thing. Like I told you, I can see them going with Mitchell Robinson in the starting lineup, especially going into the playoffs. I don't even love Josh Hart, though, going to the bench with that second unit. I feel like the biggest problem the Knicks have is they don't have a bucket getter on that second unit.
That's a fact.
All these teams that are good, every team has a bucket getter.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't have it. And if you guys think that we haven't had it in the past, you're wrong. We had 2 of them. Last year, we had Bogdanovich who could get buckets. Some people were questioning, what? No, when you saw when he was healthy, Bogdanovich can get buckets. He was averaging 20 points a game as a starter with Detroit. He got traded to us. He was a little hurt. Then he finally started to get going. And then obviously, we lost him in the playoffs. Flip side, Alec Burks. Burks can always get hot. Alec Burks can get buckets. We saw Alec Burks recently get buckets against us when we played Miami. Not this time, but the time before that. He was lighting us up a little bit, giving us a little taste of what we used to. Alec So we don't have them guys, and that's a problem. And I got a little mad because I know Alec Burks is old as dirt, but they had a chance to go get him again this year, and they didn't. And now it comes back to bite you in the butt. We could have been a lot better if we had Alec Burks on this team right now. I get mad at him, but listen, he does what he does.
I don't think Pat was letting him go.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. But I'm just saying that is the problem. We don't got a bucket getter. We just need one, and we don't have one. So I don't know what we're gonna do. Hashtag shout out to L. Hashtag bring Dante back. I honestly, I feel like Stephen A. Smith when Stephen A. Smith says a whole bunch of crap and lies. I have it under 97.7% that Kevin Durant will be a New York Knick. There is a 90% chance that DiVincenzo will be a Knick again next year. I feel like they're going to trade for him. Doesn't mean Minnesota's going to give him up because I don't know if you guys noticed Dante's been playing better for them. I don't know, but I think the Knicks are going to try to bring Dante back. I think they realize they really need him. They didn't want to get rid of him the first time, but I'm saying I think they realize that he's the type of guy that he's just more needed. We can get him back here. You let Shamet go. You let Payne go. You might even have to.
He's starting to coming off the bench, Ron.
I'm starting him. I'm starting him over Josh Hart, putting Josh Hart back to the bench. And I know I already said this whole thing about the bench not having enough, but I'm not staying there. We're bringing somebody else into this bench next year. Somebody's coming that can get buckets. So I don't know. Anyway, let me bring a couple more guys up here. G Money's in the building, and my guy D-Rex is up here. Salute to y'all. What's going on, fellas?
What's shooting the big and cool cats? What's going
Hey,
on?
there he is. You know what I mean? Holla at your boy. Stay up, one yourself. Okay, anyway.
How about you, boy?
But let me get over to before you guys go. Don P was gonna say something. Don, you ready?
Yeah, just me being a diehard Knicks fan for a while, man. Like when I started looking at other teams, not like big market teams, but smaller market teams and how they doing things, like I always ask myself, why can't the Knicks do it? And like the stuff that I hear is, that's not what we do. We the Knicks, it's the bright lights and all of that. Like that's cool, but I feel like that put us in a vicious cycle time and time again. And I'm boycotting the Knicks, not because I hate them. Boycotting the Knicks because I don't want another regime throwing away our future picks like it's nothing in the vein of winning now. And we don't have a situation to where we can win now. That's all. Like every loss for me that they take is another step closer to getting Leon out of there. I don't care if he made us relevant again. I don't care if whoever made us relevant again. Everybody's up for grabs as far as I'm concerned. But as far as like building the team up the right way, like I'm all for that. Like I'm not for the whole point of just overpaying all the time. I know in business you got to do that sometimes, but with us, like it seems like it's an ongoing thing. That's all.
Yeah, it's always been that way, man.
All right, sorry about that, guys. I'm back. Continue. Yeah. Let's go with G Money starts, and then we get over to D-Rex. G Money.
Okay, what's shaking the big and cool cast? Happy Saturday. Nice to see everyone again on the panel. Please smash and clutch the lights from a man for Knicks for SKF, please. From a man, Ron, please smash and clutch the lights, everyone. Yeah,
yeah, by the way, we got 133 watching across all platforms. I think we are at 81 likes, guys. So please smash that like button if you haven't already done so. Thank you. Go ahead, G Money. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. One, tonight's a big game. We better watch the Wiz tonight. We better watch the Wizards tonight. And also, everybody just got to be on the P's and Q's. Get the job done. So, yeah.
You're okay. You're okay. We'll come back to you. D-Rex. Oh, you're on. I can't hear you.
Yeah, you muted, bro.
No, still can't hear you. Maybe it's just the connection.
You might have to come out and come back in.
Come out and come in again. I'll make sure that the link is in the chat. Sometimes that happens,
Yeah, my fault, family stuff.
No,
No, you good. You good.
I'm good. No.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Okay, sorry.
I wanted Debo Kendall back. Yep.
Amazing.
Hold on one second, D-Money. We'll come back to you.
So I don't know. We're in an interesting position in the season now, I feel like. One thing that I'm really looking at right now is there's 4 more back-to-backs in the schedule. And I don't know. The tension is building around, already we have Alan Hahn. It's not just me, the Minutes Police captain over here criticizing this shit no more, this stuff, sorry. It's a bad look, man. Everyone posted that picture of them sitting on the bench looking like prisoners of war, really ragged, really messed up. It's hard to deny at this point, really. And I think the one thing that concerns me is the next 2 Cavs games are both of them the second game of back-to-back. So I'm like, man, we have 2 more Cavs games, 1 more Celtics game, and I'm like, we better see there's not a blowout. If all of them 3 is a blowout, even if we do well in the playoffs at that point, which I'm assuming is not finals performance, let's say second round, third round, even that already is like a stain that's hard to remove. You can't get swept in the season by a blowout every time with these contenders.
I agree.
That's what can you say, bro? No progress. So I don't know. We're in a weird spot. I feel like there's a lot of consternation. Good word. I feel like for where we're at in the season and where the organization is at, the team. It's worrying, but I also feel like it's a moment of reflection. Because the whole year we were saying that Jalen Brunson is the offense. Jalen Brunson is everything of the team. And by that, I mean, not only is he the best player, but we invested everything of the offense, the units, the duos, all the synergies that exist in the team were a synergy with Jalen Brunson, basically. And now that he's out, it's like, yo, bro, you got to coach. You got to win some freaking games, bro. You got to win some games or you're on fraud alert. That's what I'm saying.
I can see yep.
And for me, it's frustrating because I myself, look, people call me a negative Knicks fan. I myself was saying, yo, maybe when Jalen Brunson goes down, we're going to see a different side of this team. Different players are going to get more of a chance to step up. Mikal Bridges' usage rate is down. We kind of have seen it, but the synergy, the chemistry, the team part of the team is not there. And that for me has been like the most disappointing thing of the stretch. Not even that we're I expect people were so shocked to Sandro Mumakashvili, whatever his name is. I expect that to happen at this point. Granted, he broke a record.
Mamu Dabadoo.
Yeah. And I'm like, okay, at this point, I'm like, every game it's like clockwork. We have Mamu, whoever, whatever. We learn a new name every game. I said it before, but they should just get rid of the G League. Just have these guys play 1 game against the Knicks. That's it. There's your development league. 1 game. They'll do better. But for me, it's where is this ride going to end at this point is really the question. We got 15 games left. We have probably not enough games to incorporate the rookies and any meaningful capacity. I don't know, but I guess some of them could be playoff eligible at this point just because they've been on the bench. I don't know exactly what it is, But if let's say Deuce has his groin injury now and he goes down, then what happens? If OG has another sprain now, then what happens? We're
in trouble.
I'm not trying to jinx it, but
knock on wood, man.
This is not theoretical. Deuce, I don't know. People didn't see this, but do people even know why Deuce got a groin injury? Do people even know what happened? Like there was one play where he got up and some dude, like literally, I don't remember who it was. He ran into him full force with his knee and like kneed him in the air in his,
Yeah, I remember it. No,
and it was like, it was not like, oh, whatever, I grunt and groan, normal hit to the family. It was not a good one, I felt bad for him. I feel like people overlooked it. And he already had knee issues this season.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of issues. Also I feel like we love Josh Hart and his fan base. I love Josh Hart, but we have to be honest about his positives and negatives. He has limitations like any player, because he's good at being a hustle player and glue guy. Doesn't mean he's good at every aspect of basketball in every game against every team. No. Let's be real. He's not a perimeter defender. Josh Hart is not. If you want someone to guard the 3, Josh Hart is not the guy. He's not number 1, 10, 50, 100. He's not. Okay? On-ball defense is not the best, and people have been saying the whole season that we have 2 defensive liabilities in the starting unit. I'm not going to go so far as to say Josh Hart is a defensive liability, but is he a defensive asset? Really, no, he's not. And there were games where he's 6'4", let's say he plays 6'8". Again, he plays 6'8". He's fighting 7-footers for rebounders. It doesn't work out sometimes. There was a game, I think the last game he played like 38 minutes and got like 3 offensive rebounds. And that's what he's supposed to be out there for.
He's a rebounding rebel. He's supposed to be a rebounding rebel. Yeah.
Yeah. So
and he had 0 points. What was that game? He had 0 points. Yeah, that's not helpful either. And if he had like 4 points, we would have won that game too.
Yeah.
I think that was against the Warriors or something.
And even recently in the last game, there was another goal where he was end of the shot clock, end of the quarter, and he was rushing. And instead of shooting, he went to do his normal transition layup.
His layup. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
You saw it happen again. You know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, so that ball should be going to Cat in that situation too. I don't know what's going on.
But even if you're there, you have no time left.
Throw it up. Yeah,
I just want to say that apparently, this is what was said. I don't know nothing to be facts. Apparently, that play was not supposed to go the way it broke down. It was not supposed to look like that. But the way the Lakers came out, they messed it up for the Knicks. So that's what happened.
No, I'm sure that wasn't the intention.
Yeah.
But the thing is, when you're in that scramble situation and Josh Hart is with the ball, 1 second left on the shot clock, by math you have to throw it up because by the time you run over there, it's already you don't have enough. It doesn't count even no matter what you do.
Right.
And it's already like 2 games like that. So
facts.
The thing that I've been saying is we love this guy. We don't want to see Josh Hart hanging out there to die. He's tanking his own numbers in these bad games. So in these stinky games, when we're leaving him out there and pretending the whole season that because he's good at the other things, he's great at everything in basketball, right? He's not. He has limitations. You have to be honest. You have to set up these guys for success and put them in the right position. And when they're having a stinky game, bro, sit their ass down. You're not doing the team a favor. You're not doing him a favor, and you're not doing anybody else a favor.
That's what even if doing every sport.
Yeah,
I agree. I'm making the point that if you want to help him, you are in fact hurting him by first of all pretending there's not an issue with any level of his play, and by saying, okay, you have like for example the Celtics game, he was like a -32, bro. He was the worst, and that's I want to be nice to this guy, but you have to be honest.
Accountability, yeah.
I don't want to see Josh Hart play 35 minutes against the Celtics next game because he's not comfortable in the matchup,
No. What were we gonna say, Juan?
No, I just want to. No. It's all good. It's all good. I just want to address like these fans because there's a certain group of fans that they think you got to be positive no matter what, and just like just be supportive. Like no, we're saying this because we are true fans. Like we want our team to do better, and part of knowing our team can be better. Like we look at this Knicks team, especially the squad that we have right now. Is one of the most talented teams I've ever seen put on a Knicks floor. So when we see them fail and we see all these flaws, those flaws need to get pointed out because that has to be addressed so they can make the team better. The way you make players better is you hide their flaws and you put them in positions where their strengths are. Like D-Rex was piggybacking what D-Rex is saying. So not necessarily knocking them. We're just saying, hey, these flaws are not being addressed or being hidden and the strengths aren't being amplified. So in those situations, you got to do what's you got to be like, hey, this is not happening, and that's a coaching thing. I'm so with you, Ron. I'm glad you finally on the train. Took you long enough to get here, but I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know how I feel. I feel weird, but I'm here.
I've been on off of Thibs for a long time. Like midway in the season, I tried, but by the All-Star, I was like, I'm done with Thibs.
So, I mean, I just want to say, like, what upsets me about it is I don't want to be here, guys. I want the Knicks to be successful with Thibs because I want Thibs to like, I'm that guy. I'm the underdog guy. I love the movie Rudy, but I love that, and I want Thibs to have his redemption story too. But he's not setting it up right. Okay, if he ain't playing he's not he got to be the star in his own movie. I want him to be a star in our movie, in the Knicks movie. Like it's like he's the star in the Thibs movie. I need him to read the script again and understand that this is not going to work out the way you want it to work out if you keep doing it the same way. I want him to have that moment where he can finally tell the rest of the league, no, I'm not just a regular season coach. I did change the culture. I did give us an identity. Now you give me the players, and now I'll take this team to the next level. But he's not doing it, and I'm sorry. I'm not going to just let this go another year. If it's me, no, I'm not going to watch this train wreck again. This is the year. If Thibs don't get to the Eastern Conference Finals, then Thibs is up out of here. That's my opinion. I'm not going to keep going.
You had 5 years. You had 5
Ron,
years.
that's why the word frustrating is the word of the day. Frustrating. It's all frustrating. We watch a team that goes off, smashes teams that we have no business, like, having the best starting five that I've seen in maybe almost my lifetime.
Agreed.
And you know what, you go back to teams like with Sprewell and LJ and stuff like that, or you go to, even Pat's teams, which was my era, like I said again, they were older, it's different. This is a young group of each person having the potential to be one of the best at their position.
Mm-hmm.
So it's frustrating as hell to watch this crap.
We're just not.
But at the end of the day, too, who do you put in? I really don't see who you put in. Like who helps us right now?
Well, that's a conversation. Are you asking player or coach?
No. The coach conversation is not a conversation. He's not leaving right now. No matter what. I'm talking about. You know what I mean?
No matter what. Yeah, the playoffs are coming. We have to keep
what we could talk until we're blue, but he ain't going nowhere right now. Next year we could talk about that. If we don't get to the conference finals, we could talk about that. Or even if we do get to the conference finals, we can talk about that. But right now,
someone got some annoying sound in there.
5 guys.
Oh no, I think. Hold on, let me.
Guys.
I got it.
And there's no real
like somebody trying to start their car or something.
6-man is what I'm looking for. There's nobody. And we were hoping McBride, Deuce would do that. Then Deuce had to enter the starting lineup, and he also took a step back, even when he wasn't, when he was on the bench. So it's tough. You start a year. We talked about pressures. He didn't start the year. We started the year without a bunch of people, and we relied on getting this new team. It's a new team to gel together. And if we're gonna shoot Thibs in the foot on one level, we also got to give him flowers on one level too. You only have 5 guys. Maybe Deuce and give it 5.5 guys, right? 5.5 guys, and he kept these guys in the third slot,
but it's still solid.
At one point, 2 games behind Boston.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's tough. That's why the word for me of the day is frustrating. I'm frustrated because, of course, we should have kicked their ass. I'm going to use a word. Oh, forgive me, Ron. We should have kicked their ass in these last 2 games. All right, but we just didn't. We didn't. I don't know why we didn't. Tired. Who knows why? But we shouldn't have lost those games.
I want to
make
it
was a weird scheduling thing where they let us go far out, then come home one game, then go back out, and there's a little to everything.
That's true. And Shaw pointed it out too. I didn't mean to interrupt, okay? Shaw pointed that out too. But we can't do nothing. That's
also,
how
they have the schedule in advance, bro.
I agree. That's the schedule.
Right.
And it's not like they got the schedule last week.
I was just going to tell you, last year the Knicks had the worst schedule in the whole entire NBA. They looked top to bottom. We had the hardest schedule. We almost I think technically we also had to play. Remember, we also had to play that one because of the new mid-season, in-season tournament. We had to play one extra game against Boston and one extra game against Milwaukee. The Knicks had the worst. Just how it played out. So, and we had the toughest schedule throughout any other team in the NBA because of the amount of over 500 teams that the Knicks had to play at a given time. It was the worst as opposed to anybody else. So the schedule makers don't do the Knicks any favors. So I'm just like, I'm not trying to ignore it. I'm just saying we're getting screwed every year. So I don't know what's going on.
It's two quick points I want to make. For
Sorry,
one,
I just got hyped because
you're good.
Is up. Okay,
let's go, SDJ.
There's 2 points I want to make. So one, people forget because it was probably one of the more embarrassing wins of the season. Nobody wants to talk about. But the last time the Knicks played Charlotte with Jalen Brunson, they won by 1 measly point. That without Jalen Brunson,
Black Friday. That's on Black Friday. Yeah,
there's no chance that they win that game without Jalen Brunson. It was probably Mikal Bridges' worst game of the season, and they stunk it up. And there was no LaMelo Ball. No, they were missing, I think, their entire starting 5 that game.
Miles Bridges was out, I think, yeah.
So, rationally speaking, you had no reason to go into this game thinking, it's a cakewalk. Really, you didn't, you know? And another thing is, no matter what their schedule is, in my opinion, the Knicks have one of the hardest schedules no matter what it is, because every team shows up to play the Knicks. You get the strongest version of every team.
Say it again. Say it, Rex.
Especially at the Garden. Every team loves to come into the Garden and get their highlight reel. It's almost like this is my time for the national, for everybody to see who I am. I'm just saying.
There's some teams that have like 2 televised games a year, you know? Like when you come to play the Knicks, first of all, they're one of the original 8 teams, whatever it is. They have the history, the legacy. They probably grew up watching Pat. There's a million and one reasons why against the Knicks more than the Trailblazers, you're not going to go as hard against compared to the Knicks, you know? So that's something that's bothered. That's something that's bothered me is because we walk into these games thinking, they're bombs, they're bozos, they have 3 wins this season, but they're not going into the game thinking that. They're going into the game. It's the Knicks. We better play 1,000%. You know. So for me, it blows my mind.
I concur.
It blows my mind that we go into these games. It's obligatory, by the way, like clockwork. The one random bozo goes off every game. Whoever it is guaranteed. Probably today, Alex Sarr. We'll find a new name, maybe. We'll learn the whole NBA roster.
It'll be a guy who hasn't played all year.
Yeah. We had an injury. The ball boy had to suit up just so we could have 15 out there. He scored 30 points. But anyway, whatever.
I'm telling you.
Stacks,
you know what?
Are you with us?
You know what, Ron? Put him in. Put him in, please.
Put him in.
Well, no, Miami signed me.
I don't know if Stacks is there.
Stacks,
I'm here.
There you go. All right. I just want to get a little take from everybody. Stacks, what's going on, my brother? How's everything?
Everything good, man. I got like 3 points I want to make to you guys, man.
All right. One second. Let me just give me a 2 seconds. Let me just get this out real quick. This real shout out to King Juggernaut 08. Appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. Good to see you. He said Knicks needed too much to win that game for sure. BD Sports is in the building. What up, BD Sports? That comes with the territory. No excuses. Boston, LA, same thing. The schedule and all that stuff. We just got to deal with it. I hear you, but it's true. And the Knicks just have a bullseye on their back, especially now that people are talking about the Knicks. Oh, the Knicks are good. Knicks have
here come the Knicks, yo. Let's get.
Yeah,
the Knicks coming, yo. We gotta get yo. The Knicks we getting ready to play the Knicks, yo. I'm telling you, that's how they get up against the Knicks. I say
nuts.
The Knicks coming in, yo.
Exactly. So that's what's going on. All right, go ahead, Stack.
Our building is always packed.
Right. Yeah, I just wanted to say, Leon's demise is going to be. It's going to be because of him making his moves based on Thibodeau's coaching. You trading 5 picks for a player we know who was behind that decision. And can we all, everybody up here, can we all agree that no other team in the NBA would have done that trade? Preach.
I don't want to go.
No. I ain't gonna hold you. The Kings would have did it. The Kings would have did it. They dumb enough to do it.
No smart team.
Small margin. Very small margin.
Yeah, but can we agree to that?
I agree.
If I had to guess, yeah.
I'm with you on that.
I've always said it's a minimum an overpay. We'll see if it pays off, but for me, it's overpay at bare minimum.
And you do know that all the stuff I said earlier that we've already talked about. This was also the perfect storm. I mean, he's a Thibs guy. Thibs liked him. The Knicks almost drafted him, but we didn't. and then he's a Villanova dude. All these dudes, come on, you know.
I want to say this too about Mikal. I mean, before we got him, that's all we were talking about was Mikal, and the year before that was all we was talking about was OG. We got him. That's what we all wanted. I remember everybody talking about, yo, we need to go get Mikal. Let's get Mikal. Oh, we need OG over here. We got him. That's what we wanted, right?
Let me tell you this, but I'm in communities other than Knicks communities, bro. And everybody that I talked to, we all knew that Mikal wasn't that guy that everybody thought he was. We knew that he wasn't that guy. So I don't understand why Leon didn't know that. He didn't look into I don't know what he thought, that he was just a Thibs guy, because he's not a Thibs guy. If y'all think about it, he's not a Thibs guy.
The only reason he is, bro, is because he doesn't complain much until now he did, and he plays 10 billion minutes a game. So
so you thought he was a Thibs guy, so you thought wrong again. And then another thing, y'all we wanna not draft these players like in the front, like Ryan Dunn. Y'all saving money for who? Landry Shamet and Cameron Payne? Who are we saving money for?
Well, no, I mean, listen. I can't.
Oh well, we didn't draft him because we knew Thibs wasn't going to play him anyway. So let's just sign Payne and Shaman. Let's just sign them.
Ryan Dunn would have played for the Knicks. Ryan Dunn is. Do I think? I don't know. I can't say if Ryan Dunn would have been the Ryan Dunn he is right now. Ryan Dunn got a little offensive game.
Yeah, he would have played 5 minutes.
I'm not even talking about his offense. I'm just talking about the defense. Like that's what they need.
Defensively, we could have definitely used Ryan Dunn.
His offense is a plus. That's a plus.
Here, this goes back to that same thing again. And I know as fans, we don't care about any of this stuff. But this Knicks organization are so to the penny.
Right.
They already have the mindset and the plan laid out. This is what we got to do. This is who we're going for. How do we do this? But if we do this, we're going over the cap. If we do this, we're going to do. So how do we do this? Well, we're going to go draft. I'm going to say this again because I know I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I said this before. A lot of content creators, I'm only saying this because we talk, right? And, some of us are real close. A lot of us didn't think they were getting anybody. A lot of us thought they were just going to trade out of the first round, trade these picks away, and get some more assets, flip them for twos and all types of stuff. They wound up drafting 4 guys. But as you can see, they went into their Nick bag. Brock Aller doing what Brock Aller trading one guy down to get another pick, to get a cheaper pick that's less money, and just thing. That's all it was. I think Thibodeau and the New York Knicks wanted Ryan Dunn, but I think they realized that if they go get Ryan Dunn,
they ain't gonna have no bench.
This amount of money. Then
what bench do we have now? We still don't have a bench.
But the penalties,
I'm telling you, look,
penalties.
Okay, let me say this one more time because I once again, this is the real, right? We talking about it. The draft happened before anything else happened. Even if we lose out on Ryan Dunn, if I told you that we're gonna lose Ryan Dunn, but we're gonna get Mikal Bridges and we're gonna get Karl Anthony Towns, y'all are signing up, man. No one's not signing up for that.
I'm not signing up for 5 picks, Ron.
I get it.
I was always skeptical about
I'm not a big fan of Cat.
I mean, some people aren't big fans of Cat, but remember, the Cat. Look,
I'm not mad at the Cat trade. I'm good with that trade. I'm not mad at the Cat trade.
All right, cool. But a lot of people aren't that high on Cat because meow meow mix, all that stuff. I've said it.
I think he could have did better by not giving up Dante. Look, Ron. Look, he could have not traded all them picks for Mikal. Instead, of using one of them picks for the Cat.
Okay, forget that. Say we did still trade all those picks for Mikal. The only reason why we're talking about this is because we are hurting somewhere. If we were able to get Cat without giving up Dante, would we even be talking about those 5 picks? No, because Dante would be cooking. And we wouldn't be worried about the fact that we gave up 5 picks because we wouldn't have that deficit on our bench. Dante would be cooking. That's the problem. Right. We just be lacking something. That these little things that happen that just make moves that Leon and the front office have done don't look as good as they could have looked. Losing Hart, having to throw in Dante in that trade, these things are what come back to bite us. If we could have maneuvered around certain things in a certain way, it wouldn't be the same. We went without a solid backup center for almost 4 months, guys. This is
Or
not
backup power forward for 2.
That's true too. Like certain things are happening that shouldn't have happened, and as much as like I don't want to say that Leon and the front office aren't doing the right thing. They just got caught.
Leon just he's coaching around things. That's his problem. He's doing it around things.
Nah, that whole new cap structure just screwed us. We would have been able to match that offer for Hart. Yeah.
It definitely
so we would have been able to
their
if it
assets
wasn't
more. But I think the points that you're making are valid. But some of them, like Mikal Bridges, you could look. A lot of people in the Knicks community were looking at him saying, "This guy's a missing piece. He was Villanova, whatever." I was not.
I'm coming back to you, Juan. Hold on.
But I just wanted to say, like, there was a lot of marginal moves lately. That's like, okay, Landry Shamet goes down, you get Matt Ryan. That's a weird one. All these wing signings lately: Anton, Delon, Marjon Beauchamp, even the other. I'm like, these are. Why are you doing these things? Because you know. You might as well not sign anybody. With this coach, you might as well not sign anybody. The
problem, D-Rex, is that the Knicks are – I think what it boils down to, and it's not – I don't want to knock them because I'm not in their position. I can't do what they're doing. But the bottom line is the Knicks are really good at managing their expenses and their finances and staying under the cap. But that doesn't mean that they're the best at spending their money. Right? They find ways to bring in players to stay under the cap that'll be, they're solutions. They're okay. They don't do as good as like State Miami and what Pat Riley be doing over there, getting these guys off the scrap heap that come in and light people up.
That's a great point.
We're not that good at maximizing the talent for our dollar. That is the biggest problem with this Knicks team.
I'm like, are these guys? I just want to know why there's 6 roster slots.
And that's why I also said that we're horrible drafters and we don't go get the good guys off the scrap heap.
And Jay, that's all I've been trying to say this whole time I was on the panel is we're not maximizing what we can do. You know what I mean? Like we're always taking shortcuts in order for us to compete, and it always bites us in the behind 4 years, 5 years down the road. And that's something that I'll take no issue with.
Yeah, that's fair. And I don't know how. Like we're not in the. I want to get back to Stacks because I know he still has some other stuff. We're not in these conversations. We don't know. I don't know the forethought. I'm sure these guys they know this stuff coming. I don't know how detailed the Knicks game plan for their strategy for the next 4 or 5 years was. Did they already take into account that this second apron was coming? Did they know? Or did they just get hit? Like, do you have a plan? This is what we're going to do for the next 5 years. And then two years within that plan, they come out with this, we're doing a second apron thing. And then maybe that screwed the Knicks. I don't know. Like, I'm assuming they know, but I don't know that. So
we don't know that.
That's what screwed the Knicks.
Who knows?
That's what the Knicks because we could have signed Hart. We could have matched the deal to keep Hart. You didn't think the Knicks wanted to match that money? We just couldn't match the money.
We couldn't. We'd have been even worse off now if we'd have did that with Hart. We'd have been.
You want to know the worst thing about that? You want to know the worst thing about that is at the end of the day
that Brunson left money on the table.
Well, no, but at the end of the day,
113 on the table. Yeah,
Hart made the right move for himself. He went to the better team.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Not too many people get that type of opportunity. Hey, I could sign with the Knicks, be in the New York stage, and have a chance to be on a winning team, or I can go to OKC, who's also a winning team, and get more money, who looks like they're already championship ready. I mean, how many people get that offer?
And start for sure, because remember, when Mitch was coming back, Hart might not have started.
Agreed.
Period.
And have a coach breathing down his neck saying, you have to do this, you have to do that, you have to play this, you can't do that. Like,
all right. Let's not get too far sidetracked. My bad. No, you're good. Not you. I'm just like, let me reel it back in, get back to Stacks. Go ahead, Stacks. Back to where you were, bro.
Yeah, we make my next point. I'm gonna talk about Deuce. How he's hurting the team. And he's not a bad player, but he's just not a fit for this team. You had to draft Tyler Kolek and you have to sign Cameron Payne because you don't have a backup point guard. And he's 6'1". I told you this already, Ron. He's 6'1". He's a 6'1" shooting guard. The Knicks don't need that. It's point blank that simple. They don't need that. You had to draft Tyler Kolek and sign Cameron Payne when you could have drafted a wing or a center, and you could have signed a wing because you don't have a backup point guard because Deuce can't run it.
Well, I mean, the flip side of that too, Stacks, is I think that we have some of these answers already. They just may not be ready. But if you think about it, the Knicks look like they don't have a good amount of height. But let's flip this around for a second. If all things considered, everybody's healthy. You got Cat, Karl Anthony Towns, a 7-foot center. You got Mitchell Robinson, a 7-foot center. You got Ariel Huck-Porty, a 7-foot center. So you got size at that spot, right? Power forward, you got OG. You got Precious, even though he's undersized, but he's fine for power forward. And then you think, well, you got Mikal Bridges, but what do you have after that? He's your 6'7" guy. I mean, technically, on the bench, you got Pacom Dadier, who's 6'8", going on 6'9". You got Kevin McCullers, who's 6'6", 6'7", who's a great defender and can give you a little bit of an offensive game. But the whole thing was, is he ready? Remember, he's still rehabbing, coming back from that terrible knee injury. He's starting to look good. The G League is looking good for him, but that's the G League. I told y'all before, don't get too caught up in that G League. So, you know what I mean? But he's looking good, though. He's starting to come into his own, and we know
he's better than Shaman. I don't care what. He's better than Shaman right now.
He's better than Shaman. You're right.
Right now.
They don't
Stack,
think
you're better than Shaman.
So you got stuff like that. The Knicks got some stuff going on, and then you got somebody in Tyler Kolek, who is, I think Tyler Kolek is taller than Payne.
He's 6'3".
He don't play the defense. We know that. But you can't tell me that if you started allowing Pacom Dadier, I know he got hurt, all that other stuff. You tell me when we started this season playing Pacom Dadier, I'm throwing Kevin McCullough in there just because he's healthy now, but he wasn't then. But I'm saying we had these guys available, the Dadiers, the McCullers, the Koleks. These guys played from the beginning of the season to now. You don't think these guys would be ready to help this team going forward into the playoffs?
We would be in a different galaxy of competition.
They definitely would be better and be ready. Right now is where our argument falls on deaf ears because they're not ready. And if we put these guys out there, let me tell you exactly what's going to happen. And I'm a fan of all these guys, especially Kolek. That's my guy. They're going to come in there. They're going to have a couple good games where you're like, you see, this is what I'm talking about. This is why he should have played them. And then they're going to play a team that plays good defense, that knows how to stop a guy who's limited. And then Kolek's going to look like trash, or Dadier is going to look like trash, or McCullough will look like trash because they haven't had enough time to adjust. Because that's the whole point about NBA games. You go out there, you have a good game, a team comes out, they adjust to you, you learn from it. You go back out there, you work on different things, and then you figure out, okay, now I know what to do when they come at me. But you need games for that. You can't do that in the playoffs. There's no time to be taking games off. You got to win. So that's why now we're in a problem because he waited all this time, and he's still not playing these guys, mind you. But we need to play these guys because our starters are tired. What are we doing here? Oh, man. This is so frustrating. It's so frustrating.
The starters
four back-to-backs left. 4 back-to-backs left. I believe it's the most in the NBA season at this point.
Yeah, and the weirdest schedule. The weirdest. I'm talking about like we got a game in New Orleans. The next night we got a game in Miami. Not Miami. Back in New York. And then the next night we're going west. It's ridiculous.
Ron, I don't kind of accept some of the premise of what you're saying because, for example, today we're going to play the Wizards, right? By all odds, Pacom Dadier will not play. However, this season, he already played. He dropped 9 points on the Wizards and got like 3 rebounds. He actually played significant minutes. It's one of the few times we saw him in a real NBA game this year. And he played well against this team. I think also another point that's missed is Dadier, yes, he's 19, he's very young, but he played in a professional league. He was earning his minutes. This is not a college kid. He was already playing in a professional league for a long time, earning a damn paycheck. This was his job. You know, so I think it's unfair to compare him to like a rookie fresh out of college that never played anything before.
I hear your point, and I understand what you're saying. The only thing that I will say in contrast to that is I think Dadier might be a little hurt. Something's up with Dadier that he's not even on the roster to be used. And you could do that with any player. You know how teams circumvent the system to make it guys eligible. But I think Dadier, because Dadier was dealing with an ankle injury, he came back from it. He played a couple games. They used him a little bit for a couple minutes.
And then he got a toe injury too.
So that's okay. That's it. So
No,
I think
yeah, you're right. But
but-
the toe injury, I think, is healed up because he just dropped 20 points in the G League like last
Oh,
night.
Yeah, he's back playing now. Yeah, he's back playing now.
okay. All right.
Yeah, but so did my grandmother. My grandmother dropped 22 points last night in the G League.
The G League is kind of crazy. But
Look,
the other thing
she got one leg.
the other thing I wanted to say to the thing about Daddier is it still doesn't change what I'm saying, even though Daddier is a little bit more of a professional player and should understand how to handle himself better with his experience. That doesn't change the fact of NBA experience not only teaches you two things. One, defensively, it's hard to go out there and play NBA defense against these professional players. But what helps is night in and night out, you get different looks, or even if you have to play a team more than once, you can understand tendencies and patterns. And if these guys don't play consistently, they don't get that. So I don't want to compare like Mikal Bridges, even though he's a better defender anyway. I don't want to compare him to a Daddier who could be a good defender. When Mikal gets these looks and he has his own internal thing about playing these guys day in and day out for years, knowing what they like to do against them, he knows how to effectively play them. And Daddier has to learn all that. And you can't learn it playing one game here, 5 minutes. Even if he played 20 minutes, it's still one game.
That argument goes both ways. If the whole point is that you have to get 1 million reps to learn, then how are you going to get reps? You're not going to learn if you don't also get the reps. Like it's
I get it. But the flip side of that is, it's the pecking order once again. Who's ahead of you? The Josh Hart, the Mikal Bridges, like in the pecking order. Before you get to Daddier, it's just tough to get that all out. And I also used that. I used another case file for my little argument with RJ Barrett 3 years ago. I think it was 3 years ago. It could have been 2 years ago. RJ Barrett worked out with Bradley Beal all summer. We played the Wizards in the preseason, and RJ Barrett cooked Bradley Beal. He knew he cooked them offensively and defensively. He shut him down. He knew everything Bradley Beal was going to do against him. Still just one game, though. Next time RJ played Bradley Beal went off because he's a solid NBA player, and it doesn't matter. Like so, but my point was those reps, that practice, that understanding what he likes to do, helped him, right? It didn't necessarily say you're going to stop me forever, but it'll help you to be better. So I'm just saying, I just think that has a lot to do with it, and more. I'm looking at it more on the offensive side. Guys knowing how to stop us. I use the Jeremy Lin excuse. Jeremy Lin cooked teams for 8 games. And when he played Miami came with the blueprint, and he was never the same. That's all my argument.
Look, let me just bring it back to a simpler point. I'm not saying to replace Jalen Brunson or OG with Macomb Daddier. I'm just saying bring in these guys to take out the trash.
Oh, yeah. You'll get no argument from me on that. I agree with you.
And you have games like against the Hornets, bro. You expect your starters to every rebound of the 82-game season, every rebound, every free throw, every single thing you do in the NBA season, these guys are going to do. It's just inefficient, and it's not even worth their time, honestly, after a certain point. You know, these guys are literally above playing the Hornets. That's literally what I think. And if you put the rookies out there, for me, this one in particular is inexcusable because you could say it's preseason, whatever. But they played well against the Hornets and a better, healthier version of the Hornets. So preseason, whatever. But this team had half the players of the team that they beat. You know? So for me, it's like this is why I'm more animated today about it. Usually I'd be whatever. But for me, I think you have certain matchups that's like, okay, this player has something against this player that's hard for him. I don't know. He's just not playing as well against him as you would play against Mikal Bridges for some reason. We see it every night. Some random guy like, Dyson Daniels, who would have known? Granted, Jalen Brunson had the response, but the one game Dyson Daniels made Jalen Brunson miserable. He really had him on lockdown more than anybody the entire season. So you see some of these guys that just they have some kind of answer to their game plan or their way of playing. That's like I don't know,
That's the I don't know what's the word, but the non-flexibility of our coach in Thibs.
And then the other example I would use is the first game against the Hawks. I think when Risa Shea went off, he dropped like 34 points on that. The only person on the team with professional experience against Zachary Riche is Pacom Dadier. He's a rookie who has no tape, who is his first year in the NBA. The only person, it's not possible for someone else to have experience other than him.
Yeah.
So for me, it's these are things where it's like, you just have to look around at who you have. Okay, this guy's dropping, let's say 28 points. Oh, maybe, you know what I'm saying? Like, or even the thing.
I agree with you. I 100% agree with you. And I got a super chat that I want to get to. And then I once again get right back to Stacks so he can land his plane and we can move on. But I want to say the San Antonio Spurs game, I don't want to say the Charlotte Hornets game so much because they did have Miles Bridges out there. They did have LaMelo Ball. Those are solid NBA players. And LaMelo is a star type player. He's got the goods, right?
And they were playing the Knicks. They stepped up for the Knicks.
They still shouldn't have won, but they did. But the San Antonio game is really frustrating. The San Antonio game was like
no Fox and Wemby at all. Yeah.
No, and the San Antonio game was like an extension of that game that I hate to go back to.
Knicks played that game too, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Which is the game that you're talking about, Ron? Which is the game you keep?
I'm going to tell you right now. I hate to mention it.
Don't say it, Ron. Please.
It's that damn game against the Orlando Magic when Orlando had nobody out there.
No, Ron. It was the Osceola Magic.
No Franz Wagner, no Paul Banchero, no Dwight Howard, no Jameer Nelson, no Jalen Suggs, no Mikhail Petrus, no JJ Redick, no Jody Meeks, no
Tracy McGrady, no
T-Mac.
Nobody.
We watched our team go out there.
No Mike Miller.
We watched them go out there, and our coach didn't have enough cojones to bench his starting unit and say, you guys are going out there and playing like trash. You don't got it. Sit down. I'm going to blow this bench in there, and you see how guys play with some effort. He couldn't even do that. I was so mad at that game. So mad.
Wendell Carter and
that was also 2 games against the OKC and Chicago back-to-back. So that was a brutal one.
Very, very upsetting time. That's probably the maddest I've been as a Knicks fan. I was yelling at the screen. I was like, it's a good thing there was no still Knicks fans that night. I probably would have said some stuff. You guys are like, what the hell's wrong with Ron? I've never seen him like that. Yeah, that was not a good night for me. That was bad.
No, honestly, Ron, that was a dark time, and I understand.
That was bad. That was really bad.
I would not blame you if you went nuts. I would not blame you if you went.
Yeah, that was tough. I'm going to move on from that. Let me get to the super chat. You know what it is. Shout out to Harris Duggar. The aprons has made Thibs obsolete. Reason teams will have to rely on a rookie salary. Guys he hates to play, having to play to avoid second apron penalty. Facts. That's 100%. This is the Knicks' frugalness and reason to stay under that second apron to be handicapped by not being able to move around. And I don't even know if, I don't know if, can I use that word? You know how YouTube is. But anyway, to be stifled with their salary restrictions.
I want to win or what?
That situation has messed us up and allowed us not to be able to function like other teams in the NBA. It's almost a bad thing that they went out and got Cat. It's almost a bad thing. And I'm not saying because of who he is. It's because it limits us, and now we're stuck. But hopefully we can get out of this.
Financially, it was bad to get Cat.
Financially, but I do think that you can win with Cat and Brunson. The Knicks just have to clean up Let me tell you something. If we just had Alec Burks and Bogdan Bogdanović on this bench, the Knicks would be smoking teams. I'm telling you right now. It don't take a lot.
With Burks and Bogey,
Quentin Grimes.
Okay. I mean, I'm not sold on the Quentin Grimes thing. Guys,
matter of fact, he wasn't that same guy with Thibs, so you're right.
He wasn't that same guy with Thibs. He wasn't that same guy in limited minutes. I'm going to say it the last time I'm going to say it because I don't want to sound like a broken record. If you give me Ron, who doesn't play ball, 48, I probably stink right now. But if you give me the opportunity to play 30 minutes, 35 minutes each night, and let me be the primary, I'm gonna knock down a couple shots. Yeah,
I'm gonna get 10 points. I promise you.
I'll probably get 10 points and hit a couple of money balls.
Let's get Ron on a 10-day, y'all. We need some bench help.
I'm gonna flop and get to the line. I'm gonna do a whole bunch of stuff.
Listen,
I agree. They should be getting points. It's ridiculous.
But all jokes aside, Quentin Grimes has talent. He's not a guy who doesn't have talent. The guy can shoot. He has beautiful form. He's a good defender, a solid basketball IQ. If you give the guy the opportunity to be the man, because there's nobody else over there, I expect special things from him. And that's all he's showing. But it doesn't take away that if you put him in the same team that he's on now and bring all those guys back, you're going to be like, man, what happened to the Quentin Grimes we saw before? Because he ain't going to get the same level of touches, that same level of the usage. But it's the what's the thing? I just lost the word. I've been saying it like 45 times today.
Usage rate?
No, it's the chemistry thing that, when a guy is in rhythm. He's going to have the same rhythm. He's not used.
Thibs couldn't see this coming from Grounds. Do you think he could have?
But I don't agree with that because Grimes played with the starting unit for quite some time. I'm not quite sure if someone went down or whenever it was. He came in and he played, and he was not nearly this guy. This is a
I'm asking y'all. Do y'all think Thibs think Grimes? Do he think Grimes would have been as good? Do y'all think he believes that? As he's being
I think he ever really thought about it that way because he never would have had a chance to use him that way.
He said he didn't believe Jimmy Butler would be this good.
I still don't think Grimes is this good.
He can't see the top of his players.
I think Grimes would be better like with the Spurs or with the Raptors.
Primary and only user. They have nobody else playing right now. So
he doesn't know how to maximize his players.
He's getting up 50 shots.
All right, hold on 1 second. Let me do this because you guys know I'm the stats guy. I'm not the stats guy, but that's how I back up some of my arguments here. Hold on, let me pull this up so we can just look at this real quick. Share screen. Boom.
Let me know how many shots he takes to get.
You said it, Ron. This is the best team he's had. He doesn't know how to maximize all these guys at once.
Yes, I agree with that. Hold on, let me blow this up a little bit. Okay. So look at Quentin Grimes, right? I want you to look at 2022, 2023, and then look at 2023, 2024. 2022, 23, he played 71 games. He started 66 games. He was playing 30 minutes a game. He averaged 11 points. That's not bad. I can knock him for that. Right?
He was standing in the corner, man.
But look at 30 minutes of play. He averaged 11 points per game. But look at the next year. 45 games. He started 18 of them. He was averaging 20 points. He was averaging 7 points per game. Look at the shooting, 36 from 3. Look at from the field, 39.5. The league average is 44. He was at 39.5. That's not someone that you say, oh man, I didn't trade him for Donovan Mitchell and I feel good about it. That's not it. I can't rock with him. That's the problem. That's the issue. That's the issue.
Also, not for nothing, there are players that are not built to play in New York.
That's true.
Nah, that's not it, Jay. He's not built for Thibs.
Oh, okay. No, that's definitely
but you
true.
know what, though? It could. But you know what, brother? It could be both. It could be all that. Grimes he just read you the numbers, all those numbers, and he wasn't producing. Now he's playing on a team where there's no pressure, there's no people, like no stars playing, everybody's hurt, and he's producing.
That's all I've been trying to say. You put him on a team where he's the man. There ain't nobody else there. He got to do something. And he's scoring at will because he's getting he's playing 33 minutes with Philadelphia. And the ball is going through his hands. Look at him. Now he's shooting.
Before he got to Philly, we seen glimpses of this in Dallas. Jay Kidd, I believe he put the battery in his back. And that's the kind of coach that Grimes needs.
I'm not doubting it. But I want to say one more thing. Even with Jay Kidd, when we saw those numbers start to go up, Luka wasn't playing. In a couple games, Kyrie wasn't playing. Like, he gets to be the man over there, too. When he's not the man and he doesn't get that level of usage and that rhythm going, that's the Grimes that the Knicks had. That's my point that I'm trying to make. And as much as there's so many guys in the NBA team that look like they can be players that can do more in the league, but when you're on a team You have to play that role that we got you for. And this New York Knicks team with a Mikal Bridges, OG Anunoby, Jalen Brunson, Karl Anthony Towns, Grimes is not going to get more than 20 minutes, if that. And he's only going to be able to do what he can do. And he's not even going to get shots.
We got to change that statement, Ron. I feel like it's on the Thibs team because we see it on OKC and the other teams every night. It's somebody else every other night who's having 28, 25 points for them guys.
No, we're talking about the Knicks with Thibs because he is their coach.
Yeah, I'm just saying we gotta say a Thibs team. We're not even gonna say OG Brunson. We're gonna say a Thibs team.
Yeah. That's fair. You can say that a Thibs team with these guys. Yeah, I agree. That's fair. But that's all I'm saying. That's all I wanted to get out there. I'm not knocking Grimes. If you guys remember, one of Ron's craziest things I've ever said, I called him Klay Thompson Jr. It is what it is, guys. Don't hold it against me. It is what it is. I thought he was going to be the next coming. So I was. Man. If he was playing like this right now, I'd be right. Y'all be like, "Yo, Ron was right."
Yeah. Man, you see the future.
Anyway, yeah, I was wilding, bro. I didn't know enough about him. I didn't even know, for some reason, I thought he was the same height as Klay Thompson. He's not. I didn't. I just didn't do my research at the time. I was wilding.
The light skin thing, man.
Might have been the light skin.
That's what it was. They almost had the same haircut. Like almost the same thing.
Shout out to DNL M. Almonte, a member of the SKF Army. Appreciate you. But shout out to Paris Duggar. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said the smart thing would have been to rest against San Antonio. And that may have been right. You could have started off. That actually does make a lot of sense. They could have started off seeing where they were. When that game started to get a little out of reach, you could have put some of them starters down, saved some minutes, so at least they would have had a chance to do something against Charlotte. But once again, this just goes back to the reason why I'm on the Thibs needs to be fired train, not now, at the end of the season, only if we don't get past the second round. Because like I said, I'm not going to be a hypocrite. If we make it to the Eastern Conference Finals where we haven't been in so long, I can't knock them. Something
be a miracle. We'd be
happy. Because there are some.
He won't be fired if we get there.
Oh no, he definitely won't, because we do know we might turn into one of
the conference final or finals.
However, that does mean we have to beat the Celtics or the Cavs in a five game.
That is correct, unless something else happens. But yes, most likely you have to beat one of those teams in the second round. I mean, but Sean knows
anything can happen.
Sean knows teams start with Miami Heat with Jimmy Butler. Not now, because Miami Heat is they're a different team. But with Jimmy Butler, when the regular season didn't matter to them, they only cared about the playoffs. When the playoffs, that's when the light switch turned on. So what if the Knicks turn into one of those teams? We got some guys that are getting a little older, and they got expectations. I mean, they're not thinking about the regular season as much now. Like we just want to be healthy, get to the playoffs, and then get our stuff going. They could be.
Brunson is a playoff beast. Like
he's a playoff demon. Yeah,
it's different.
I don't know, man.
It all comes down to matchups as well. You know what I mean? It all comes down to matchups and who we play. And who the other teams play. I mean, there may be a hard matchup in 1-8. There may be a hard matchup at 2-7. And I mean, we may have a hard matchup with 3-6, depending on who's going to be 6. If it's going to be Milwaukee or if it's going to be Detroit.
I don't think Milwaukee. I think we'll kill Milwaukee.
But I mean, all these matchups could make a difference, because if we say we get Detroit and we beat Detroit. And I think it's Atlanta in 8th place now. And Atlanta somehow beats Cleveland. That changes the whole everything. That changes everything. I mean, what if who is
Boston one shot?
Who's 7 again? I forgot. If Indiana,
Atlanta's 7.
Atlanta. If Orlando beats Cleveland. Boston, maybe. You know what I mean? Who can say? Or if they don't even beat them. Don't forget now, Orlando, it's a pretty good team, man. I mean, if they can, even if they don't beat them and take it to a 7-game series, and we end ours in 4 or 5, that helps us. You know what I mean? So it could be all in the matchups and stuff like that. You know what I mean? I'm rolling with the Knicks, man. You know what I mean? I think they're gonna get it together in these next 12 games, man. Somehow, some way they're gonna have to figure it out. And I still think the implementation of Mitchell Robinson to the starting unit will help, but we also got to consider who's going to be our center in that second unit. I've been cramming that the whole show, man. And if we can get someone like a Brown in that second unit, you know, which would have been a Hucker Purdy if these guys would have been here, you know, might just change the flavor a little bit. You know what I mean? Somebody that can consistently rebound, interior defense is a must. And once we implement Mitch into the starting unit, because if we don't, we ain't gonna have no interior defense. So it'll be in the second unit. Do we really need the interior defense in the second unit? We need it in the starting unit, but we also need it in the second unit too. So these things are the things that we, you know, this season they just have to gel and get by. I didn't think the Knicks were going to win the championship this year. And I mean, I think they had a chance to get to the Eastern Conference Final and surprise something. And I mean, and if they get to the Eastern Conference Final and, you know, maybe surprisingly go on a tear 4 games against whosoever it is, then we have an even better chance in the playoffs. And I mean, my main focus was the Eastern Conference Final. That is the next step to this team. That's an improvement. And as all of us sit here and talk, we all know that the second unit on the New York Knicks team this year is not it. It is not it. So we have to hope that somebody can help that unit get better in this short, limited time, because it's been like this all year long. Some games the second unit plays good, and some team, like the last game, they suck. So we have to strengthen our second unit by all means necessary and try to salvage this year to get to the Eastern Conference Final, hopefully, and not have a letdown in the first round. My biggest thing is if we make it to a 7th round and we get knocked off by Boston, I'm not mad at that either. In a 7-game series, we took them to 7, and we get knocked out in Boston the last game, and traded Pritchard or whatchamacallit, Tatum shoots a logo 3-pointer to win the game in 7 series. Can't be that mad. We were already almost everybody thinks that Boston's going to beat us anyway. I mean, I think we still have a chance. We still get to play them again this year. It may not be a little different because of the ending of the season. They may claim they might not play as many players, or they starting players as much, or whatever it is. But we have to solidify this second unit. And I thought TJ would have been a great thing. We talked about Alec Burks earlier. TJ is that kind of guy, but you got to follow the money. He's a veteran on a veteran contract. If he just started at the beginning of the year, he'd probably get about $6 million. We can't afford that. That's why we don't have him here now. That's why we didn't bring him up. You know what I mean?
Why I asked about like Anton DeLon and Matt Ryan and all these other guys. Like, why do you have these
all
guys
those
here?
guys, man. I mean, I'm glad they got rid of a lot of these guys. And I think these 2 guys that they picked up, this Bouchon and the other dude, are players for next year. Both of those guys are on the team now as contract guys. They're paying them to be second round. I mean, be 2-way players. They bring them into the season next year. $4 million, $6 million, and one of them, that's $10 million. The 2 players that 6'7" that can probably help the second unit.
I think
it's some things that the Knicks gonna have to work out for next year. I think the Knicks this year is just a good team, and depending on where they land, I think we'll be okay.
I think what Shah said and what you just said are both correct. Either, you know, you could use them, have them already on the roster to go next year to have something coming off the bench, or you know, the money they make, you know, you could use them in a trade for something else. You know, the filler pieces, get a trade done. I mean, both. That's how the Knicks think. We've seen it all so many times. That's what they do. They put these people on the team, and we're like, why are they here? And then that's what it's about. Like the whole other thing, you know, as much as we talk about these young guys and why aren't they playing? Why aren't they spelling? You know, some of our starters. Why the hell is 12 games left? Why is Beauchamp, who has NBA experience, why is he not playing when you know that he cannot play in the playoffs? He's only got 12 games. That's it. Use him in the playoffs.
Also, look at OKC. OKC rested all their starters. Boston is letting their rookie go off. I think the Nuggets also rested their starters and won a game doing it. Like these are what
Yeah, they won with
contending
nobody.
teams.
Yep, they sure did.
Yeah.
These are what contending teams are doing right now in the season. So you're going to tell me that they know better, we know better than them? We don't.
I'm not saying we know. I'm not saying we know better, but we don't have the same talent. Definitely in our second unit, we do not have the same talent as those teams that you just mentioned.
OKC is playing guys on 10-day contracts from the G League. The coach himself is a G League coach, and Bayer and Scheimerman, whatever the heck his name is,
they do got a couple of new guys that they playing, but they still playing majority of their bench.
The Celtics rookie is a 30th pick. Dottie was picked higher.
That's what I was
but they have the ability, the flexibility to do this stuff, take chances with certain guys because they have a really good top to bottom team. Their starters and their bench they're a good unit. They're a good unit.
They're so far ahead. They're so far ahead.
My position is always that it was chicken and the egg. Jason Tatum, 2018, his rookie year, played in the playoffs, and clearly it paid off somehow. You know,
they went to the Eastern Conference Finals without Kai and Hayward. Yeah.
I agree, but I mean, I do think Jason Tatum is a special player. But I hear you.
He's different.
You're right.
JT did.
Would we have known if he was on Tibbs' bench?
Well, I mean, I knew coming out of college.
He would have played.
Out of college, he was a beast.
By the way, funnily enough, wasn't he also a number 8 pick, or what number pick was he?
I think maybe number 8. Yeah, I think he was around there. But top 10 player, you're pretty good.
He was third. He was third. My bad.
Oh, okay, all right, even better. But even top 10, you're pretty good. But I also want to say shout out to my guy, man, a blast from the past. I haven't seen him in the chat in a minute. Hope you're doing well, my brother. Celso Porto, the Jigga Man. Appreciate you, my guy.
Chica.
Yes, sir. Good to see you, bro. Yeah, man, these 5-hour shows, bro. You know how we do. And I got stuff to do, but I still be here rocking with y'all.
I was about to say, I had something to do about an hour and a half ago. People have been blowing me up.
I got to do a lot of stuff, man.
And I'm about to get off, too. I'm about to go.
Yeah. I'm about to.
So let me just say this before we get out of here. I'm gonna get final words from everybody, because we do have a game tonight, right? But before we get to that, let me do this real quick. Let me pull this up. Give me a second. Shoot. Where is it? Okay. It's a little slow. Okay, there we go. All right. So once again, guys, I just want to let me close. I got too many windows open. I got to transfer some stuff because I'm using too much space on my computer. My computer's like, you are running out of space. I'm like, thank you, computer. Let me just say this once again, guys, as I wanted to mention again, join the Still Knicks Fans Discord channel, guys. Launched today. It is up and running. If you know how to use Discord, that's great. If you have no idea, that's okay too. It's really not that hard once you get in. You just have to know what's what, where to go for certain things, right? And please smash that like button, guys. I checked about 5 minutes ago. We were at 95 likes. We got 145 people watching across all platforms. Let's get to 100 likes.
Guys, let's do it, man. You can do it. It's free, man. It's free. Look how much content he's giving you guys. Let's go, man.
Yeah, we right there. Hey,
Ron's the man. Ron is the man. Put it up there.
In the building. Let's go.
Let's go.
That's my middle name. Ron is my middle name.
There you go. Let's go. Let's go. Good to see you. All right. So here's the thing, guys. Let me share this. So, like I said, other entities that in our Knicks community have Discord channels, and they're really cool. And for us, it should be no different. But this is definitely give us a real good platform to be able to talk about different things. Like I said, it's going to be 24 hours, so people can jump in at any different time. You're going to see some Knick conversations. We'll be talking about different things, events, special stuff is going to be going on in there. So it'll be pretty cool. I think we'll all enjoy it, and it is also another way to get us even closer. When we talk about these Knicks things, we'll be able to talk about stuff as they happen. Maybe some trade or some crazy thing happens at 11 o'clock at night, and a couple people are like, "Yo, did you see what happened?" And y'all be chopping it up in the Discord. And I'll be like, "Yep." So it'll be pretty cool.
That's my witching hour too. I'll be on that Discord like 2:30 in the morning.
But yeah. So let me see here. Share. They're gonna make this easy for me. I guess I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to share my. Yeah, I don't know how this is gonna work. Hold on. I'm gonna have to share my entire thingy.
Don't share your thingy, please. That
Yeah, you know how it is, B.
YouTube.
Yeah, let me just add this to the mix, guys, because it is not looking great. Where is it? Hold on, 1 second. Go back to this. So, anyway, while I'm doing this, we play the Wizards tonight. Honestly, knowing what this Knicks team is, I know what's happened the past 2 games. Forget that. Okay, let's go back to real stuff, like real life. Is anybody concerned that the Knicks aren't going to beat the Wizards tonight?
No, but I wasn't concerned about the last 2 games either. So
I'm concerned about every game, and when I haven't been concerned, I've been wrong.
Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah. I mean, look, they're an NBA team. The kid Sar plays well.
They're really playing well lately, and my answer to that question is: do they have one player? Do they have one player on their team that you've never heard of? Then be concerned. The end.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. One guy who hasn't played all year, be nervous.
And we're playing at the Garden too, right?
And we're home.
Oh my God! You know whoever's coming in his they're on the line dance or something like that. They're trying out for the Lion King or Phantom of the Opera tonight. They're gonna be all the way out there tonight. You know what I mean? What's that dude? Shin Yu. They're gonna be out there trying to get on Shin Yu's roster.
Shin Yu.
Yeah. Yo, whoever's got the freshest haircut, watch out for him. Watch out for the guy with the brand new haircut, man. I'm telling you.
My man said Shin Yu, bro.
Yeah, they get out there. They about to perform for them tonight. You know how they come on, bro. You know how they come on 7th Avenue in Madison Square Garden. It ain't just when we go to their homes. Oh, yo, we going to the Garden tonight. Yo, let's get it tonight. We playing the Knicks. Ooh, that's embarrassing. We got to beat them tonight. Yo, we got to beat the Knicks. Yo,
I'm telling you
how the teams feel. And they're going to come out here and perform tonight. I'm serious. They're going to come out here and showboat tonight. Phantom of the Opera.
And keep this in mind. They did the
Lion King.
They got Wicked up there, bro. They got the whole
Broadway.
Wicked
Tonight,
I said
one of the Wizards is outside handing
Wizard
out their
Wizard Vibes too. Wizard Vibes too. Yeah.
But to answer your an honest answer is,
hey Ron, y'all can call me crazy.
I expect us to win. You know.
Go ahead, brother. I'm listening.
Hey Ron, I can call me crazy, but I think the Knicks won they win their last 2 games if Kolek started.
Ooh.
I don't even think that's a hot take. He already played well versus the Hornets. That's to me the crazy part.
Yeah, I don't
in my opinion,
think about these defense don't have a scouting report for this guy. They don't have a scouting report for him or nothing. They don't know what he's gonna do.
I think we should have benched
everything he does translates to the NBA.
San Antonio. I think we should have benched Mitch for the San Antonio and played him for the Houston game. I thought the Houston game was a harder game than San Antonio. Yeah. I thought the Houston game would be harder than San Antonio, in my opinion.
Oh, you meant Charlotte?
Because dude gave us nothing on offense. He gave us defense.
Yeah, if they were deliberating about the back-to-back, I think we'd have sat them down the first game against San Antonio and played them for Houston. Sure. I mean, for the Hornets.
Yeah,
he probably would have made the difference.
What did we get from the point guard spot these last 2 games?
Nothing. Deuce hasn't played pretty well. We miss Brunson. Everybody don't think Brunson is a superstar, but Brunson is a superstar. He has been averaging 28 about the last, before he got hurt, 28 points a game, about 9 rebounds. 8, 9 assists, 4 or 5 rebounds, 2 steals, and a partridge in a pear tree. He's been playing phenomenal for us, you know what I mean? And
you don't know what you have till it's gone, right? You don't know what you have.
And it's that pantry
right. We missed that big time because coming down the stretches of both these games that we just lost, those are the games. And he's the number 1 closer in the league. Let's be honest. He's the number 1 closer in the league. Not saying that he makes a big difference, but coming down the stretch.
Can I ask y'all something? If y'all think if Thibs knew that Cohen would win those last 2 games, will y'all think he start him?
No.
Or is he that stubborn to just be not proven?
I don't think he would. I don't think it's when he looked.
He's obviously that stubborn. He didn't play him.
If you know he's gonna win you these last 2 games, like you still not gonna play him because you're just that stubborn.
I actually think he'd be less inclined to play him. How about that?
I'm telling you, I think he looks down his bench. I think he looks down his bench and he'd be like, all right, do I put Kolick in or do I put Payne in? Come on, Payne, let's go, buddy. Let's get out there, play the back. He looks down his bench and then he says, do I put Shaman or do I put Payne in? I mean, do I put Tyler in? Come on, Shaman, let's go, baby. We need you out there because the proven commodity sometimes is better than the commodity that you don't know. Not saying that when Tyler should have got minutes or any one of these young guys that we talk about should have got the minutes was when Shaman was hurt early in the season. Was the perfect opportunity to implement Tyler Kolick or Pattier. Pattier's hurt, I understand, and he did start towards the end before Hucker Purdy got hurt. He started implementing him. Once we knew that Sims was getting ready to go, he started putting them in a little bit more. You start seeing Hucker Purdy play with Cat on the court, on the floor and stuff like that. So the biggest thing that we needed to do was, if we wanted to see these guys that we talk about, was right when Shaman was out.
The thing that I also want to say
perfect opportunity to play those guys. But
we had the Utah Jazz game when both Jalen Brunson and Deuce was injured, and campaign started, and he had the backup Tyler Kolick. And Tyler Kolick in 12 minutes was a plus 11. He had like up to 4 assists or something. So we've seen this. That's the thing that drives me crazy. If you never did it the whole season, or if you did it and you lose, fine, I understand. You did it and you won. You did it and you won already this season. It's not a fantasy. So that drives me crazy.
Man, you have to call me crazy again, Ron, but my only reasons for this, I think Thibs is scared that these guys are going to outshine his favorite guys.
You know what? And he would look dumb the whole season.
Where you were heading, and I felt it in my heart too. The reason why he don't do it, because if Kolick goes 18-8, he'll look like a dummy. So
it's not just that. I've said this in the past too. Tibbs will, as a smart coach and understanding politics, will not certain positions because it made him better. Now you're stuck with a guy you're paying money to on the bench that should be ahead of this person, and it becomes a problem, right? Which also turns out to be a problem with other players, right? Because you all of a sudden paid this guy this money, you gave him the role, you put some young rookie in there, give him a couple shots, he looks better, and now you're stuck because the fans are going to be calling for this young guy to play more. Pay money to this other dude. Now what the hell are you going to do? That's why
the thing that also makes me nutty, bro, because this isn't politics, bro. This is basketball. Right, exactly. The goal of the game is very simple.
I believe the Knicks are the only team still playing politics, man, for real.
You might be right. Okay. So here's the thing, guys. I'm trying to get this up and running for you, but it's not working properly because, and I realize why. It's now allowing me to share my screen because it's asking me to update my Chrome. It's one of those things that just happens. If I update my Chrome, then I lose everybody. So I can't do that right now. I can't do it the right way. So what I did do, for this moment, I just took a picture. And I will show you guys the picture. I'll talk about it a little bit real quick. But on another day, I will go into it more deeply. Bottom line is there's a new Discord channel that's up. As you can see, it's pinned to the chat right now. Elle put the link there. So if you guys want to join the SKF Discord channel, you are able. I'm just saying, like, you can able to join. And if you don't know how to maneuver around, I'm going to talk about a couple things real quick. So let's pull this up real quick. I apologize. And guys, I'm just going to take you off the screen for a little bit just to make this a little easier for everybody else.
Not me.
Let me drop this down. Sorry. Okay. So hopefully you guys can see this. I know it's not as big and blown up as I'd like it to be. But bottom line here is this is the Discord channel. We're looking currently at the directory, which allows you to know what's what in here. So starting off, it says, "Are you confused? Are you lost?" Check out the details below. Right. So we got basketball court. Basketball court has different channels. You see, there's a little hashtag next to each of them on the left-hand side. You see center court, clips and highlights, gamers only, meme corner, and other breezies corner. All right. Center court is a general chat. Is an age restriction because they don't want any of the little kids in there. But anybody can join that center court, and it's just a chat where we could just type in whatever you want to talk about with the Knicks, whatever's going on. Everybody's welcome to it. Then you got clips and highlights corner. I know we talk about certain things on the show. If you guys see, hey man, there was this clip. Did you see what Josh Hart did? I don't know if Ron saw it. You could put it right in here, and then we could start talking about it. Right? You put whatever clips and highlights you want to put in, and also, it's one of those things that, hey, man, next show, next Know the Ledge or the next SKF Weekly, I want to talk about this. Maybe, I'll put this clip in there. Maybe Ron and John can talk about it. You could do that as well. And it's just another avenue to be able to have information that we could talk about or different things that we may not have seen, right? Then you got the Gamers Corner. Okay, there's a lot of us that, we have other things going on in our real life. We have other hobbies. Some people are PC gamers. Some people are PlayStation or Xbox gamers. This is a chat for you guys. You can come in here. We can talk. I'm a gamer. My gamer tag is 918. I don't game as much as I used to, but I still do. And I have I still got some really good gamer friends. Then we got the meme corner. If there's any funny memes, cool memes, you could put in there that are related to basketball or their Nick memes. This is a place you could post those in there. Sometimes we don't get to see all this stuff, so it's one-stop shop to see this stuff. And then we got other breezies corner, right? This is life because life be lifing. So we could talk about anything in here. Maybe there's, maybe you guys want to say, hey, listen, man, I appreciate Ron. I appreciate John and Jose, all of the things you guys do. I appreciate the community. But, there's something that's been weighing on me. You know what I mean? Like right now we got a lot of stuff and it's hard to support people, families and stuff. Everything's so expensive. I don't know. How do you guys get by with supporting a family? It could be anything you want to talk about in there. I'm just giving an example, but it could be anything. It could be mental health. You might be going through something one day, man. I just want somebody to talk to a little bit. Let me put something in the chat. How's your day going? I could respond, yeah, man, this happened. And whatever, maybe what I say helps you get through your day or any of us. So that's what that's for. Right. Then you got other basketball channels. They got a lobby where we can get into actual voice chats. Right. And here, you can connect and, we can actually, talk. If you got a mic, we could actually talk like we're doing right now. And it's open ended. So a lot of people can join at one time. Right. And then you got a SKF Army chat. Now, this is just for the members. So if you're a member, this is exclusively for you. So you can talk and chat with fellow members. Obviously, myself, John, and Jose have access to this, even L. So any of us could jump in and talk about whatever, and then we've got we've got the actual chat where you could type, and we've also got the voice chat. So, those are both those options. We got a conference room, which basically will have updates about different things that are going on, anything going on with the Discord or whatever. And there's an admin chat that's specifically for the admins. There's a couple people that will be selected as admins to help, monitor and help run, outside of myself, John, L, Jose, whatever's going on. There might be other people that, can just look and see what's going on. If something's going crazy, if somebody's disrespecting, we try to clean things up. So there's rules, there's different things. There's the introduction, there's a directory. And it's pretty straightforward. It's just a hub, a place where everybody can kind of talk and have a little bit more interaction, which is good for me because I only do, 2 shows, the Saturday show and the Monday show. This will allow me to be able to kind of interact with you guys on a, little bit more closer basis when we have time. So stuff like that, guys. I just wanted to share it with you. Hope you guys join. Like I said, the link is pinned to the chat. You guys can join the Discord. If you don't already have a Discord account, you can create one. They're free, no big deal. And we go from there. But like I said, once again, for SKF Army specifically, that is for members of the channel. So if you're a member of the channel, that'll be specific area for you. That's how it's set up. All right.
That's
I
a
hope
secondary thing. The members, or this is for the members.
No. That's just that secondary channel area that says SKF Army. That's just for the people that are highlighted. You know, the members that are highlighted in green that you see on the YouTube chat. That's for them. But everybody else also has access to the chat, a lobby chat where everybody can talk. It's not limited. So that's just something extra. That's a special area. Yeah. So that's pretty much it, guys. I just wanted to share that with you all. And we'll go from there, man. We trying, man. We trying. It's a long time coming. Like
I think it's awesome.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, man. Let me get this out of here. Put you guys back up in there. Boom. Okay, so sorry about that. Just wanted to go through that real quick. And once again, I want to give a shout out to L, damn it, for all the hard work of putting that all together. Appreciate you, L.
Well, damn it, L, you're doing your thing.
She said, please don't break it. All right. And if there's anybody out there that knows how Discord works and wants to be an admin, you know, let me know. I don't mind having somebody who I know is respectful, who will chill and relax and be cool. You want to be a part of, you want to be an admin, I don't have a problem with adding you. I'm looking for good people that are solid thinkers, that aren't too controversial, that allow other people to get theirs off, but everything has to be respectful. So, you know, let me know. David Smith, coincidentally, you popped up. I don't know why. Anyway, he said, he said, don't assume, Ron, when I was talking about the whole thing about Thibs not playing. No, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm not assuming. I know that that's what Thibs has done in the past. There was a point where the Knicks had an $18 million man in Evan Fournier wasting away on the bench that could play and had value. There was a point where Kemba Walker, a $9 million, $8.5 million man, was sitting on the bench wasting away. Thibs decided to play them as long as he could, and then he benched them. But prior to that, he still had them out there. He did not want to play other people, because how do you do that and then look at your $18 million player in Fournier and say, yeah, I can't really rock with this guy when I got this young kid who's playing better? He couldn't do that right away. Eventually it happened, but right away he couldn't do it. It would be a slap in the face to the organization on the whole. And something was said. Last thing I want to say about this, JJ had said something about this earlier, like, why did we go get Kemba? Shout out to Josh, aka Uncle Fulio. Every salary cap has certain restrictions and certain things that you have to be, you know, you have to make this a part of your salary cap when the season starts. You can't have a certain amount of money just sitting there. You have to use it. And the Knicks got to a point where everybody, all the free agents were off the board. The Knicks still had money sitting on their books. You have to contractually use it, and we had to bring in a couple players. And at that time, Kemba Walker fell in our lap. We said, hey, Kemba Walker, we didn't even expect him to be there. He was there. We went and got him. Evan Fournier, you know, whatever. You say what you will if you liked him or not. He made $18 million. The Knicks had the money. They had to use it. They brought him in. So that's what it was. These were not the Knicks' first picks, because if you remember going into that offseason, this was the same offseason of Kyrie Irving and Kevin Durant, and we know what happened. We know where they went. These two guys were not on the Knicks' radar at that time. We had other plans, and nothing worked out. We thought we were going to get Kevin Durant. We thought we might get Kyrie Irving. It fell, you know, through. It didn't work out. And then all of these other guys that could have became Knicks, other teams have snatched them up, and then we were left with the prospects of Kemba Walker and Evan Fournier, and we had to use that money on our roster. Sorry, I just wanted to put that out there, because some people, I thank Josh, aka Uncle Fulio, for breaking that down a couple years ago, because there is a stipulation in every NBA team's contract. There's a certain amount of money that you're allotted that you do have to spend before a new season starts. You can't have that on your books. Okay, hopefully that made sense to everybody. I'm just going to get around to everybody with your final words. Let me start with Stacks. Stacks, your final words, my brother. What do you think about tonight's game, and what you just hope for this Knicks team going forward, going into the playoffs?
Tonight's game, I don't know, man. To be honest, I'm just waiting for the playoffs to start, bro. I want to see the young kids play, get develop at this point, and get some time. I don't care what else happens. I'm just looking forward to the playoffs, bro. To be honest, the rest of this means nothing.
I hear you, my brother. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Yeah, I'm hoping for the best, man. We'll see. What do you think, D-Rex? What's on your mind, man? How you feel about tonight's game, and what do you think about the Knicks going forward, bro?
I'm going to be to the point. Tonight's game, when the random guy hits 4 threes, guard him for the 5th and 6th and 7th, change it up a little bit, maybe. And beyond that, bro, for the playoffs, just make it quick. Make it quick and make it merciful.
For real, yeah, just make it quick.
Not too embarrassing, no injuries, I think that's the best we can hope for at this point. Look, I still have a little shred of hope in me that the season can still be saved and Jalen Brunson comes back. Maybe, who knows, Hart comes back. Who knows? The Cavs implode. We'll never know. But look, it's not looking great right now. We got to be honest, and unless something changes, it's unrealistic to expect it to be better. So praying to the basketball gods that Thibs has some kind of ayahuasca spirit journey or something and wakes up. I don't know what's going to take.
I'm a witch from San Antonio.
Jay, what's your thoughts, brother? Tonight's game, any final words on what you expect for the Knicks going forward, brother?
Man, I expect them to not put me in the hospital. I'm kind of with everybody else. It's heading towards the end. I got to be honest with you, though. I'm weighing out the 3rd spot and the 4th spot and trying to look at how everything will break down. So it's important to me. I would like to see Kolek tonight. I really would like to see Kolek play at least 15 minutes tonight. But what I like probably wouldn't happen. So, I'm expecting a victory. I'm going to say it. I'm expecting a victory.
Okay. I can rock with that. I'm hoping they come out and play. I don't expect them to lose a 3rd game to a bad team. So I expect them to win tonight as well.
Yeah.
Child, what's your thoughts, my brother?
Team basketball. You know what I mean? Team basketball all the way around. You get out there, you play team basketball. You play better defense. We'll have a little bit better interior defense tonight with Mitchell Robinson playing, and hopefully that can equate us to winning the game tonight. But it all starts with team basketball. Play for each other and get out there and play some good basketball. We're missing almost 9 assists a game. We're missing about in the last game maybe 6, 7, 12 extra rebounds. We need all those things to keep going and moving forward until Jalen Brunson can get back. Hopefully we can have big games for our ancillary players, and hopefully the bench can get out there and between the 3 guys that we got in the bench, maybe they could get us 25 points tonight. Let's hope for.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, brother. I hope you're right. Real quick, Stacks.
Wow, one more thing around for you. Huh?
No, go ahead.
I wanted to say, I don't know why I be thinking of stuff like this, but you know how they look these last 2 games? They look like, remember when Thibs was about to get fired last year?
Mm-hmm.
And before Brunson saved his ass, like literally, that's how they look these last 2 games. And Brunson's not here to save his ass.
Yeah. I mean, well, it also he condensed that lineup and went with his best defenders out there too. That also, I'm gonna lie about that. He
shameless plug. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. I know what you're saying.
I was gonna say
shameless plug tonight. 7:00 Knicks Real Talk on YouTube. Check us out. Come support and all that other good stuff.
Oh, you'll have a good time, man. It's good. It's good stuff.
Shoot, what was I gonna say? Also, guys, man, I just lost that damn quick. What the hell was I gonna say? Whatever. It is what it is. It's probably a lie. I don't know.
I gotta take the same medication.
You still
Ron.
thinking about that Matador defense? That Matador defense.
Yeah, that's that Matador memory. That memory came in and out, bro.
Hey, Stacks, check the private chat real quick.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Yes, Stacks. I don't know if you know, but because I haven't seen you jump into one of these before, but there's a private chat that I don't know if you see it. If you're on your phone, it's at the top. Scroll it to your right. I think you see it. There's a private chat. I think there's something in there for you specifically.
Yeah, I got it. I see it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Cool.
so either say private or hidden chat.
And shout out to Luna Jean. She says starting a poll to get Andios NYK on the panel next Saturday. Listen, Andios already knows, and that's my guy. He is always welcome. He always supports every Nick channel. He has great takes, and he's a big supporter. And he can always come up here and chop it up and talk. And if this is a way of getting Andios out, to get out there and start his own channel, whatever he's thinking about, I'm all for it. I love to have him up here, getting his talk on and get everybody ready for what's to come. If that's the case, I'm just saying, throwing it out there. So shout out to you, my brother, as always. Right. I was. You're right. That was my guy, Deuce. There was 2 players on this team. RJ Barrett and Deuce were my favorite players. But guess what? As I continue to watch the Knicks, my allegiance and my love for individuals start to drop down more because I start to get the I want to win. I want to win a championship. We're gonna be better. I gotta see it. So if some of these guys are standing in the way of that, I'm not opposed to watching them go bye-bye if it makes the team better. Because the whole point is I've already been through the 90s Knicks. I've already seen the Cleanthony early Knicks. I've seen all that. I am ready for the next level, okay? So I don't mind. I'm not going to stay attached. I thought RJ Barrett was going to be a Knick for life. I was wrong. I'm okay. We can move on. Except for Jalen Brunson. That's the only guy I would love to see here for a long time.
I'm with you on that.
And if Cat is here with them, I don't mind either, as long as Cat continues to do what we need him to do to win. And, one more thing. I'm sorry, I'm on my high horse. The other thing, the reason why I said trade Cat goes to your point, David Smith. You keep telling me Cat is the best player on the Knicks. So I'm just thinking Cat is the guy who would get us the most return if we needed to. I'm not saying we will. I don't think the Knicks need to worry about the draft picks and all that stuff. I'm just telling you, Knicks go out there, try to win like this. It don't happen this year. Next year, it don't happen again. The Knicks might say, it's time to break stuff up. All right, we got to do something different. I'm not saying it's going to be Cat. It could be OG. It could be Macau. Just telling you that he was the biggest return in my mind. That's all. Yes, the Ron Baker era. Who I will say I loved Ron Baker. He was tough, hard-nosed with the hair.
The little white dude with the mullet, right? The white dude with the mullet, yeah.
Yes. But you know who was my favorite player at that time? Landry Fields. But whatever.
Landry Fields.
Anyway, smart guy.
No more Landrys, bro.
No more. The Landrys ain't it. I got you.
Yeah. There can't be nobody named Landry. I don't care if he's number 1 in the damn college thing. He won the thing. And he scored 50 a night. Stay away from us.
All right. Well, hey, man. I love it. And so, guys, I don't know what I'm going to do as far as doing the raffle again for the people who didn't claim their prizes. It may be Monday. It may not. I don't know. I may wait again until next Saturday. But the other people who did claim their prizes, your gifts are going out this week. So stay tuned. Like I said, I will text you as soon as they're out. And I get a shipping and a tracking number, all that good stuff. So I'll let you know. All right. Once again,
I was on that wheel, Ron. In case
you had a chance, man. You were close. I thought you was going to get one. It was close.
Yeah.
I just want to say thank you to everybody once again for all the love and support. Shout out to the panel today. The panel was rocking. Y'all came in. We were heavy today. Appreciate everybody. Juan Stacks, for your first time being on the panel. Appreciate you, my brother. Jay Chosen, as always. Shy, you know how we give it up. Please, 7 o'clock tonight, tune in for Knicks Real Talk with Shy and Divine, and probably a guest appearance from Jay Chosen. You know how he does. Shout out to D-Rex, as usual, my guy. Appreciate you.
Don't forget Double A.
No, I won't. Shout out to Double A. Shout out to my guy G Money. Appreciate it. Shout out to my guy Dom P in the building. Thank you guys for being here. Shout out to all of the super chats. Shout out to my guy Crim's dad for blessing me with the big dono. Appreciate you, my guy. And thank you to everybody who continues to support the channel. Like I said, the next course is to support that Discord. So get in there, sign up, man. This is just to make our community grow. It's gonna make us be able to have even more talk and stay intertwined and connected. So when you get a chance, man, if you haven't already clicked on that Discord link, do it now. I'll give you 2 seconds. Click on it and let's get it going. Also, shout out to everybody, because while we were talking, you guys did get us over the 100 likes once again for another great Saturday show. Thank you once again, everybody. Appreciate the love and support. Yep. Let's go Knicks, man. That's all I can say. Look, here's my mom.
I can really quick. I just wanted to say the Crim's dad again. Big flowers, man. Big flowers. Support people and to help people out like that, and to do what you did. And Ron, don't forget to say 99 if you ever ask the question.
Yeah, now I know what Crim did.
If you said 1, man, you done.
Thank you.
I gotta say, this was an unusually funny show, I think.
Yeah, definitely. We have our moments. We definitely do. Shout out to everybody once again. And you know what I always say, guys? Tell a friend who tells a friend who tells another friend. Still Knicks fans will be back again, whether it be on Saturdays at 11:30-ish, Mondays at 9 p.m.-ish, with my brother John and my other brother Jose holding it down. We got Know the Ledge on Saturdays, SKF Weekly on Monday nights. Continue to give you guys content and be here to have a platform so we can talk and enjoy our time as fellow Knicks fans. The good, the bad, the ups and downs, no matter what happens, we are still Knicks fans. As I said before, Still Knicks fans is a place where you can come, get yours off, talk. We might have differences of opinion. We can agree to disagree, but you will always be respected. And last but not least, everybody out there, you know what I mean? Stay up, one yourself. Be good. And if you can't be good at it. I'm out of here, baby. Let's go.
Thanks.
We're with another one.
Thanks, Ron.
Laters.
Peace.
Peace.